This is Audible.
Game of Crones, A Spells Angels Cozy Mystery, Book 8. Written by Amanda M. Lee. Narrated by Megan Kelly. One. Present day.
You're going to get dirty.
I pasted my best "I'm the boss, and you're going to do what I say" look on my face as I regarded Doc, the most recent recruit to the Hawthorne Hollow Spells Angels team. He wasn't yet field rated, but given the number of enemies we faced, getting rated had become a necessity. Sure, he preferred working on his computer and studying paranormals from afar, but that was no longer an option. He needed to be ready for war. That was why I, Scout Randall, meant business. But Doc had other plans.
I thought I would just watch from a safe distance today.
He hedged as one of the mud imps we'd been sent to eradicate popped up from the bog that had suddenly developed on the east side of town. A new grocery store was going into an old warehouse building. It was so old, I wondered whether it'd make sense to knock it down and start from scratch, and we'd been dispatched to handle the imps because they were threatening the construction project. Rooster Tremaine, my boss, had laid it out in no uncertain terms. The grocery store was important to the town. That meant we had to get rid of the imps. That was all there was to it. You just want to watch. I planted my hands on my hips, not caring that they were covered with mud, since my clothes were going to need a vigorous washing anyway. I narrowed my eyes. I thought my death glare would be enough to get him moving. Apparently, I was wrong.
I think that would be best,
he replied.
I want to ease into things. I've never taken on mud imps before. This is a learning experience.
He had to be joking. They're mud imps. My annoyance came out to play. They're not dangerous. As if to prove it, I used my magic to snag the one that kept popping his head out and lifted him from the bog. Do you see this thing? What came out of the mud looked like an oversized deformed turnip with legs. He had a squinched face and razor-sharp teeth. He was also screaming like a banshee during mating season.
It's hard to miss.
Doc used his index finger to push his glasses up his nose.
It almost looks as if it belongs on a salad.
Yeah, I wouldn't try it. They taste like rancid beef and would totally ruin the salad.
You've eaten them before?
Doc looked curious.
May I ask why you did that? Were you hungry at the time, or just plain curious?
Technically, I've never eaten them. I practiced the patience Rooster was always preaching when it came to dealing with my coworkers. I just think they look like they'd taste like rancid beef. I mean, he's very clearly not a radish. I poked his stomach for good measure, causing the imp to hiss and spit. That means he's not going to taste like a radish.
Yes, but why beef? How do you know he doesn't taste like chicken? Or turkey, for that matter. Also, why do you assume that thing is male? I'm trying to gather all the information possible, so next time I'll be prepared for the physical stuff.
I wanted to hurt him. You're doing the physical stuff today. I was having none of it. You don't have a choice. Rooster put me in charge of your training this afternoon, and I'm not letting you weasel out of it. As for how I know it's a male, well, look at it. I gestured toward the creature's unhappy face. That's clearly not a face a female could make. Doc didn't look convinced.
I think I should observe today. You know, just to be on the safe side. I don't want to get in your way.
What a lying liar. He was clearly trying to shirk his duties. I wasn't going to put up with it. Either you get over here, or I'm going to make you come over here. Doc looked torn.
Should I take your response to mean that you don't think observing is the way to go today?
Get over here. You're not helping. A female voice said from the right, haughtiness positively choking the atmosphere.
Terrorizing him into helping isn't the way to go. He has to want to be part of the team.
Slowly, I tracked my eyes to Marissa Martin, the third member of our takedown team. She was my least favorite member of the Hawthorne Hollow squad, and I included Doc in that assessment. Sure, he was being a pain, but he was more than willing to help when research needed to be conducted. Marissa never wanted to help, and that attitude was on full display as she secured herself behind a large bush and watched me stalk the bog bank.
"Do you have something you want to share with the class?"
I challenged. Marissa irked me in a way I hadn't thought possible before I moved to northern Lower Michigan. I was used to mouthy team members. She really was the worst, though. She was 42 according to her personal sheet, but insisted she was 35. She also flirted with my boyfriend, Gunnar Stratton, on a regular basis, which only fueled my overt disdain.
"You're terrorizing him," Marissa replied. "You need to teach him to love the work, not force him to do it."
"There's no loving this," I shot back, my temper getting the better of me.
"It's a muddy little monster who wants to eat our toes. Who loves this?" "They eat toes?"
Doc swallowed hard.
"I definitely think we should wait until next time. I need to know exactly how to take them down if I expect to be a contributing member of the team."
I blinked twice, unleashed a million curse words in my head, then sent a current of red fire magic through the imp I held. The creature squealed twice before falling into ash. Then I dusted off my hands. There is no strategy for this. Catch them and kill them. The little mutants mate like rabbits. Just kill them and be done with it. Doc didn't look convinced.
"Maybe I should call Rooster."
I was officially at the end of my rope. "You do that. I want to talk to him once you get him on the phone." I swung back toward Marissa. "As for you, stop hiding behind the bush. I'm not killing all of them."
"I'm not hiding," Marissa shot back. "Why would you even think that? I'm simply studying the terrain."
"Whatever." I moved to my right, my gaze on the bog. At least 10 of the mud imps hid beneath the surface. My problem was that several of them had scattered into the foliage upon our arrival. It was impossible to know how many of them needed to be taken out.
"You seem crabby," Marissa offered out of nowhere. "Trouble in paradise?"
It took me a moment to realize what she was getting at. Gunnar. The crush she'd been nurturing when I joined the team was fully intact. She tried to pretend otherwise, but I knew better. Her nose was out of joint because she believed I'd stolen something from her, even though she was a good decade older than Gunnar, and so not his type. "There's nothing wrong with my relationship with Gunnar," I replied automatically, although I had no reason to defend myself. "We're actually doing really well right now."
"Oh, yeah?"
Marissa cocked an eyebrow, clearly dubious.
"You understand my skepticism, of course."
"No, I don't."
"Up until 2 weeks ago, you guys were all over each other in public," she continued. "It was pretty freaking pathetic, if you ask me."
Nobody had asked her.
"Now, however, you're present in the day-to-day activities of the group, and Gunnar has removed himself from them," she said. "I have trouble believing his disinterest in all things spells angels has nothing to do with your relationship falling apart."
She wasn't wrong. Well, not technically. Gunnar had been struggling the past 2 weeks. It wasn't because of me, though. We actually were fine and still mushily in love. Gunnar's problems had to do with a dead vampire, Brom the Annoying, whom I'd taken out weeks before. Right before his death, he'd mentioned a name, Yolanda Stratton. Unfortunately, that name belonged to Gunnar's mother, who'd tried to kill him in a fire when he was a child. The utterance had thrown Gunnar into a tailspin, and I had no idea how to help him. "Gunnar is fine," I repeated. What else am I supposed to say?
He's just dealing with some crap. Perhaps he's rethinking falling in love with a child of the stars,
Doc offered from nowhere.
I mean, the union isn't without difficulties.
If looks could kill, Doc would already be dead and by my hand.
Excuse me now?
I challenged, my hand shooting out and grabbing a mud imp before the creature could bob underneath the muddy water again.
I don't think so.
I glared at the creature before burning it from the inside with my magic. It was gone in an instant. You were saying? Apparently putting my magic on display was enough to make Doc think twice about running his mouth.
I wasn't trying to be difficult.
Of course not, I drawled. I still want to hear what you have to say.
I'm not an expert on relationships,
he said, even though his statement had had nothing to do with anything.
I don't think anybody here can claim that on their resume, I replied dryly. It's just, you're more powerful than him.
One thing I had to hand to Doc, when he decided on a subject, he didn't back down, even when the people he was talking to clearly disagreed with him. I'm not more powerful than him, I countered, knowing it was a lie. We just have different strengths.
You could snap him like a twig,
Doc insisted.
You're the strongest being I've ever been in contact with. Heck, you're the strongest being I've ever read about. You're like a freaking unicorn.
Let's not go overboard, Marissa groused.
He's just a shifter. You're a queen of magic, that is.
He looked so reverent that I could only roll my eyes. I don't like what you're insinuating, I snapped. We're a good team, and we're not having problems.
I didn't suggest you were having problems,
Doc said.
I just suggested if you were, that could be why.
I know you didn't suggest we were having problems. I waved my right hand and burned the imp trying to flee into the bushes at the far end of the bog. Marissa suggested it because she's a complete and total pain. You just ran with the possibility. For the record, nobody is having problems. Then why are you so grumpy? Marissa demanded. Normally, you love it when we get an assignment that results in us getting filthy, which is clearly what's going to happen here. She wasn't wrong. We were definitely going to get filthy. I was already halfway there. I'm not grumpy. Marissa shot me a, yeah, right, look. I'm not, I insisted. If I was, though, it would be because this one is too much of a weakling to get his hands dirty. I jerked a thumb toward Doc. And you're too much of a prima donna to do any work. As if to prove I wasn't angry, or maybe prove that I was a giant liar, I pushed out 2 pulses of magic at the same time and caught 2 imps as they breached the surface of the bog. I'm not the only one who's supposed to be putting in the effort here. Rather than admit I was right, Marissa rolled her head back and forth like a Barbie doll with a faulty head mechanism. Oh, don't even. I've been on more than one assignment with you, and I always carry my weight. That wasn't how I remembered it. You're the one with the bad attitude today, she continued, barely taking a breath. I have to assume that has something to do with Gunner's mother. Now, I've given it a great deal of thought. That woman tried to kill him when he was a child. The vampire who showed up to kill you 2 weeks ago said her name right before he died. Gunner has spent his whole life trying to put distance between his mother and himself. Therefore, that means he suddenly wants to put distance between you and him because you're the one who brought his mother back from the dead, essentially. Damn it, if she hadn't struck a nerve. While that wasn't exactly what I'd been worried about, she wasn't far off. Get to work! I swiveled to face Doc. If you don't get your hands dirty, I'm going to break them. See if you can work on your computer then, huh?
My computer is voice-activated,
Doc countered as he straightened.
My work would be fine. I tried calling Rooster, and he didn't pick up. I think I need more guidance before I get involved.
And that did it. I was tired, physically and emotionally. I was worried about Gunnar, so much so that I pretended to fall asleep before him at night, just so I could watch him slumber without him noticing once he finally succumbed to the weariness dragging him down. The last thing I needed was to deal with these annoying morons. They were making things worse when I was already treading a fine line. I threw my hands into the air, defiant, and called on the one spell I knew would make things worse.
Glacio!
My voice was a dark echo over the area, practically bouncing off the abandoned warehouse. The air stilled, then the bog water shifted. Like a scene from a movie, the water gurgled to a column in the center of the bog before freezing in place. The imps who had been hiding beneath the water squirmed in an effort to escape my spell, but I had no sympathy for their plight as they fruitlessly fought the frigid water. If they hadn't been known for eating toes and fingers, specifically focusing on small children, I might have felt sorry for them. That wasn't happening. Gunnar and I are fine, I assured Marissa as I walked around the frozen column. He's obviously concerned about his mother's relationship with Brahm. We don't have anybody to fill in the blanks, and I don't know about you, but no matter how strong I am as an adult, I would still be full of trepidation regarding the mother who tried to kill me as a kid. I killed 2 imps with a single touch, ignoring the increased squeals from the remaining imps as ash fell to the ground. The fact of the matter is that we haven't seen a single vampire since I took out Brahm and his minions. I continued, grabbing another 2 imps and unloading my magic into them. The frozen column served as an effective trap. I'm antsy about that. The vampires keep coming in waves, and I can't help thinking they're going to come again. I grabbed the final 2 imps from the column and ended them with a vicious burst of blue fire. Then I started looking in the bushes for the remaining imps. When I moved away from the frozen column, Doc's curiosity got the better of him, and he inched forward. He was terrible in a fight, or would be if he ever bothered to make the effort, but had a keen mind and was desperate to learn. I have a cousin who wants to kill me, trapped in a cabin with the grandfather who helped abandon me. I continued, stomping down on one of the imps before incinerating it. I keep wondering if the vampire I killed knew something about my parents, who are still out there, although I have no idea if I actually want to meet them. Basically, I just have parent problems coming out of my ass. I grabbed another imp when it tried to slide from one bush to the next, and I burned it fast. Marissa had joined Doc to study the column of filthy water. She looked perplexed and maybe a little scared. So no, I'm not worried about relationship problems, I said as I captured what I hoped was the last imp. If there were others, they'd well and truly fled. I dispatched it without hesitating. I'm worried about vampires and parents. I'm worried a war is brewing and half our team isn't ready. I shot Doc a pointed look. I'm also worried that part of my team can't be trusted. I glared at Marissa. Does anybody think I don't have a right to be worried?
I think it totally makes sense,
Doc replied, his fingers on the frozen water.
Did you turn down the molecular structure of the water or speed it up? Either way, this is a fascinating spell. I can't wait to tell Rooster about how you managed to do all the work on your own. I think that's going to bode well for our partnership in the future.
I smiled, although I was certain it looked more feral than friendly. I think that sounds like a great conversation. I pointed myself toward the parking lot in front of the warehouse where I had parked my bike and let the spell go. The frozen water fell in an instant, and it landed on the 2 individuals who'd been positioned beneath it.
Scout!
Marissa's screech hit me like fingernails on a chalkboard.
I'm going to kill you! I can't believe you did that!
The surprising thing wasn't that I'd purposely doused them with bog water. The surprising thing was that neither of them appeared to have been smart enough to figure out my intentions. "I'm looking forward to the attempt," I replied dryly. "At least this time I'll know exactly where the attack will be coming from." I didn't have the energy for those two and left them in my dust until they were barely a blip. More important things were on my mind, and that wasn't going to change any time soon. Two. I was first to arrive at the Rusty Cauldron, although Doc and Marissa wouldn't be far behind. We used the bar as a home base, even though we technically had office space. I could count on one hand the number of times I'd been inside the official office. All of us preferred the Cauldron. Our group was inside when I entered, Bonnie Jenkins sitting at a booth and working on a computer. She lifted a hand as if to wave, but barely looked up, which meant she was interested in whatever she was reading. I returned the wave and sidled over to Gunnar, who was on his normal stool. He had a beer in front of him, signifying he'd finished his work for the day, and he offered me a soft smile when I arrived at his side.
"And here I thought you would be filthy when you showed up,"
he said, leaning in and giving me a kiss. He shifted a wayward strand of my blonde hair behind my ear.
"I'm glad I didn't join the bet on what state you would be in when you got back. I would have lost."
"Ha ha." I grabbed his beer and took a drink. "The Mud Imps are no more," I announced for Rooster's benefit. He sat around the corner from Gunnar, a ledger book open in front of him. He nodded.
"Cool. How is Doc in the field?"
I debated how to answer. Before I could, the main door to the bar flew open, allowing a furious Marissa to stalk inside. She looked as if she'd been bathing in porta-potty water, and I hid a smirk.
"Uh-oh,"
Gunnar muttered as he hung his head and sipped his beer. Rooster, always unflappable, smiled at Marissa as if he hadn't noticed her state.
"Everything went well, I heard."
Marissa's eyeballs practically bugged out of her head.
"Does it look like things went well?"
Doc appeared behind her, just as filthy. Unlike Marissa, however, he didn't look angry.
"Scout used a spell that either sped up water molecules or slowed them down, and it was extremely interesting,"
he told Rooster as he edged around our irate coworker.
"I would like to do some research on the benefits of such spells under different circumstances."
Gunnar swished his lips as he focused on me.
"Which one was it?"
That was a fair question. I have no idea. I held out my hands. I was annoyed and just went with my gut.
"What she did was lure us into a trap,"
Marissa snapped.
"I don't suppose you've noticed that she's the only one who isn't filthy, have you?"
I gestured toward the dirt on my pants, but didn't say anything.
"I hadn't noticed,"
Rooster lied smoothly.
"Thank you for pointing it out, though."
Whistler, the owner of the bar and former Spells Angels representative, slid a fresh beer in my direction. His long hair, which had been dark brown at one time, was completely gray and pulled back in a neck ponytail.
"I can't wait to hear this story,"
he said in a low voice, giving me a wink.
"Honestly, you make me want to be out in the field again."
"Don't encourage her!"
Marissa stomped her foot.
"This is a travesty of justice, not a game."
"A travesty," I echoed, shooting her a superior look.
"I bet you wish now that you'd helped, huh?"
"I was helping." "You were hiding behind a bush." I wasn't in the mood for that conversation and leaned in close to Gunnar. "How do you feel about picking up gas station chicken and eating it in bed?" I wanted a break from my coworkers. I liked most of them, at least some of the time, but I wasn't in the mood.
"We could do that."
He rested the side of his head on top of mine.
"But we were going to have a barbecue here."
"Oh." I was a big fan of grilled hot dogs and steak, so I was caught.
"Raisin is coming,"
he added. Local high schooler Ruthie Raisin Morton was a girl we'd essentially adopted as a group.
She can't hang out in the bar and wants to see everybody, including you. That's why we decided on the barbecue.
That put an end to the debate. I couldn't say no to Raisin. A barbecue sounds good. We just can't sit next to Marissa. She looks like somebody crapped all over her.
You crapped all over me.
Marissa stomped her foot again.
I'm sick of this, Rooster. I deserve a modicum of respect. Just because she's some special fairy witch, that doesn't mean the rest of us get to be treated like garbage. I expect some punishment here.
Rooster blinked several times, then turned his attention to me.
You can't kiss your boyfriend at the barbecue. There will be dire consequences if you do.
My shoulders shook as laughter bubbled up.
That is not a punishment,
Marissa seethed.
I still want to hear what happened,
Whistler pressed.
How is it that the two of you ended up filthy and one of you didn't?
Because she's the devil,
Marissa replied.
Scout got agitated when Marissa asked her if Gunnar had stopped loving her because of the stuff with his mother.
Doc replied absently. His attention was focused on the mirror behind the bar.
Scout said Gunnar still loved her. Marissa argued that it wasn't possible. I suggested maybe he didn't love her any longer because she was more powerful than him. That didn't go over well either.
I could feel Gunnar's eyes on me, but refused to make eye contact. My beer was suddenly the most interesting focal point in the room.
I was explaining to Scout that I thought it was best if I observed from a distance,
Doc continued, oblivious to the change of mood in the room.
She didn't think that was a good idea. She was having no trouble with the imps, though. She picked them off one at a time while arguing with both Marissa and me. And what were you doing?
Rooster challenged Marissa.
I was getting ready to help,
Marissa fired back.
It's not my fault. The conversation went off on a tangent, and Scout got so fired up. I blame Gunnar. He's the one putting her in a bad mood.
Gunnar slid his arm around my waist, anchoring me to his side. I might have considered it a romantic move in the past, but I knew why he was doing it then. He wanted to make sure that I didn't take off. That meant he was gearing up to pick a fight with me. Well, great. As if my day hadn't sucked enough.
Scout used her magic and scooped up all the water from the bog,
Doc explained.
She created, a column of water. I didn't have time to photograph it, which is a bummer, because the aftermath was unbelievable. The water froze, but wasn't cold to the touch, and the imps were trapped inside. She then proceeded to take them out one at a time. I guess she took out two at once a few times before she stalked off and started kicking around the bushes.
He continued.
I wanted to see the column of water and moved to stand next to it. She seemed to have the imps well in hand. When she was finished, she didn't warn us she was dropping the spell, so we were doused with bog water. She did it on purpose,
Marissa growled.
Huh.
Rooster's response was enough to draw my eyes to him. He didn't look upset.
I take back my earlier punishment. Scout was the one in the right.
What? Marissa was one screech away from ripping her vocal cords.
You heard me.
Rooster was matter-of-fact.
You were sent out there as a team. It sounds like Scout did all the work. If she wanted to punish you for being lazy after the fact, I applaud her efforts.
That's because she's your favorite, Marissa snarled.
She is my favorite,
Rooster readily agreed.
She's the only one who always gets the job done, no matter what.
Gunnar raised a finger.
Fine, you get the job done too,
Rooster said.
But you're not as entertaining when you do it. She's still my favorite. I guess that's okay.
Gunnar didn't sound grudging when he pinched my flank.
She's my favorite too. Oh, so you do still love her,
Doc surmised.
I was uncertain. I love her more than anything,
Gunnar replied.
Clearly we have a few things to discuss, though.
He looked serious when our gazes locked.
Many, many things.
Oh, geez. I downed the rest of my beer and tapped it against the bar to get Whistler to refill it. As if this day hasn't already dragged on to infinity and back.
You need to get involved when I send you on a takedown, Doc.
Rooster insisted to our youngest member.
I don't want to make things more difficult than necessary, but we talked about this. You're part of the team. That means you have to participate in the work.
Doc balked.
I was trying to learn on the job. You learn by doing, not by watching. Let this be a lesson to you.
Rooster switched his attention to Marissa.
As for you, I have nothing to say. You know better, and if you're stupid enough to open yourself up to what happened, that really is on you. I hate this group,
Marissa growled as she stomped toward the hallway that led to the bathroom.
Seriously, I hate all of you.
We love you too, I called to her back, grinning when Whistler handed me a second beer. Seriously, though, that bog wasn't behind the warehouse a week ago. It popped up out of nowhere, which makes me suspicious. I think we need to keep our eyes open. I killed every imp I saw out there, but that doesn't mean there aren't more lurking around.
I'll send out sweeper teams to look,
Rooster reassured me.
If we find another nest, I'll make sure Doc actually participates when it comes time to take them down. There's nothing easier to kill than a mud imp.
Doc grumbled before moving and joining Bonnie at the table. Apparently, he didn't think cleaning up was a priority, something that made me grin. When I shifted my eyes to Gunner, he studied me with serious eyes. Oh, geez, I muttered under my breath. You're about to unload on me, aren't you?
I think we should talk.
He drained the rest of his beer and stood, extending his hand to me.
Come on, we'll start the grill and get it going so it'll be ready to start cooking in 30 minutes.
Rooster nodded. He seemed to understand that Gunner was requesting some quiet time in the back of the bar with me.
We'll see you then.
Awesome. Gunner tugged my hand and led me through the hallway. He didn't speak until we were outside.
You don't really think I've stopped loving you, do you?
I was expecting the question. Of course not. I'm the one who stood up for you. He didn't look convinced as he traipsed over to the grill and opened the top.
I love you more than anything. If I haven't been clear on that...
He seemed at a loss for words. You've been clear on that. He had been. It's just that you've been a little distant the past couple of days. More like weeks, but why push my luck? I guess I'm not used to it.
I'm sorry.
He pulled me to him and wrapped me tight.
I'm just... lost.
He said the last word so softly I had trouble making it out. It's okay to be lost. I've been there. I was there when Evan came back, I said, referring to my former partner, who was hanging around a neighboring town as a day-walking vampire trying to find himself. The difference is, I leaned on you when I was lost. You don't seem to want to lean on me. Gunner looked rueful as he pulled back.
I don't exactly remember you leaning on me. It's more like I attached myself to you when you stormed into Hemlock Cove loaded for bear. But I get your point.
He pressed a kiss to my forehead.
It's because it's my mother. Whenever talk turns to her, I freeze. I don't know what to do.
My heart went out to him. I just want you to talk to me. I opted for honesty. It doesn't have to be now. In fact, we're having a barbecue, so it's probably best it's not now. Eventually, though. I want to help you. He hugged me tighter.
As soon as I figure out how you can help me, I promise to start talking. I'm just not sure what to do about any of it. I feel like a little kid again, trapped in that house with it burning down around me. It's like I can't move.
He never talked about what had happened that day. Even though I was desperate for details, it wasn't the time to push him. I'm here when you're ready.
I love you.
He insisted.
I'm sorry if I made you feel like that's not the case. I will always love you.
I know. I patted his back. Marissa is the one who said that. I stood up for you. And myself, I silently added. We can talk about it more later. He moved his hands and cupped my face.
Okay.
His gaze was earnest.
Just one more thing, though.
He touched his lips to mine so softly it was almost a whisper.
I love you. Don't think otherwise. It's just so much. I don't want to think about that woman.
Because I could relate, I had my own parental issues after all. I banded my arms around his waist. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here.
Baby.
He rubbed his cheek against the top of my head. We stood there exactly like that for at least 3 minutes. The only reason we drew apart was that someone, a young female someone, cleared her throat only a few feet away from us.
This is crap,
Raisin announced when I flicked my gaze to her.
How come you guys get to fall all over one another, and I have to go without a boyfriend simply because you guys think the man I love is too old for me?
I blinked several times and scratched the side of my nose, debating. Do you want to handle this? I asked Gunnar.
Gladly.
He planted his hands on his hips.
Is this about Grayson Dugard?
He's the love of my life,
Raisin whined.
He won't even hang out with me now because of you guys.
He's too old for you.
Gunnar was firm.
If he's still the love of your life when you're legal in a couple years, we'll talk. Until then, you need to let it go. Either fall for a boy your own age or pine for another one. I don't really care which.
Ah!
Raisin stomped her foot against the pavement, reminding me of Marissa, but before I could comment on it, something drew my attention to the alleyway behind her.
That's not fair.
Life isn't fair,
Gunnar replied.
You'll get used to it. Now, grab me that bag of charcoal over there, huh?
And what if I don't?
Then you're not getting dinner?
I left them to battle it out and moved down the alleyway. My senses were keen, tuned in, and I knew before I'd taken 3 steps that something was waiting for me in the shadows.
Scout, you can't let him treat me like this,
Raisin called to my back.
It's not fair, and it's mean. It's so mean.
I ignored her and instinctively reached into the back pocket of my jeans where I kept an emergency switchblade. I rarely used it anymore. Magic was so much easier and efficient, but I had a feeling I knew what was waiting for me. I clicked the button on the blade, the sound of the sharp edge jutting out, smoothing some of the frayed edges of my nerves. When the creature lumbered into the alley directly in front of me, I was ready. The first thing I noted was the smell. The body wasn't fresh. It had been decaying for at least 24 hours. The next thing I noticed was the glazed-over eyes. They were filmy and white, and dead. The last thing I noticed was the whimper the creature made, as if it could no longer form words. That was because it couldn't. I didn't think about what I was going to do. If I'd had time to think, I might have chosen a different course, like capture. Instead, I jabbed the knife into the zombie's brain and watched as the creature listed to the side and dropped like a stone. It didn't even twitch when it landed, hitting with a resounding thump.
What was that?
Raisin demanded from somewhere behind me.
Did you just kill that guy?
It wasn't a man, I replied. It was something else. I was thoughtful when I turned to meet Gunnar's gaze across the patio. He was a shifter, so that meant he could smell the creature from a great distance away. This is new, huh? He shrugged.
As compared to what?
Well, it's been vampires for months now. Zombies are at least fresh.
It doesn't smell fresh.
He had a point. I should probably get Rooster. He nodded.
I think that would be smart.
I'll be right back. I paused before pulling my phone out of my pocket and jabbed a finger at Raisin. Don't touch anything, I'm serious.
Since when are you the boss of me?
She complained. Since always? I'm serious. Don't touch anything while I'm over there making the call. I'll be right back. Three. Raisin's high-pitched screeches were irritating, but I blocked them out the best I could and dropped to my knees. I scanned the alley for more zombies, but my inner senses didn't ding on anything, so I gave the fallen creature, which had once been a man, my full attention.
Don't touch it!
Raisin chastised, causing me to practically jump out of my skin. She'd somehow appeared behind me without me realizing how close she'd gotten. No, you shouldn't touch it, I countered as I carefully moved the zombie's hair back from his forehead. I'd called Rooster to join us, then dug right in to investigate. It looked as if something was branded into the skin, but I needed to clean up my mess before I got a better look. I'm a professional.
Is it dead?
I'm pretty sure it was dead before it appeared in the alley.
So, it's like a real zombie?
As opposed to what?
A fake one. I've been watching zombie movies lately because Grayson likes them. Army of the Dead says they can mutate. Can they mutate? Oh, and Dawn of the Dead says they can go really fast. That one didn't look fast, though. Wait, 28 Days Later says they're fast, too. And that was so realistic, it was almost a documentary.
I arched an eyebrow and glanced over my shoulder. She was deadly serious. First off, 28 Days Later is not a zombie movie. Why I felt the need to have that conversation right then was beyond me. It's a contagion movie. The individuals in it are infected. They starved to death later, which means they were never zombies. The whole point of zombies is that they die and then get back up. Raisin sniffed.
There's no need to be so literal.
I continued as if she hadn't spoken. Secondly, you're not supposed to be hanging out with Grayson, so it shouldn't matter what movies he enjoys.
You're totally not supposed to be hanging around with Grayson,
Gunnar agreed, catching Raisin's ear and tugging her away from me, likely to give me some space to operate.
Have you been seeing him? I warned him.
Hey, it's not my fault. I happen to know that he likes playing basketball over at the high school on Tuesdays. I like to walk on Tuesdays, and there aren't a lot of routes in town. I just happen to stumble upon him occasionally, and it's not my fault they're shirtless when they play, and it would be rude if he didn't talk to me.
I'm going to beat that kid to within an inch of his life,
Gunnar growled. I shook my head. Raisin's infatuation with Grayson? I had theories about how to nip that in the bud, but they could be explored later. I need something to wipe off this guy's forehead. It was Gunnar's turn to make a face.
Why? It's a zombie. Don't touch it. You'll catch a disease or something.
Plus, it's gross,
Raisin said. He's got something on his forehead, I replied with forced calm. It's like a symbol or something.
Seriously?
Gunnar leaned close, his eyes zeroing in on the area I indicated.
You're right.
I'm always right. His lips curved.
I'll reward you for being such a smarty pants later. Don't touch anything just yet. I'll go inside and get something to clean up the mess. Rooster is on his way out with the others.
Awesome.
As for you, my little pain, stay away from Grayson.
Gunnar tugged Raisin by her ear, even though she didn't want to leave, and handed her off to Bonnie when the other members of our group arrived.
I'll be right back. Watch her. She's in trouble for stalking Grayson Dugard.
Rooster shot Raisin a death glare.
What did we say about him?
That he was a good guy.
Raisin fired back, not missing a beat.
He's a man,
Rooster insisted.
You're a child. Given what we do for a living, I know how to bury a body and not get caught. Is that what you want for him?
Ugh, you're such a goober.
I tuned them out and focused on the body, grunting as I studied his features. His eyes were wide and sightless, the white film thick enough to tell me the transformation wasn't fresh. "He's been a zombie for at least a day," I replied as I patted down the front of his shirt. "I would guess longer, but it's not an exact science."
"That's Kevin Cooper,"
Rooster noted as he hunkered down next to me.
"He died about a week ago."
"You know him?" Rooster nodded.
"Yeah, he was a local addict. I mean, he was a good guy except for the addict stuff. He was an addict for at least 5 years, to my knowledge. His mother lives over on Donahue Street. He lived with her for a time, but she took a tough love approach and kicked him out a year ago. Since then, I'm not sure where he's been living."
"But you're saying he died a week ago," I noted, taking in the corpse's outfit. "Where did he die?"
"There's a flop house over on Robin Hood Drive. He was found there."
I rocked back on my haunches, running the information through my head. "There's a flop house in Hawthorne Hollow?" That didn't sound right.
"It's owned by a local. He lets people come over and get high. It's like one big constant party."
I wrinkled my nose as I sniffed. "I don't think he was embalmed."
"As far as I know, his mother hadn't held services yet. I don't know if she was even going to. She didn't have a lot of money to spare last time I heard. Kevin bled her dry."
"So it's possible he was at the funeral home," I mused.
"Or the medical examiner's office."
"We should probably try to find out which." Gunnar returned, and I accepted the rag he handed me and wiped down Kevin's forehead. Once the grime and blood were gone, the symbol was easy enough to make out, although I didn't recognize it. "Did he always have that thing carved in his forehead?" I reached for my phone so I could take a photo.
"No."
A muscle worked in Rooster's jaw as he stared at the carving.
"Do you think that was done before or after his death?"
"I'm guessing after. I can't be sure, though." I took multiple photos, then checked the images on my screen to make sure they were clear. "I'll start researching to see if I can find a match."
"Send those to me,"
Doc instructed.
"I can look too."
"Sure." I rolled my neck and blew out a sigh. "It's just one of them so far. It might not be anything."
"How often does that happen in our line of work?"
Rooster challenged. "Almost never. Still, there's no reason to panic yet."
"I'm not panicking, but I'll take care of the body. We should get back to grilling."
It seemed weird to continue with a barbecue following the appearance of a zombie, but it was hardly cause for concern given the size and strength of our group. "That sounds good." I stood. "I'm going to wash my hands, then I'll help you grill," I told Gunnar. He nodded, then leaned in and gave me a quick kiss. Apparently, Marissa's assertion that he wasn't paying enough attention to me, something she was clearly thrilled about, was enough to jolt him out of his doldrums.
"That sounds like a plan to me."
3 hours later, I changed into comfortable flannel sleep shorts and a tank top and climbed into bed. I had a book on ancient blood ritual symbols. I wanted to check for a match with the one on our zombie, and since Gunnar was in the shower, I could hear him talking to our cat Merlin through the curtain. Now seemed like the time to do it. I was lost in thought as I flipped pages, my stomach churning as I read some of the descriptions for the symbols. I was so focused on my work, I didn't hear the shower turn off, and I didn't realize Gunnar was joining me until I felt the bed dip. His skin was warm when he rolled in next to me.
"Hey, baby,"
he murmured in that husky way of his. I did my best to keep my smile from making an appearance. "Now I'm baby, huh?"
"You're always my baby."
He slid his arm around my waist and tugged so I was pressed firmly against his side.
"It's come to my attention that maybe I've been neglecting you."
That made me laugh. "I'm a grown-ass adult. You can't neglect an adult."
"That's not true."
He was solemn.
"I didn't mean to shut you out.
I just needed time to think. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. I was distinctly uncomfortable. You're allowed to process at your own pace. You're not beholden to me.
I think the fact that we live together, and love each other for that matter, suggests otherwise. I didn't mean to become a closed-off hunk of meat. It's just hard for me to think about her.
I know. I looked up from the book and studied his strong profile. I don't know how to help you on this one. I opted for honesty. Your situation is difficult. It's not like she died. She was removed from your life because she was a mess. I just don't know how to make this better for you.
You make things better just by breathing.
Oh, somebody is feeling amorous this evening.
Or maybe I'm just sick of feeling sorry for myself, he countered. Just because she was responsible for the darkest time in my life, that doesn't mean I want to shut out the person who has made me the happiest.
My cheeks warmed with pleasure.
That's you, in case you were wondering.
He poked my side and kissed my cheek.
Did you find anything in the book?
Not so far, I replied, resting my head against his shoulder. I haven't really had a chance to look.
I'm betting Doc will have an easier time coming up with results. You should leave it to him. He has computer programs and everything. He might have answers by tomorrow morning, given what he's capable of.
That's true. My lips twitched as Gunnar gathered the book and moved it to the nightstand. Should I take that to mean you have something else you want me to focus on this evening?
Oh, look at that, he crooned. You're beautiful and smart.
I rolled my eyes until they locked with his. You really don't have to go out of your way to pay attention to me. I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. We're good. He didn't look convinced.
I love you, Scout. I want to spend time with you, quality and otherwise. I've come to the realization that I'm perfectly happy eating chicken in bed with you and talking about our cat's bad attitude as a form of entertainment. If someone had told me that would be the case a year ago, I would have laughed until I choked, he continued. But it's true. Just being with you is enough.
The words were so sweet they made my teeth ache. So, basically you're saying that you want to romance my socks off. Gunnar lifted the covers so he could look at my feet.
You're not wearing socks. I do want to romance you, though.
I flicked the switch on the lamp on my right and rolled so I was plastered against him. I think that can be arranged. His grin, which was only visible thanks to the moon shining through the window, was wolfish.
I was hoping you would say that.
We woke together the next morning, Gunnar insisting on an extended cuddle with the cat. Merlin's indignant meows, because his breakfast was late, were enough to force us out of bed. We cooked breakfast together, which had been our norm before Brom dropped the bombshell about Gunnar's mother, then carried our plates to the table on the front porch so we could eat while enjoying the tranquility of the morning. The silence didn't last long.
"Aw, man."
Gunnar's nose wrinkled at the crunching of tires on the gravel driveway, and his lips curved down when his father's familiar vehicle appeared.
He just couldn't let us have one morning to ourselves, could he?
I cast him a sidelong look. He's worried about you. Graham Stratton had been a regular fixture over breakfast the past 2 weeks. Normally, he stopped in once or twice a week, maybe more if he were working on a particularly difficult case. He'd been there every single day since he found out his ex-wife had been mentioned by a murderous vampire. Don't give him a hard time.
I never give him a hard time,
Gunnar protested.
He's the one who gives me a hard time.
That was true. Sort of. Gunnar most definitely irritated his father on a regular basis. Graham went out of his way to irk his son just as often. That was the nature of their relationship, and there was no escaping it. Let's have a nice breakfast, please. Gunnar harumphed, but I ignored it and waved at Graham as he exited his truck. There's extra food on the stove.
I called out.
Awesome.
Graham shot me a wink. By his own admission, he was exceedingly fond of me. He headed straight inside, and I could hear him talking to Merlin as he fixed a plate. When he joined us at the porch table, his smile was warm and welcoming.
How's my favorite girl?
Oh, don't call her that,
Gunnar groused.
She's my girl, not your girl. I hate it when you say creepy things like that because it makes me feel dirty.
Graham popped a strip of bacon into his mouth and studied his son's features as he methodically chewed.
You seem perkier this morning,
he said finally.
That's good. I'm glad.
It was pointed out to him yesterday that he's been a bit of a powder, I offered. Marissa thought we were going to break up because we weren't lovey-dovey in public of late, and he took that as an insult.
Everything that woman says is an insult,
Graham muttered, shaking his head.
I honestly don't understand how you guys put up with her.
Scout dropped a bog on her yesterday and left her smelling like a sewage explosion,
Gunnar offered.
I don't know that it's fair to say Scout plays nice with her.
Hey, I jabbed a finger in his direction. I play nice with everybody. It's not my fault she walked under a column of water. That's on her.
That sounds like a fun story,
Graham noted.
I would love to hear it after we talk about the zombie.
You heard about that, huh? I was rueful. Please tell me you haven't heard stories about the dead rising from their graves from any of the other locals? It would be better for us if this was just an isolated incident.
So far, it is an isolated incident,
he confirmed.
We just know of the one. I didn't actually see the body. Rooster and Whistler burned it before I could check it out. They figured it was safer with Raisin hanging around.
They were probably right,
Gunnar said.
Rooster mentioned there was a symbol on his forehead,
Graham continued.
He said you had a photo. I need a copy just in case we run across another body.
Sure. I grabbed my phone from the table and scrolled through the photos, ultimately sending 3 to him before returning to my breakfast. Please tell us right away if you stumble across any others with that symbol on their forehead. It's better to get ahead of a zombie invasion than lag behind.
That's the plan.
Graham opened the photos I'd sent him, immediately frowning as he moved from photo to photo.
Oh, well, crap.
I swallowed the forkful of hash browns I'd just shoved in my mouth and studied him. Do you recognize the symbol?
Yeah.
You do?
Gunnar straightened in his chair.
Since when are you the expert on anything?
I'm going to pretend you didn't ask that.
Graham's expression was impossible to read as he lowered his phone. His gaze bounced between Gunnar and me before ultimately settling on me.
I've seen this symbol once before, although never on a forehead like this. When I saw it, the person in question had it branded on their back shoulder.
I was caught off guard. Branded? I didn't miss the way Gunnar's frame went rigid. Oh, this is so not good. Tell me. There was no sense waiting it out. I needed to know what we were dealing with.
Yolanda.
Graham shot Gunnar an apologetic look.
She had the symbol branded on her shoulder about 2 months before she lost her mind completely. I believe the others she was hanging with, the shifter purification crew, all had the brand.
My stomach did a long, slow roll. Well, that's not good. I flicked my eyes to Gunnar. I had no idea what to say to him. Do you know what the symbol means?
No.
Graham shook his head.
I'm sure we can find it in a book somewhere, though. I very much doubt that group had the imagination to make it up.
Right. I let loose a breath. Well, I'm good at research. I'll keep looking.
Yeah.
Graham shifted in his chair. I could tell he was bothered. Just like Gunnar never wanted to talk about his mother, Graham was loath to mention his ex-wife. It was as if they'd decided to pretend she'd never existed.
Keep me in the loop, huh? If this is about to explode on my town, I want to know about it.
No problem. I'll make sure you're kept up to date. You have my word. "4. I knew what I needed to do. I also knew it was something Gunnar couldn't do. If I wanted information on the symbol and the vampires, who despite Brahm's fall I didn't believe were gone, I needed to get it from the source. That meant visiting Yolanda Stratton, something I would never ask of Gunnar. So let's talk about your cabin, I told Gunnar once Graham left. The elder Stratton had seemed shaken, but I needed to focus on his son. That was what Graham wanted anyway.
My cabin?
Gunnar looked up from the breakfast dishes he was washing and made a face.
I thought we were focusing on this place.
We are. Technically, the cabin we shared belonged to Rooster. We'd already decided to buy it from him, however, and upgrade it until it had everything we wanted because we loved the location so much. Before we could do that, we had to fix Gunnar's current cabin and get it on the market. You said your cabin needs upgrades before we can sell it.
It does.
Gunnar looked baffled.
Are you saying you want to make those upgrades today?
Winter will be here before you know it. I think anything that needs to be done externally should be done before the snow flies. And won't that be in, a month? 6 weeks at the most, right?
Yeah.
Gunnar scratched his cheek.
I thought you were going to press me on my mother.
No, I shook my head. I'm not doing that.
Because you think I can't handle it?
Because the thing I hate most is being backed into a corner. I opted for honesty. I love you. I know when you're ready to talk, you will. Until then, I think we should focus on other stuff.
Like fixing my cabin.
Doubt was reflected in his eyes.
That sounds nothing like you.
Hey, I'm a pragmatic person. We both burst out laughing. At least I'm not an idiot, I clarified. I want us to be able to move forward. Getting rid of your cabin frees up some money for us to update this cabin. I don't expect us to do much over the winter, but spring is right around the corner, and I'd like to hit the ground running when it rolls around.
It's not a bad idea.
Gunnar leaned in and pressed a kiss to my forehead. His mind was clearly already working.
I can run to the lumberyard and get everything we need. Then I can talk to Brandon about helping me with the external stuff. It really won't take a lot of effort once I have the supplies.
In addition to owning the lumberyard, Brandon Masters was Gunnar's best friend. It wasn't just that I wanted Gunnar out of my hair so I could go on a trip by myself, something that would likely cause a fight later because I wouldn't keep my dastardly deeds from him. It was also that I knew that Brandon understood better than almost anybody what Gunnar had experienced with his mother. I wanted the friends to have time to talk things out. That would help prepare Gunnar for the conversation we would have later. I think it's a solid plan, I said. You can work on your cabin, and I'll research the symbol. How does that sound? He hesitated, and I thought he was going to push me on the issue. I'd been careful not to mention that I had no intention of doing the research at home. The way I'd phrased it technically wasn't a lie. It wasn't the truth either. I would have to face the consequences of that choice later.
I think it sounds good.
He pulled me back in for a hug, stroking his big hands up and down my back.
Thanks for not making things harder than they have to be. I know we need to talk about some stuff. I'm just not ready.
My heart went out to him. I know. When you are ready, I'll be here.
I know you will. Soon, baby. Soon.
I held him tight. Do some manly work. Grunt and hammer things. I bet that will make you feel better. He was smiling when he pulled back.
That is such a sexist thing to say.
Yeah, that's how I roll. I could have Googled the address for the hospital and gone on my way without telling anybody. Given what I did for a living, and the fact that zombies were afoot, I didn't think that was the way to go. Instead, I sought Rooster, who was on his normal perch in the cauldron.
No more zombies so far.
he announced when I appeared at his side.
Maybe it's just the one.
Maybe, I agreed, glancing around. Where is everybody?
Out. I sent Doc with Bonnie and Marissa. I'm determined he's actually going to get his hands dirty before the end of the day. If he doesn't, then I'm going out with him tomorrow. Enough is enough.
He's just afraid, I replied. Honestly, he's irritating, but Marissa is worse. Doc doesn't have a mean bone in his body. He enjoys the research angle. The other stuff isn't his cup of tea.
Well, that's too bad.
Rooster was matter of fact.
He needs to be field rated. He doesn't have a choice in the matter given everything that's been going on. We can't afford dead weight on this team, and that's what he is 50% of the time.
I didn't necessarily disagree. Yeah, well, good luck with that. Rooster pulled his attention from his phone and looked me up and down.
What's up with you?
I was already feeling sneaky, so I turned defensive. Why does something have to be up with me?
Because I've met you, and you have your weird face on.
He glanced over my shoulder.
Where's Gunnar?
He's doing Gunnar things.
Does that mean he's shaving his chest or something? I'm confused.
Even though it was a serious situation, I couldn't help laughing. No, he's not manscaping. He's out at the lumberyard getting supplies so he can fix up his cabin.
I thought he was living with you these days and you guys were buying that place from me. We really need to get the paperwork drawn up for that.
Whatever you want, and he is living with me. We're putting his cabin on the market in the spring. It needs a bit of work. I told him it was best he hit the outdoor work before the snow flies, so he's tapping Brandon and focusing on that today.
That's actually smart.
I thought so.
What are you doing that you don't want him to know about? I mean, you didn't send him out to do construction work in the middle of a potential zombie invasion for nothing. That means you're up to something.
I glared at him.
Oh, don't give me that look.
He tisked.
I'm not an idiot. Out with it, Scout.
I'd gone there for a reason, I reminded myself. He wasn't wrong about my intentions. I'm going to the state hospital. I thought you would know where it is.
The state mental hospital?
I believe that's what I said. I refused to meet his steady gaze. Just give me a direction. Rather than follow my orders, he apparently decided to make things difficult.
I assume you're looking for the hospital Yolanda is in. Do you want to tell me why?
I hate being put on the spot like this. Because I showed the photos of that symbol on Kevin Cooper's forehead to Graham over breakfast this morning. He recognized it and said that Yolanda branded herself with the symbol shortly before she lost her head and tried to kill her kid. Rooster let loose a breath.
Oh, geez. You have got to be kidding me.
I wish I was. I held out my hands. I don't want to push him before he's ready. I know he's going to be angry when he finds out what I'm doing. I also know that somebody needs to talk to her. I can't ask that of Gunnar or Graham. That makes me the next logical person.
Are you only going to question her about the symbol, or are you going to bring up that thing with the vampires, too?
I figured I might as well hit it all while I'm there. I don't want to be making regular visits. Rooster hesitated, then nodded.
I get it. I even think you're doing the right thing. He's going to be upset no matter what, though. You realize that, don't you?
I do realize that. I held out my hands. I don't want to hurt him. In fact, I would cut off my own arm to make sure that it doesn't happen. But Yolanda has information we need. I don't think we can afford to wait it out. He might never be ready to open himself to this.
He's going to see it as a betrayal,
Rooster insisted.
He's going to be really mad.
So mad he won't forgive me? Rooster hesitated, then shook his head.
No, he loves you as much as you love him. Honestly, if the tables were turned, he would do the same thing. That doesn't mean he's going to be happy about how this is playing out. He's going to see it as a sign of weakness. his weakness and be really mad.
I know. I get it. I would be mad if I were him, too. I just have this feeling. Rooster blinked several times. After a few seconds, he asked,
Would you like to expand on the feeling?
There's pressure on all sides. I chose my words carefully. Between Emma and Ezekiel being holed up in the cabin, Evan running around Hemlock Cove with fangs and a soul, vampires popping up with an agenda, and now zombies, I can't do nothing. Rooster ran his tongue over his teeth, his gaze intense. He nodded.
I get it, kid. You're in an untenable position, and you're used to being proactive. That's who you are. I'm not going to fight you on this, mostly because I think you're right.
You do? That filled me with relief.
I do, but you need to be prepared for a meltdown of epic proportions when it comes to Gunner's reaction. That's his mother, and he's put her in a little box for the bulk of his life because of what she did. He reverts to the emotions he had then, the emotions of a child, when she's brought up. He can't help himself.
I'll take my lumps with Gunner. I was resigned to it. I'll apologize, and I'll mean it. I have to do something, though.
Then do what you've got to do.
Rooster grabbed my phone and programmed in the state hospital coordinates so it appeared on my GPS.
Good luck. If something weird happens over there, call me. I think it's important we keep tabs on one another.
That's the real reason I stopped in.
I figured.
He winked.
If I see Gunner, I'll keep this to myself. It's up to you to fill him in.
It was, and that was a conversation I wasn't looking forward to. It took me 45 minutes to get to the hospital, and when I arrived, I found Graham parked in the lot, his back resting against his official vehicle and his arms folded over his chest.
It took you long enough,
he groused. My mouth dropped open as I removed my helmet, placed it on my seat, and dismounted. What are you doing here? Graham shot me a "you've got to be kidding" look and shook his head.
I knew you were coming here before I finished my bacon. Don't treat me like an idiot.
I'm not treating you like an idiot. I pocketed my bike key. I figured you wouldn't even consider a visit here given everything I'd heard about your relationship with your ex-wife.
I don't want to be here, Graham admitted. I hate this place, and I hate her. People think I somehow still have love in my heart for that woman because she gave me my son, but I don't. When I think about her, I want to kill her.
I nodded. I got that. Why didn't you say anything at the cabin if you were planning on coming out here?
Why didn't you?
You know why.
I'm guessing he doesn't know you're here.
Graham pushed away from his truck.
You didn't tell him because you were protecting his feelings. You knew if you admitted what you wanted to do that he would insist on coming with you, even though it's not the best thing for him mentally.
I don't want to hurt him, I explained. He's very twitchy when the conversation turns to Yolanda. You're right, though. He would have volunteered to come with me, even though it would have hurt him. So instead, I distracted him with construction and came myself. I had to check in with Rooster before I headed out.
Construction, huh?
Graham almost looked amused.
That was a smart move. If he's beating things with a hammer, he'll be working out some of that aggression he's been building up for weeks. He was honestly better this morning. I just can't believe this is happening all over again.
He didn't realize he was being a taciturn terror, I said. Marissa was gleeful when explaining she thought our relationship had run its course. I knew it hadn't. He just needed time to work things out on his own. Gunner was appalled to hear her take on things. He was making an effort to be present when the zombie appeared.
He was still better, Graham insisted. He loves you, Scout. I wasn't sure how this would all play out when you first came to town, but you're the best thing that's ever happened to him. He can be himself with you. He trusts you.
For now, I lamented, making a face. He's not going to trust me when he finds out I sent him off to do manual labor so I could interrogate his mother. He's going to be a rampaging fool when he finds out. Graham merely shrugged.
He'll forgive you.
I know. Love makes us idiots for each other.
Or it makes you stronger,
Graham countered.
Either way, it doesn't matter. I knew you would come the second I mentioned the brand. That's why I decided to come too.
Because you don't think I can handle your ex-wife?
Because I think it's best if I'm with you,
Graham corrected.
She's a manipulative woman. She's going to sense you have an agenda. If I'm with you, I'll be the greater distraction. You'll be able to work your magic on her, and she'll be none the wiser.
Is that the reason? I studied him with fresh eyes. It seemed unlikely. I think you want to protect me because you think that's what Gunnar would want. Graham's snort was disdainful.
Since when do you need protection?
It doesn't matter if I need it. It matters that you protect the people you love, just like Gunnar.
You have a mighty high opinion of yourself.
The words could have been construed as cold, but he had a twinkle in his eyes. This is something you can do for Gunnar, I insisted. I get it. You feel like you're at a loss right now, and you don't like it. This is something tangible, and we both want to know what she was doing when interacting with Brahm's crew.
You can't trust her, Graham warned. She's a narcissist and a sociopath. She's going to play with us.
I've played a few mental games of my own, I reassured him. I can handle myself. This woman can't hurt me the way she hurts you and Gunnar. I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Graham cocked an eyebrow.
I need to be truthful with you, kid. I think she can hurt you because you'll die to protect Gunnar. I think you feel the same way about me, too, and I'm not being cute. You're loyal to a fault. Yolanda will sense that and mess with you.
I can handle her. I meant it. We need to do this for Gunnar. He's not ready. He may never be ready. She's important to what we're doing, but he's more important, so we need to walk a very fine line here.
I'm ready if you are.
I exhaled heavily. I wasn't certain that was true. I didn't see a way of proceeding without him, however. Then let's do this. We fell into step as we moved toward the building. In a weird way, I'm looking forward to this, I admitted. I feel like I need to at least meet her if I'm going to be there for Gunnar when he's ready to deal with all the emotional upheaval he's been holding back.
You might change your mind after this. She's not a good person.
No, but you are. We're going to be fine. If there's one thing I know how to deal with, it's a crazy, murderous bitch. I've met more than my fair share of them over the years. Heck, I can further derange them, I'm so good. He chuckled.
And that right there is why you're the best possible match for my son.
I happen to agree. Let's focus on Yolanda for now, though. The other stuff will work itself out in time.
It will. She's our present concern, so let me lead the way. I want her focused on me, at least to start.
That sounds like a solid plan. Six. Are you okay? I asked Graham when we were back in the lot. His distraction was obvious, but he flashed a smile.
I'm fine. That woman can't hurt me. Not any longer.
I didn't believe that for a second. It's okay if your feelings for her are muddled. You loved her at one time.
I loved a different person,
he countered.
She turned into someone I didn't even recognize at some point. It's not hard for me to compartmentalize my feelings for her. The woman I fell in love with was honest and loyal. Somewhere along the way, she lost that.
Not all people lose that, you know. I hesitated, then barreled forward. You don't have to be alone forever. Honestly, I know 2 loyal and honest witches in your age group. They're in Hemlock Cove, but that's not so far away it's cumbersome. Confusion lined Graham's features.
Are you talking about the Winchesters?
I nodded. Winnie is taken. I expect a wedding for her and Chief Terry before the year is out. Marnie and Twyla are single, though. Graham looked legitimately horrified.
Do you know the reputation those women have?
Probably not all of it, but I can't imagine there's anything in there that's overly bad.
They dance naked under the full moon. Everybody knows it.
That sounds sexy to me, although I did see the naked dancing one night. It's kind of distracting depending on the witch. Tilly has no rhythm.
Oh, geez.
Graham pinched the bridge of his nose and looked to the sky.
Let's not go there, huh?
I wasn't done pushing him, but given the day he'd already had, I let it go. Yolanda knows more than she's letting on. I don't know how that's possible, but she's involved in this.
Only from afar. She can't be one of the masterminds. There's no way.
It's possible she was a mastermind back in the day, and her incarceration changed things, I mused. I just can't think of what would be so big that they'd been planning it for decades.
Nothing good.
Yeah. I rubbed my bottom lip and let loose a sigh. I'm going to tell Gunnar I saw her. I just ask that you give me until tonight. I don't want to call him in the middle of the day and drop this on him.
I'm not going to tell him.
Graham's smile was wan.
I get that you need time to decide what you're going to say. He might rant and rave at the start, but he'll be okay eventually. He loves you.
I love him too. You mentioned loyalty. I don't feel very loyal right now.
Honey, you're the most loyal person I've ever met.
Graham was earnest as he regarded me.
What you did today wasn't out of disloyalty. Given the things we know, the conversation had to happen. You were trying to protect Gunnar. He's going to see that. The thing that's going to bother him is that you felt the need to protect him. He's a big, strong guy. He doesn't want to be protected, even when he needs it.
Well, I'm expecting a fight. Because that was true, I made up my mind on the spot. I'm going to stop by Hemlock Cove on my way home. I should have a plan by the time I get back to Hawthorne Hollow. Graham arched an eyebrow.
This is just to buy yourself time, isn't it? We both know once you're back in town, the guilt will eat at you until you have no choice but to tell Gunnar the truth.
I felt defensive under the weight of his stare. I haven't seen Evan in a few days. He's my responsibility.
Uh-huh.
Graham chuckled.
I think it's adorable that you're trying to convince yourself of that.
He leaned over and pressed a fatherly kiss to the top of my head.
Do what you need to do. I won't say anything. Even if he comes to me to rant and rave after, I'm used to it. I raised the surly little pain.
That had me smiling. You love him.
Of course I do. That doesn't mean I'm blind to his faults. The strongest love out there comes from acceptance. I accept him for who he is. So do you.
Yeah. I pressed the heel of my hand to my forehead. This is big. I just can't figure out what it is.
You will.
How can you be sure?
Because you're the smartest woman in the world.
He winked.
I knew it the first time I found you giving my son a hard time. You're special. You don't lose either. We've got this, kid. You don't know how to fail.
Great. I deadpanned. No pressure, though. He barked out a laugh.
Have I mentioned you're one of my favorite people in the world?
Not lately.
Well, the statement stands. You're an absolute delight.
I had serious doubts Gunnar would feel the same way when I told him how I'd spent my afternoon. Evan had taken refuge in the home his aunt and uncle had left him upon their deaths. He was trapped in a time of transition, and the isolated farm made things easier for him. He could walk during the day, but I knew the memories of his time trapped in darkness haunted him. His soul had essentially been shoved back inside what had been designed to operate as an empty shell. He was struggling, yet getting stronger every day. He gave me hope. I found him on his back patio with Tilly Winchester. The witch matriarch had an electric scooter with her and a pig in a tutu and looked to be giving lessons on being annoying.
I'm telling you, this is the way to go,
she insisted, not looking up when I rounded the corner.
You'll look like a badass if you ride one of these. I'm thinking red is your color, and wear a cape while fighting crime.
Evan blinked several times, then shook his head.
Why would I want to ride that thing?
He demanded, his eyes flicking up when he sensed my presence. A small smile curved the corners of his lips as he regarded me, then he went back to barking at Tilly.
I can run faster than that thing can motor around. Yes, but you don't have to exert yourself with a scooter.
Evan muttered something under his breath, and I couldn't quite make it out.
I don't exert myself now. It's not as if I get winded. Your heart beats, doesn't it?
Tilly demanded. Evan hesitated, then nodded.
It has started beating, although it's nowhere near the frequency a human heart beats at.
I cocked my head, intrigued. What is that supposed to mean? Tilly didn't look surprised to see me, which meant she'd been aware of my presence for some time.
He means it beats slower.
I got that part, I said dryly. How slow?
It started as a couple beats a minute,
Evan replied as he dragged his hand through his hair. It looked longer than it had the last time I'd seen him, which was only a few days ago, and the realization threw me.
It's up to about 20 beats a minute.
Normal is 60 to 90, right? I racked my brain. I think I remember reading that somewhere.
It might never get up to normal,
Evan hedged.
I mean, I don't think I'm reverting to a human if that's what you're wondering.
Was I wondering that? Maybe on the periphery. Since he offered that up straight away, I was more interested in whether he'd been wondering that. Your hair is longer.
What?
Evan's eyes narrowed.
No. I didn't notice it until this morning, but it's clearly growing, which I wasn't expecting.
You have a reflection? He smirked.
I always had a reflection.
But I thought bitten vampires didn't have reflections.
They normally don't. I was never a typical bitten vampire. The witch in my blood always had me operating outside the scope of normalcy.
I sank into one of the patio chairs to digest the information. That's weird, right? He shrugged.
Weird is a state of mind. I've learned to go with the flow. None of this has ever been documented before, at least to our knowledge. It's a learning experience all around.
I guess that's a good way to look at it. I meant it. What's up with the scooter?
Tilly won't leave me alone about the scooter,
Evan growled.
I'm sick of it.
Tilly looked blasé.
What?
She shot me an innocent look.
If he's going to be my sidekick, if we're going to fight crime together, he needs a cape. There's nothing more terrifying than a vampire on a scooter when he's wearing a cape. It's a striking visual.
She wasn't wrong. How are you otherwise? I asked Evan. Are you okay drinking the blood from the butcher shop? He nodded.
My strength isn't waning despite the change in my diet. The entire thing is... I don't even know how to describe it.
A learning experience. I grinned.
Yes.
He sank into the chair next to me, his gaze keen as it roamed my face. He obviously recognized that I had an agenda.
You seem worked up today, Scout. What's going on with you? Hold up!
Tilly lifted her hand and silenced me before I could respond.
We're not done talking about the scooter situation. Oh, I'm done.
Evan was adamant.
I'm not doing the scooter thing. This conversation keeps going in circles. I want to hear why Scout is here, because she has her I did a bad thing face on, and that's never good.
I didn't do a bad thing. My response was automatic. At least from my point of view.
Whose point of view is going to differ?
Gunnar is going to be mad. I closed my eyes and heaved out a breath. It was only in that moment that I knew why I really wanted to see Evan. He'd been my best friend for a long time. Losing him had decimated me. He wasn't back to the man he used to be, but that man was still in there, and I needed him. I went to see his mother today.
What now?
Evan leaned forward in his chair.
I thought his mother was locked up in an asylum.
They don't technically call them that any longer, but that's basically what it was. I went to the state hospital. I had questions. Oddly enough, Graham figured out exactly what I was going to do and met me in the parking lot. We went in together.
I think I'm going to need more information,
Evan prodded.
I feel as if I've been dropped in the middle of a story, and I can't follow the plot line without some background.
I told him. There was never any question about whether I would. I laid everything out for him. He already knew about Brahm's dying declaration. He'd been there, after all, but the rest of it was fresh information. When I finished, I studied his face for a reaction.
That seems like a lot,
he said. I waited for him to expand. When he didn't, I pinched his flank, which only caused him to smile. I need direction, he laughed.
I'm thinking. Give me a minute.
What about you? I asked Tilly. Sometimes her mind was like a wrestling match, all chaotic energy and cries for attention. Other times, however, she offered sage advice. Right then, her demeanor was quieter than I was used to.
I didn't know Gunnar when that story broke,
she said, her expression legitimately thoughtful.
All the local news stations were carrying it when it happened. People were upset, and rightfully so. The notion of a mother doing that to her son.
She paused.
Plus, well, even though Graham was the man, he always had a good reputation. People were relieved he managed to save his son. We all would have been happier if the mother had died in the process, though.
From someone else, the statement might have seemed shocking. From Tilly, it was a staid response. I hate her. She's not crazy. She's manipulative, and she understands everything that's happening. I just don't know what to do about it.
That's not what has you upset,
Evan argued, shaking his head.
You're upset because you have to tell Gunnar what you did, and you think it's going to result in a huge fight.
Oh, there's going to be a fight, I agreed. It's going to be ugly.
Is it?
Evan didn't look like he believed that.
I think you've convinced yourself that things are going to be uglier than they're actually going to be.
How do you figure?
Gunnar loves you.
Oddly enough, you're not the first person to point that out this morning. Evan's lips curved.
Graham loves you too. Gunnar thinks you walk on water, though. He's going to be shocked that you went there behind his back, but he's going to conclude that you did it for him fairly quickly.
Graham seems to think that's going to be the sticking point, I acknowledged. Gunnar won't want to be seen as weak, and he'll believe I did this because I recognized he couldn't handle it.
That's why you did it the way you did it. He needs to accept that you want to protect him just as much as he wants to protect you.
I rubbed my stomach. Suddenly, it was upset. Do you have any Verners? Evan nodded.
I can get you some.
He pushed himself to a standing position, his expression impossible to read as he regarded me.
I have to say something to you first.
I'm not going to like this, am I? My stomach threatened a riot.
No, but that's because you're you.
Evan flashed a smile that reminded me of the boy I used to know, before the vampires ripped his throat out and took him from me.
Gunnar is your match. He's strong, faithful, and understanding. Given who his mother is, he has no business being as awesome as he is.
I'd been inundated with similar thoughts before, so I didn't argue.
He recognizes that he has issues where his mother is concerned,
Evan continued, not missing a beat.
I've seen him struggle with mention of her. Is he going to be angry that you didn't tell him what you were up to? Yes. The anger won't really be focused on you. It will be focused inward because he'll believe he forced you into that position. Now, he might snap at you when he hears the news, he said. He might even yell and stomp. He won't be angry long, though. He'll understand. Heck, he might understand from the start. He's not an idiot. I wouldn't be surprised if part of him already realizes what you had planned.
I just don't want to do further damage to him. I rubbed my forehead. None of this feels fair to him. It's frustrating.
Life isn't fair, Scout. He's going to understand.
Evan rested his hand on top of my head.
You're going to be fine. Gunnar is going to be fine, too. You need to stop freaking out about stuff like this. You're going to give yourself an ulcer.
I can't help it. I don't want to hurt him.
You didn't set out on this mission to hurt him,
Evan insisted.
Motive matters. You set out on this mission to protect him. No matter how much he might hate the idea of being protected, he's going to understand that. Give him a little credit.
I nodded, because there was nothing else to do.
I'll get your Werners, he said. While I'm gone, you explain to Tilly why a scooter is a bad idea.
Just to be clear, you're okay with the cape, right? I teased. I mean, you're going to have to give her one or the other.
Both,
Tilly insisted. Evan shot me a dirty look.
Do not add to this insanity, Scout. I can only take so much.
Before he disappeared inside the house, I caught his hand and squeezed it. Thanks for listening to me. You have your own problems. Mine must seem trivial.
Nothing about you has ever been trivial. It's fine, though. I like solving other people's problems. It's easier than solving my own.
Just like that, he disappeared inside, leaving me with an adamant Tilly and a myriad of guilty thoughts. I couldn't postpone telling Gunnar the truth forever. I had to be honest with him, and sooner would be better than later. Despite my resolve, I decided to stop at Heaven's Lawn Cemetery on my way to town. It wasn't overly large, probably 200 graves at most, and it was situated on the 2-lane highway that stretched between Hemlock Cove and Hawthorne Hollow. It was a quiet cemetery, and almost nobody visited, but its isolated location gave me ideas. I wanted to follow a hunch, and I wasn't disappointed. Son of a... I viciously swore under my breath as I took in the ancient graves. If I'd had to guess, nobody had been buried in the cemetery for at least 50 years. That didn't change the fact that at least 20 of the graves had been disturbed, and recently. Upon closer inspection, the graves had been disturbed from below, meaning something crawled out rather than trying to get in. This isn't good. I dragged a hand through my hair. This is so not good. As if I didn't have enough to deal with. That seemed to be proof that more zombies were on the loose. We couldn't just let them roam, although I had no idea where they'd gone. Things kept getting worse and worse. That seemed to be my lot in life as of late. Seven. I went to the grocery store, which was an unusual outing since I preferred takeout, and bought steaks, corn, and potatoes. When I got to the cabin, I found boxes stacked in the living room. That meant Gunnar had been back, but was gone again. I thought about texting him, but I wasn't the sort of girlfriend who needed an account of his every move. Instead, I made dinner, which was an adventure. I rarely cared about making something good. Gunnar showed up about 10 minutes before I was finished. He followed the scent into the kitchen and folded his arms over his chest as he regarded me.
What did you do?
My spine stiffened. What's that supposed to mean? I recognized that sounded defensive and took it down a notch. I'm not doing anything.
Uh-huh.
Gunnar was clearly dubious, but he swooped in behind me, wrapped an arm around my waist, and dropped a kiss on top of my head.
You don't cook. I was about to track you down and see if you wanted to head into town for dinner. This is a surprise, to say the least.
I was a brutally honest person, especially with myself, so I recognized the truth when I heard it. My behavior was suspicious. I wasn't certain I was ready to tell him about my day, but dragging it out wasn't good for either of us. I thought it would be better if we ate here.
Why?
Because there will probably be some raised voices.
You mean mine?
I nodded. You're going to be mad, and I thought it would be best if other people didn't hear you yelling at me. Under those circumstances, I'll lose some street cred if I don't castrate you on the spot.
Oh. You have no idea how frightened I am to hear what you've been up to.
He looked pained.
Just for the record, I knew you were up to something when you sent me out to do construction. I'm not a moron.
You're definitely not.
Before you say what you need to say, I'm going to give you some good news.
Good news is always welcome.
I moved most of my stuff. There are still 2 boxes at my old place, but I can pick them up later. There's nothing important in them.
That's good. I want this place to feel like home to you. I meant it. How about the outside of the cabin? Did you get any work done there?
Yep, and Brandon and I planned things. In 2 weeks, 3 at the most, we can have everything outside done. That leaves the entire winter to spiff up the inside and get it ready to put on the market.
That sounds like a very productive day.
It was.
Gunnar leaned his rangy form against the counter and regarded me with unreadable eyes.
Why don't you tell me what you did today, huh?
He raised a finger before I could speak.
Be forewarned, if you went zombie hunting without me, you're in big trouble.
Is that what he really thinks I was doing? It seemed stupid that he believed I might pick a fight over a zombie hunt. I'd been on enough of them to know that it was better to go in groups and have a plan. I wasn't a moron either. I didn't see any zombies.
That doesn't mean you didn't go looking for them.
I didn't go looking for them either, I reassured him. I did, however, talk to a dead woman. Gunnar's face screwed up.
I don't know what that means,
he said.
Did you track down a ghost or something?
No. I went to the state hospital and had a sit-down with your mother. I hadn't meant to blurt it out, but my discomfort was such that I couldn't stop myself. Once the words escaped, I braced for the meltdown. It didn't come, at least not in the way I expected. He didn't react. Instead, he froze, his expression an echo of a previous conversation. Aren't you going to say something? I asked when the silence stretched on much longer than I was comfortable with.
I'm waiting to see if I'm having an aneurysm,
he replied on a shaky breath.
There's no point in melting down if I'm going to drop dead in the middle of the floor.
Oh, I nodded. How long do you want me to give you?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay. I'm going to finish up the food and take it to the table. You might want to sit there. It will be less distance to fall if your aneurysm proves fatal.
Good idea.
He lowered himself into one of the chairs, his eyes glazed. He refused to look at me, although I couldn't blame him. When he finally raised his eyes, they were full of the betrayal he was obviously feeling. Ah, there it is.
You saw my mother?
He asked, his voice low. Yeah. I sat down with her in the art room. We had a nice chat.
Is that a fact?
No. I carried 2 plates to the table and slid one in front of him. We had a very wacky chat, and she is a complete psychopath. She seemed to have trouble deciding if she wanted to mess with your father or me more. Gunner's eyes went so wide they looked as if they might pop out of his head.
My father? Are you kidding me?
Oh, crap. Did I fail to mention he was waiting for me in the parking lot when I got there? I cringed as anger kindled in the depths of his eyes. He seemed to know what I had in mind and didn't want me doing it alone.
Uh-huh.
Gunner grabbed the bottle of steak sauce and doused his porterhouse.
I don't even know where to start.
I figured, if you want to ramble when ranting, I'm ready. I knew you were going to be upset when I did it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start there.
There was no warmth in his voice, and my stomach constricted.
Why would you go to see that woman without telling me what you had planned?
Expecting the question, I was prepared. Because I needed to talk to her. She's clearly involved in more than just the vampire menace. The symbol on the zombie's forehead was the final straw. I was always going to have to talk to her. You know that. He shook his head.
She's evil.
She's most definitely evil. Gunner rubbed his forehead and stared at his plate.
What am I supposed to say?
I slid into the opening provided and took advantage of the torturing silence. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to feel anything. If you're mad, you're allowed to be mad.
Thanks for your permission.
I ignored the sarcasm. I didn't want to hurt you. I just had questions. I needed to ask them. As for why I didn't tell you, that's simple. You would have insisted on going with me. I refused to put you in that situation.
Because you think I'm not strong enough to see her?
No. I shook my head vehemently. You're strong. You've always been strong since the day I met you. She's your mother, though. She knows every button to push.
I'm not a kid any longer,
he argued.
I'm a man. If you needed to see her, I could have gone with you. I would have been fine.
We both know that's not true. My heart hurt because he was hurting. I'm sorry. The thing is, even being sorry, I would still do things the same way. I can't purposefully hurt you, and seeing her would have hurt you.
I'm not weak,
he practically growled.
I'm not a child who needs to be protected from his mommy.
I know you're not weak. I forced myself to remain calm despite the emotions bubbling up. I had no idea whether that was the right approach. It was simply the one that made the most sense. You're the strongest man I know, and I love you. I just needed to see her. I'm sorry. He pushed away from the table and paced the narrow strip of linoleum between the table and the wall, muttering as he went. I opted to wait him out and started shoveling food into my mouth. I wasn't hungry, but I needed something to do with my hands. After almost 3 minutes, he returned to his chair and sat.
My father was waiting in the parking lot for you?
He demanded. I nodded. He seemed to know what I had planned. He was there before me. I had to check in with Rooster before I headed out.
So Rooster knows you went too? What the hell?
I lifted one shoulder, refusing to let him drag me into a shouting match. I knew that was what he wanted. Screaming wouldn't help the situation. We needed to work through it as adults, however difficult. Given the vampire threat of late and the zombie I took out last night, I figured it was best someone knew where I was. Just in case. I had no idea your father was going to be there. I might have reacted differently had I known. Gunner blinked several times, then shook his head.
See, now I can't be angry about that part of it.
He threw his hands into the air.
You did the smart thing telling Rooster. Of course, you could have told me, but that clearly wasn't an option.
It wasn't, I agreed, refusing to back down. I wouldn't hurt you for anything. There's nothing that would ever make me want to hurt you. I couldn't tell you because you would have volunteered to go with me, and that would have been painful for you.
I could have handled it.
Maybe you don't need to handle it. I mean, I'm fine. I fluttered a hand down my chest. She didn't hurt me. She didn't hex me. She was just a woman locked away in a very sad establishment. It's clear she gets joy out of manipulating people, but I was careful when dealing with her.
And my father? How was he?
I understood what he was asking. Nervous, despite his bravado. He said to let him do the talking, but you know me, I ended up taking over. That drew a wan smile, although he was still careful not to reach over and touch me.
Tell me what happened from start to finish.
I did just that, leaving nothing out. When I was finished, I gripped my fork as tightly as possible and waited for his response.
I don't understand,
he admitted as he cut into his steak. The fact that he was ready to eat was a good sign.
If she was part of this way back then, why are we just seeing the results now?
I don't know, I shrugged. If I had to guess, I would say that she was part of a group back then. That's why she has the brand. Although I didn't get to see that up close and personal, I'm taking your father's word for it.
He wouldn't lie.
I know. I think she got taken in by a group. Or perhaps she took in the group because she's charismatic enough to pull it off, and she somehow derailed the plan back then when she went after you.
I guess. But what's the goal here?
That I don't know. A prickling sensation crawled across the back of my neck, and I jerked my eyes toward the front door. I had no idea what I was expecting, but my insides were beginning to shift. That was never a good sign.
I don't understand how she was powerful enough to shut her and keep you out,
he continued, clearly oblivious to the change in my mood.
And she knew about you being a child of the stars? How is that possible?
She didn't know I was a child of the stars right away, I countered, carefully placing my fork on the table and standing up. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, and it was bigger than the personal angst we were dealing with at the dinner table. She knew I was a witch, recognized me from the get-go, then threw in the child of the stars stuff later.
But it still seems to suggest that she's getting information from somewhere,
Gunnar insisted.
Who could be feeding this information to her? She's not supposed to be getting visitors at the hospital unless they're authorized by her doctor. I doubt very much that random shifters are being allowed in there for a chat.
Probably not, I agreed. I tread lightly as I moved toward the door.
I don't like any of this,
he grumbled.
I especially don't like you lying to me.
I didn't technically lie. I was very careful about that. I just omitted the truth.
That's not better. How would you like it if I omitted the truth?
I would be furious. I moved to the front window and peered out. Almost immediately, I noticed movement on the front lawn, and it was of the lurching variety. Son of a witch! I viciously swore and stomped my foot before storming into the living room and tossing aside a few magazines until I found what I was looking for. A simple silver dagger had been discarded. I used it to open packages and mail and gripped it tightly before moving toward the door.
What's going on?
Gunnar had finally realized that I was focused on something other than his angst. There are zombies on the lawn, I replied matter-of-factly. I know you're still angry, and I'm prepared to take my lumps. While you're putting together your talking points, I'm going to head out and handle this problem. It won't take me but a few minutes. He looked incredulous.
You're not going out there to take out zombies without me. Are you trying to kill me?
His over-the-top reaction made me grin. You've been spending too much time with Landon. The local FBI agent we continuously crossed paths with, Landon Michaels, was married to one of the most powerful witches in the area, Bay Winchester, and he'd become a close friend. That's totally something he would say.
Despite that insult, I'm going with you.
Gunnar rummaged in one of the boxes and returned with a sword.
Wait.
He grabbed my wrists before we could escape into the night to end the threat.
I need you to know something.
His eyes were clear, free of recrimination. My heart skipped a beat. "Maybe this can wait until we're done," I suggested.
I don't want to wait. I need you to know that I'm mad about the way you did things. You should have told me.
I nodded, but didn't respond. It was his moment.
I get why you did it, though. I'm mad at myself that it was necessary. I should be stronger than I am where she's concerned.
I opened my mouth to argue, but he silenced me with a look.
My mother broke my heart when I was a kid,
he said in a low voice.
I knew there was something wrong with her, but I never believed she would hurt me. Moms aren't supposed to hurt their kids. Besides, I always told myself that my father wouldn't let her hurt me. I turned out to be wrong on both counts.
You weren't wrong about your father, I insisted. He would die for you.
Yes, but his rescue was reactionary. I didn't think he would ever let it get as far as it did. That's neither here nor there. We have things we need to work out ourselves. This is about us.
I could only hope he still wanted there to be an us.
I'm not mad that you went,
he said.
I'm mad that you didn't tell me. I get why you did what you did, and I love you. I'm always going to love you.
Deep down, I already knew that. It was still nice to hear. I wish I could say I would do things differently. I wouldn't, though. I'm always going to do my best to protect you. It's not something I can change about myself. It's also not something I would want to change about myself.
Oh, I know.
His smile was rueful.
I think we should talk about the way you did things. I'm not angry that you went to her. I get it. She holds the key to your past and our future in some respects. It had to be done.
It did. You're still allowed to be angry.
I'll consider it.
He leaned in and gave me a soft kiss.
We should kill the zombies first. They're clearly going to be a bigger threat than we were anticipating.
I didn't disagree. Yeah, let's kick the crap out of the zombies. Then we can heat up dinner while waiting for Rooster and the others to get here. I'm going to keep the pie hidden because I don't want to share. Gunnar managed to smile.
There's pie?
Blueberry.
Well, that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, I was totally ready to grovel. He brushed his hand over my hair.
You're never going to have to grovel for my love. That's not how this works.
I was going to grovel for makeup sex.
Well, that's another story.
This time his smile was genuine.
Hiding the pie is a good idea. We'll save that for when we're alone tonight.
Somehow, I knew you would see it my way.
I always do.
Eight. I threw up a magical net to illuminate the yard and stalked toward the nearest zombie before dropping it with ease, taking a look at the rune on the former human's forehead before stepping over him. It was the same symbol that was on Kevin's forehead. Then I surveyed the yard. 4 more, I called out.
I've got it.
His aggression had clearly been building up, and Gunnar put it to good use and killed the 2 on the east side of the yard, one right after the other. That left 2 closer to the tree line, and we moved toward them. Watch the trees, I said in a low voice as I edged to the left. The zombie moving in on me was more bone than anything else. Also, how are these things on their feet? They're not like Kevin.
Let's debate that when they're gone.
Gunnar let loose a grunt and decapitated the lone woman in the group. She'd been buried in a pink-colored dress that was tattered and fluttering in the wind. I stabbed my zombie, but he didn't immediately go down. Frustrated, I grabbed what should have been his throat and cursed under my breath when my fingers slid through the decaying flesh. So gross, I complained as I stabbed him again. Once they were all on the ground, I double-checked to make sure none of them were moving, then took up position next to Gunnar to survey the tree line. Anything? He shook his head.
I don't hear anything.
What about scent? You should be able to smell these things a mile away, especially when outside.
In theory,
he readily agreed.
The thing is, the scent from the ones we just took out is permeating the area. If there are others out there, I can't smell them because these guys are fouling up the atmosphere.
Oh, right. I popped my lips and moved closer to the trees, cocking my head as I extended my magic in an effort to find strays. I can't sense anything either.
That's a good thing, right?
I don't know. I think we need to call Rooster. He'll be mad if we don't inform him right away. It's the responsible thing to do.
And we're nothing if not responsible.
Totally. I lobbed a smile at him, enjoying the way the magical lights illuminated his face. His cheeks were flushed, and I knew the hunt had done him some good. "Are we okay?" I asked after a beat. "I mean, you're not burying your feelings because you don't want to fight, right? I can take it if you're still angry."
"I'm angry that you felt the need to protect me,"
he replied.
"We're okay, though. I don't want to fight. I just need to think about how this all played out. I don't want us to be bogged down in a bunch of drama. It's completely unnecessary."
Yeah, I reached over with my left hand and squeezed his fingers. "Just know that I love you. I wasn't trying to go around you or anything. It felt like the right move."
"I know, and that's why I can't truly be angry with you."
"Just a little surly, maybe?"
"Maybe. We'll see where the night takes us, huh?"
I nodded. "Call Rooster. Make sure Merlin is safely tucked in the cabin. I'm going to search the bodies. I very much doubt they're going to be packing wallets and identification, but it can't possibly hurt to know where they came from." I thought back on my visit to Heaven's Lawn Cemetery earlier in the day. It would also help to know if there are more of them out there.
"I don't disagree. Let's take it one step at a time."
"Totally." Rooster and Graham arrived at the same time, Bonnie and Doc in tow. I wasn't surprised Marissa was missing from the party. The only reason she would deign to visit the cabin was if Gunnar extended a personal invitation, which wasn't on the evening's agenda.
"You called my father?"
Gunnar made a face as Rooster moved to study one of the bodies.
"That wasn't necessary." "He's part of this,"
Rooster replied.
"We need every member of this team working together to make sure we figure out what's going on."
His gaze landed on me.
"I see you made it back from your trip today in one piece."
His statement was pointed. "I did, and Gunnar knows what I was doing," I replied. "We were talking about it when I sensed the zombies."
"You sensed them?"
Graham glanced at me before switching his gaze to his son. The worry in his eyes was evident.
"How does that work?"
"I don't know." I shook my head. "I just felt them. It was as if I could sense them the second they cleared the trees. It's not like I picked up on stray thoughts or anything. I just sensed danger, and here they were."
"Are there any others?"
Bonnie asked. She focused on the trees. "We don't think so, but obviously we can't be certain," I replied. "I tried reaching out with my magic, but there was nothing to trip over. Gunnar says that the smell from the ones we already dropped messes with his detection abilities."
"He's not wrong."
Graham drifted closer to his son.
"Are you okay?"
he asked in a low voice. I did my best not to stare at them. I was convinced their relationship should be studied for a family journal. They were often at odds, sniping at one another and lobbing sarcastic comments left and right, but their relationship was built on love. I knew it would sustain them no matter what horrors were thrown at us.
"I'm fine,"
Gunnar replied stiffly.
"Scout and I talked. I know why she did what she did."
"You mean because she feels the need to be everybody's hero?"
Graham supplied.
"Yeah, that's how I knew where to find her."
Gunnar's lips curved.
She does have a hero complex.
Hey! I glared at them. I'm right here. You don't have to talk about me as if I can't hear you.
We've got it, baby,
Gunnar said.
There's no need to worry that pretty head.
He winked to let me know he was joking.
Let the Stratton men do their gruff talking thing.
Fine. I turned my back to them. That really was between father and son. What do you think? I asked Rooster.
I'm not sure what to think,
he admitted as he moved to the second body.
This whole thing is odd. It's fair to say I have a lot of questions.
Like why they were pointed at us?
That would be one of the questions.
It does seem suspicious given the fact that we visited Yolanda today, I agreed. The thing is, the zombie from yesterday seems pointed when you consider it in hindsight. I mean, why did it turn up outside the cauldron of all places? That feels deliberate.
It does,
Rooster acknowledged.
My problem is that anybody who knows who we are, what we do, would also know that one zombie wasn't going to slow us down. Heck, these 5 zombies didn't even cause the 2 of you to break a sweat. It's a wasted effort.
Unless it's just the first volley, I countered. Maybe they're just a warning. Maybe the real army is still being amassed.
I guess.
Rooster didn't look frightened.
These things are really old. Like, really old. I mean, these people have to have been dead for at least 20 years.
My mind drifted back to the cemetery. Or even longer than that. Embalming is a very weird process, and some of those caskets can hold up under any circumstances. Speaking of that, I stopped at Heaven's Lawn Cemetery on my way back to town today. I did it on a whim. I saw at least 20 graves that were disturbed. Graham shot me an accusatory look.
Shouldn't you have mentioned that to me?
Probably, but I was distracted. Besides, any bodies being resurrected from those graves would be predominantly bone.
Which is what some of these are,
Rooster mused.
Do you think they all came from there?
Maybe. I still wasn't convinced. My problem is that we're talking 20 miles. How long would it take Bones to walk that?
I don't know. Maybe that's the answer to the riddle, though,
Rooster said.
You saw 20 graves disturbed. Where are the others if that's the case? Maybe only 5 of the bodies were strong enough to make it here.
That is not something to hope for, I countered. That means there are 15 zombies out in the woods. Even if they can't walk, they can kill. This area is full of outdoor enthusiasts. It could be dangerous for them to be wandering around out there.
Yeah.
Rooster sighed.
I'll call down to Detroit and see if we can get some extra bodies up here, even if it's just shifters to run the woods looking for stragglers. It's not a dangerous detail, but it is a lot of ground to cover.
That was a start, but we needed more. I think we should go to the cemetery in town. Rooster's eyes jerked in my direction.
Why? I thought we agreed these bodies came from Heaven's Lawn Cemetery.
I didn't agree with that. I just said what I saw. Also, just because one cemetery was tapped, that doesn't mean the others won't be tapped as well. This could be the opening move in a very tense chess match. You said it yourself. Rooster hesitated, then nodded.
We should check the main cemetery. The bodies there are much fresher. They'll be more dangerous.
That's not our biggest concern,
Graham interjected, drawing my attention to him.
You're right about the bodies there being fresher. That means the people in town will recognize them. Can you imagine the inner turmoil you would feel if you were walking down the street and happened to run across a parent or a child raised from the dead?
My stomach did a somersault. We should probably get over there now, just to be on the safe side.
We don't know that they aren't on their way out here,
Rooster pointed out.
We seem to be the targets.
Our scout does,
Graham corrected. Gunner's shoulders squared.
You have been at both locations, Scout.
He looked worried.
Maybe we should move to a different cabin for a few days or something, just to be on the safe side.
Screw that. There was no way I would tuck my tail between my legs and run. No, we're staying put. We're isolated out here. If more zombies are sent this way, at least we won't have to risk innocent bystanders crossing their paths.
She has a point.
Rooster shot Gunner a stern look when it appeared there might be an argument brewing.
Let's take this one step at a time. We have to check the cemetery next. If things look bad, then I'll call for as many reinforcements as I can muster, and we'll go from there.
What if the cemetery is untouched?
Graham asked.
Can we keep it that way?
I can cast a spell, I replied, thinking hard. There are no guarantees in this business. I should be able to protect the cemetery, though.
That's good.
Sure, but I have a feeling we're already too late. A muscle worked in Graham's jaw.
Let's not buy trouble before we know what's what. Let's toss these bodies in a fire and then head out, one step at a time.
Okay, let's do that. It took an hour for us to finish cleanup at the cabin. Burning bodies that were mostly bone wasn't hard since we could conjure fire. By the time we reached the cemetery, however, a cool sense of dread had begun to wash over me. The second we realized the front gate was unlocked, I knew what we would find.
Be ready,
Graham warned us as he drew a gun from his holster.
Take them down right away. Don't let any escape.
My inner danger alarms weren't dinging. I don't think there are any left in there.
Left?
Graham arched an eyebrow.
What do you mean?
I ran my tongue over my teeth, debating what I wanted to say, then shook my head. Let's just check it out. Conjecture is unnecessary given where we're standing.
I want to know what you meant,
Graham insisted. I meant that I think we're in trouble. I refused to drag things out unnecessarily and slid through the gate door. I couldn't throw up a magical net to illuminate the way when we were so close to the downtown area. There were houses across the road, and the occupants would notice us if I started throwing magic around. The cemetery was utterly silent. Not even the birds stirred. When I lifted my nose, the unmistakable scent of decaying flesh was apparent. It wasn't overpowering, however. I glanced at Gunner, and he nodded and confirmed my suspicions.
Bodies rose here,
he said in a low voice.
But I don't smell any of them near.
No,
Graham agreed. He appeared resigned.
I don't hear anything either.
Other than the pounding of my heart,
Doc whispered.
Just for my own edification, can a heart beat out of a chest? I know it's possible in cartoons, but we live in the real world, so I'm uncertain.
I shot him a pitying look. Just stay behind us. I'm pretty sure this place is already cleaned out, so you won't be in danger. It's better to be safe.
Oh, definitely.
Doc bobbed his head.
I want to be safe above all else. Speaking of that, perhaps it would be best if I moved to the chief's car and did some research on my phone in there? Don't make me hurt you,
Rooster growled.
You're part of the team, and you're going to be field-rated if it's the last thing I do. I was afraid you were going to say that.
Doc was so morose, I might have found it funny under different circumstances. That wasn't the case today. Come on, I led the way, cutting down the left aisle. I was almost relieved when the first grave we came across was not disturbed. Maybe I was wrong, I offered hopefully.
That's Carl Cunningham's grave,
Graham volunteered.
He was cremated. His wife is still alive.
He pointed toward the next grave. The tombstone was for a couple.
She's not in there yet.
Right. I moved a few more paces down and frowned when I saw the earth had been disturbed. I guess that answers that question, I said as I allowed my eyes to hop down the aisle. More than half the graves looked to have been disturbed. Well, crap on a cracker. How many is that? Bonnie asked. She'd been silent since we arrived, but the fear emanated from her voice. It's not all of them, but it's still a lot.
It couldn't be all of them, Graham replied. Cremation never used to be something people considered overly much in these parts. Now, I'd say 50% of those being buried opt for it. It's not just more economical. I know a lot of people don't want anybody looking at them when they're dead.
That's me. I raised my hand. I don't want people staring at me when I'm dead. I don't care how good-looking of a corpse I leave behind. Gunner's lips twisted. Can we not talk about you potentially dying? I've had a bummer of a day already. That's going to send me flying over the edge of the abyss. I managed a harsh chuckle and slipped my hand into his. Both of us seemed to need the contact. Sorry, I really don't want people looking at me when I'm dead, though.
Given what's happened here, I'm right there with you,
Rooster said, his eyes narrow slits as they scanned the cemetery. Since Hawthorne Hollow was a small town, the cemetery wasn't very big, so it didn't take him long.
What's that over there? On the ground?
Once he pointed, it wasn't hard to figure out what he was gesturing toward. I don't know. I can't quite make it out. We carefully picked our way through the cemetery, making sure that we didn't actually trip over a partially submerged zombie. Sometimes, when rising, they got caught on a tree branch or wedged behind a big rock. Nothing like that was there tonight. When we did reach the spot Rooster had indicated, however, we found something else waiting for us.
Are these rocks?
Doc asked, clearly baffled.
Who moved rocks in circles like this?
Sometimes I wondered if he was slow. Not in a mean way or anything, but in a street smarts way. I'm assuming the person who raised the zombies moved them, I replied as I heaved out a sigh. I'm sure it's why they were raised in the first place.
But why?
Doc asked.
Because that's the symbol on Kevin Cooper's head,
Gunner replied.
It's the same symbol.
Yeah, and the symbol Yolanda had branded on her shoulder,
Graham added.
There's no way this is a coincidence.
Definitely not. I exhaled on a sigh as I regarded the huge symbol built of rocks. It almost looked like a burial cairn. We're in trouble, I said finally. This is much bigger than 6 zombies.
Most definitely,
Rooster agreed.
What do we do?
I don't know. I just don't have a single clue. It's not good, though.
We need to get ahead of this.
Graham was adamant.
We can't spend all of our time chasing zombies. We have to find the person resurrecting them.
I'm all for that. I meant it. I just don't know where to look. And that, I realized, was how we all felt. We were in it together, and we were behind. Things were probably going to get worse before they got better. Nine. When we left, Graham locked the cemetery door. I knew it was akin to closing the barn door after the horses had made a run for it, but we had few options.
It's going to be ugly,
he told us once we were in the lot.
Prepare yourselves.
I patted his shoulder. You've had a long day. You should go home and get some rest. Graham was incredulous.
How am I supposed to do that when half the occupants of the town cemetery are missing? You yourself said some of the graves at Heaven's Lawn Cemetery out on the highway had been disturbed. We could be looking at a mass invasion.
Let's not get freaked out, I countered, sending him a chiding look. The aliens aren't coming or anything.
No, but the zombies are.
I nodded, because there was nothing else to do. I'm sorry. This is a mess, and it's my fault. Graham stilled.
How do you figure that?
Yeah, how do you figure that?
Gunner demanded. He looked annoyed. The first zombie showed up at the cauldron. I was the one who crossed paths with it. Earlier tonight, they were outside my home. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that I'm the source of whatever this is. I was the only one there both times.
Hello?
Gunnar raised his hand and fixed me with an incredulous look, earning a gruff grunt from his father.
I was there both times, too. Also, it's my mother who might have something to do with this. Has it occurred to you that I might be the target and you're just collateral damage?
No, I opted for honesty. He folded his arms across his chest.
And why is that?
Because everything is about me. I saw no reason to lie. Your mother mentioned the child of the stars. That's freaking me, for better or worse. Gunnar hesitated, then managed to smirk.
It is always about you, isn't it?
Yup. I'm the center of everybody's world these days. It's beyond annoying. He held out his arm and pulled me close before pressing a kiss to the top of my head.
You're the center of my world. That's all that matters. I'm totally going to puke,
Rooster complained.
I think they're kind of cute, Graham said. Scout isn't wrong either. Yolanda didn't know who she was when she first walked through the door. She pegged Scout as a witch. It didn't take her long to figure things out, and when she did, she was beyond excited.
What do we do here?
Rooster asked.
We know they're out there. How are we supposed to find them? I think if what Scout said is true, then they're going to find us,
Gunnar said.
They'll keep coming for the cabin.
Maybe you guys should get out of there, Graham suggested. You know, just to be on the safe side. You can stay with me if you want.
Gunnar looked horrified.
Do you want me to melt down?
Graham shook his head.
No, but I do want you to be safe.
If I move back in with you, one or both of us is going to end up dead. You know that.
Graham let loose a low snort.
If you say so. I happen to think we're both more mature now. It won't be like it was when you were a teenager.
It will be exactly like that,
Gunnar said. Besides, it's better for them to come out to the cabin, I added, hoping to put an end to the potential fight. We already talked about this and agreed. There's no sense changing tactics now. We can use magic on them out there, and nobody will be the wiser.
That's true.
Rooster looked thoughtful.
I still don't like it being just the two of you. Maybe I should send Bonnie or Marissa to stay with you.
I spoke before I could think better of it. Over my dead body? I shot an apologetic look toward Bonnie. No offense. She chuckled.
It's fine. I don't really relish the idea of staying with you guys either. I picture you having a lot of sex, which will make me both embarrassed and jealous.
We can handle ourselves, I insisted to Rooster. Be honest, if a zombie infestation hits somewhere else, we're the ones you would be calling anyway.
That's neither here nor there,
Rooster argued.
I would feel better if you put some form of protection ward on the property.
I already have 5 of them up.
Then add another, specifically for zombies.
Fine. I was too tired to argue.
Also, I think Chester should come stay with me,
Graham said out of nowhere.
If the zombies attack during the day when you're not there, he could get eaten. I don't want anything happening to my grandson.
Merlin, I corrected. His name is Merlin.
No, I don't like that name. His name is Chester. We've had a discussion and he agrees it's a better name.
I wanted to hurt him, but I held it together. Fine, you can pick up Merlin tomorrow morning. He'll be safe with us for tonight, and I know you plan on swinging back around for breakfast anyway.
You bet your sweet Bippy I do.
Ugh.
Gunnar closed his eyes.
I hate it when you say things like that.
Graham's eyes gleamed.
Why do you think I say them?
When we got home, Gunnar and I fell into bed. We took the time to clean up the remnants of the dinner we didn't eat. That was a waste of money. Then double-checked the locks before crawling into bed. Part of me wondered if I should make sure Gunnar and I were well and truly okay with a deep conversation. I was too tired. Instead, I rolled to his side and rested my head on his shoulder. I was out within minutes. When I woke the next morning in the exact same position, I found him watching me with speculative eyes. What? I immediately wiped around my mouth in case I drooled. He shook his head.
I was just thinking.
About what?
About you. You had a busy day yesterday.
I braced myself for the inevitable. It was only a matter of time before the fight arrived. If you're going to start yelling, I need to feed Merlin and maybe have some of that pie first. He chuckled.
I'm not going to yell at you. I don't think that's very conducive to a healthy relationship. My parents always used to yell at one another.
I don't think your parents broke up because of the yelling.
No, but when I look back, it was obvious they weren't going to survive over the long haul. My father only stayed because of me.
If it's any consolation, I think he wishes he would have packed you up and taken off long before what happened.
Yeah, but what if he had done that?
Gunnar was solemn.
She would have convinced a judge she was fine and gotten at least 50-50 custody. My father might not have known to come for me under those circumstances.
He wasn't wrong. It's weird how one little thing can change everything, huh?
Yeah.
He stroked my hair.
I'm not mad, Scout,
he said in a low voice.
I mean, I'm not happy that you felt the need to protect me like you did, but I'm not mad.
You would tell me if you were, right?
Most definitely.
He kissed the tip of my nose.
This is going to be tense enough without you making crap up in your mind. We're fine.
I let loose a sigh, happy. Good. I pressed a kiss to his cheek. Have I mentioned I love you?
Not today.
Well, I do.
I love you too.
We rested like that, cuddled around one another for a full 5 minutes. Then I stirred. Your father will be here in 20 minutes, and I'm starving. We never did get to eat that dinner I so painstakingly made for you. I mean, I slaved over the stove hardcore. Gunnar choked on a laugh.
That's not exactly how I remember it going.
Well, that's how it was. I refused to back down. We probably need to keep the pie hidden from your father so he doesn't taunt us for our eating habits, but once he takes Merlin, how do you feel about carving out some private time for us to eat it in bed together?
I think that sounds like a solid plan.
He gave me a soft kiss.
As long as the zombies cooperate.
Yes, they are the wild card.
Speaking of wild cards, I need to feed our son so he's fat and sleeping when Dad comes for him. Even though I don't want to encourage my father to keep stealing him, I think it's best for Merlin that he not be here right now. And you know what a monster he is when we put him in the cat carrier.
I was right there with him. One less thing to worry about is always better.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
He gave me another kiss.
Come on, I'll shower first, you feed the cat, I'll meet you on the front porch for breakfast. I think this is one of the last times we're going to manage outside before the weather is too much to suffer through.
That made me sad. Okay. I grabbed his hand before he could go too far. I love you, Gunnar. I was insistent. Don't forget that. His expression softened.
Baby, I love you too.
Graham wasn't the only one who showed up for breakfast. Rooster arrived with him, although in a different vehicle, and they looked grim as they regarded one another across the hood of Graham's truck. Well, this is going to suck, Gunnar noted as he watched the interaction. This isn't good at all. You always think that where your father is concerned. I sipped my coffee, silently agreeing that this was definitely going to suck hard. Let's just hear them out. Gunnar shot me an incredulous look. Since when are you a look on the bright side girl? I can be upbeat. That was a total lie. If the glass wasn't half full, then it was empty. I'm totally a sunshine girl. Oh, you're so cute. He slid his arm around my shoulders and kissed my temple. I'll get breakfast for everybody. I was still pouting when I added silverware to the table for our guests.
What's your problem?
Graham asked as he climbed the stairs.
Did Gunnar decide he was mad after all? I'll talk to him.
That was hilarious on the face of it. Gunnar seems fine. I threw in the seems because I couldn't be 100% positive there wasn't a meltdown coming my way. I'm fine, Gunnar assured everyone as he exited the cabin with extra plates. Scout's the one who's mad because I said she wasn't a sunshine girl. She claims otherwise. Rooster and Graham snorted in unison. I'm upbeat, I insisted. I can totally look on the bright side of things.
Oh, you're so cute.
Graham gave me the exact same side hug his son had graced me with moments before. He even topped it off with a kiss on the crown of my head.
You're actually freaking adorable.
I shot an incredulous look toward Gunnar. Next time you tell me you're nothing like your father, I'm going to remind you of this. The light in Gunnar's eyes was worth the ridiculous show. I'm looking forward to it. He turned serious as he sat at the table. We have more than enough for everybody. Awesome. Rooster's smile was warm. I haven't eaten yet today. I've been putting out fires since before the sun came up, which I realize isn't that impressive since the sun doesn't come up until 7 now, but it's still been a long day. Do I even want to ask? I dropped my napkin into my lap as I got comfortable between Gunnar and Graham. How bad are things? Please tell me nobody has died. Nobody has died, Rooster replied quickly. At least we don't think so. That doesn't mean we don't have a lot of ground to cover. He hesitated, then barreled forward. Your old unit is sending people up to help us. I don't know who yet, but since you worked with them, I'm assuming they're good. After Evan, I didn't spend a lot of time with them, I admitted. I didn't want to get close to anybody else. I worked on my own, which was technically not allowed, but I was surly enough that they didn't give me grief. I'm sure it will be fine. Rooster rubbed his cheek. We're prioritizing. That means we need people at the school. I nodded. That made sense. Who are you sending? Gunnar and Marissa. I froze. I'd expected him to say he was sending me. That was not the pairing I would have picked. Why? Yes, why? Gunnar looked as if he was going to start whining. You know I can't stand her. I do, but she's one of our best fighters when Scout is removed from the equation. Why is Scout being removed from the equation? Gunnar demanded. What do you have in store for her? Calm down, Esmeralda. Rooster chided, holding up a hand. I have a different assignment for your girlfriend. That's what I'm worried about. You can't just send her out on her own because she's powerful. I don't like it. Rooster shook his head and made a derisive grunt deep in his throat. I'm shocked you don't like being separated from her. Shocked, I tell you. Gunnar folded his arms across his chest and ignored his breakfast. I demand a say in this. Rooster was having none of it. I'm your boss. You do what I say, or you can find a different job. Danger rippled over Gunnar, but he didn't immediately respond. I need to know those kids are safe. Rooster insisted.
If we lose the school, the town dies.
Not to mention there's nothing worse than knifing kids in the head, even if they're already dead, I added. When I realized all three of them were glaring at me, I shifted on my chair. What? That sucks. I'm not going to take it back.
There's my sunshine girl,
Gunnar drawled.
The townsfolk know something happened at the cemetery,
Graham said.
I've already had 4 complaints from people who wanted to visit loved ones.
It's not even 9, I pointed out. Who wants to visit a cemetery that early?
I have no idea.
Graham held out his hands.
It's a mess, though, and I had to tell them there was a potential gas leak to keep them out.
That's not going to work for more than a few days, I warned. The conspiracy theories are going to start in earnest by the end of the day. Then people are going to try to sneak in and get a look, and when that happens...
It's going to be bad.
Graham already looked resigned.
Rooster is right. The school has to be the priority. We need people there whenever those kids are in session.
Maybe we should just have the school shut down,
Gunnar suggested.
It's not out of the realm of possibility,
Graham conceded.
We're playing it by ear. If the school shuts down, there will be no containing the panic.
I'm not sure that we're going to be able to control it anyway,
Gunnar replied.
As for the school, I'm fine going there. What I want to know is where you're sending Scout. If it's someplace dangerous, then I'm going to insist on a change of assignment. You're going to insist, are you?
Rooster's annoyance was obvious.
Give him a break,
Graham said out of nowhere, taking everybody by surprise.
He's had a rough few days. Just tell him what you have planned for Scout before he explodes.
Oh, I hate it when you're on my side,
Gunnar groused.
It's beyond annoying.
I love you too, bucko.
Graham winked at his son in a way that was clearly designed to grate.
Scout is going out to Mama Moon's place to start,
Rooster replied, putting Gunnar out of his misery.
Mama Moon made a specific request.
Why? I asked automatically. Rooster's shoulders hopped.
I'm not sure. She wouldn't ask if it wasn't necessary, though.
No, definitely not. I shoved food into my mouth, considering. Mama Moon had been in charge of the Hawthorne Hollow branch of Spell's Angels before Rooster took charge. She was cantankerous, set in her ways, and most important, powerful. It's probably best we touch base with her anyway.
I still don't like it,
Gunnar said.
Maybe I should go out there with you.
I slid him a sly smile. You just don't want to spend time with your other girlfriend.
You're my only girlfriend,
Gunnar glared.
Don't make jokes. You know I don't like it.
He's feeling sensitive,
Graham offered.
You should take his very delicate feelings into consideration.
Keep it up,
Gunnar warned.
I know every single thing that irritates you. I can do them all at once, too.
Graham snickered.
That there is a fact.
He shot Gunnar a fond smile.
I think Scout will be fine with Mama Moon. That's the most potent combination we have at our disposal when you leave the Winchester witches out of the mix.
Yeah, speaking of that, do you think they would help if it becomes necessary?
Rooster asked me. I think they would help, I replied. Let's not tap them unless we believe we have no other choice. I don't want to put them in danger if it's not necessary.
It very well might become necessary,
Rooster said.
For now, though, we have a plan for the next few hours. Let's stick to it and see how things go.
Ten. Graham packed up Merlin and his toys before leaving. As they went to his truck, he explained that he was going to use him as a sidekick for the next few days. That made me smile and briefly think about Tilly and Evan.
I might be able to tap Evan to help,
I told Gunnar as we got ready to leave the cabin. He nodded.
I'm guessing he'll have no problem taking out zombies.
Definitely not. I studied his face. Are you okay with that? I know you're weird about Evan.
I was weird about Evan when he first showed up,
Gunnar clarified.
That was before I spent time with him. I thought maybe he was hiding his true motivations and wanted to snap your neck when you weren't looking. I no longer worry about that.
No? You don't think he wants to snap my neck? That was both a relief and a curiosity. Gunnar's mistrust of Evan had been off the charts for weeks.
Nope, I think he loves you, and that's his driving motivation. The other stuff is confusing to him, especially the things he did before you healed him, but he's coming around pretty fast. He's a good asset.
He was. That led me to another question. Rooster is always talking about being understaffed, I hedged. Most of the city operatives don't want to move to the country. Evan is already here, though. Gunnar froze as he slid his coat on.
You want Evan to join the team?
He said finally. It wasn't a question, more like a confirmation. He's already part of the team. He's helped us multiple times. He's helped the Winchesters, too.
I'm not saying I think it's a bad idea,
Gunnar replied hurriedly.
I'm just thinking.
He would get better even faster if he had a purpose. He nodded as if making up his mind on the spot.
I think it's a good idea.
You do not.
No, I do.
Gunnar pinned me with a serious look.
Did you not hear me when I said he loves you? Well, he does. You're his favorite person in the world. I recognize the emotion because you're my favorite person too. He would die for you, and he's powerful. That means I want him watching your back.
Personally, I think Tilly is his favorite person in the world now, but I'm going to take the win regardless. I zipped my coat. I'll wait until after we're clear of this to talk to Rooster. Evan will be out patrolling anyway. I'm guessing that hunting zombies will be good for his aggression.
It will be good for us, too. He's great in a fight. We can definitely use him.
I'm glad you're okay with this. I let loose a breath.
Did you think I wouldn't be?
I shrugged. I honestly wasn't sure. You're hard to read some days.
Are you kidding?
He arched an eyebrow.
I'm a sunshine guy. I'm easy to read.
Laughter bubbled up and spilled out. You're not going to let that go, are you?
Nope.
He swooped in and gave me a kiss.
Wish me luck. Something tells me my day is going to suck more than yours.
Marissa is the devil, I readily agreed. Go ahead and kick her if you're feeling feisty. She likes that. He snickered.
I'll give it some thought.
He hugged me tight.
Be safe, and make sure you check in when you figure out what Mama Moon is up to. I know that you're an adult and can take care of yourself, but this is a fluid situation. I would rather not worry.
I've got it. I'm sure it's nothing.
That would be a nice change of pace.
Mama Moon lived miles outside town, so it took me almost 30 minutes to reach her place. When I arrived, the property seemed eerily quiet, making the hair on the back of my neck stand on end as I tugged off my helmet and surveyed the open expanse. Something felt off. Then the reason lumbered into view, and only 20 feet away at that. Barney, Mama Moon's bear, padded out from the forest. He didn't look leery when he saw me. In fact, he looked happy. "Hey!" I eked out a greeting, barely a whisper. "You're not going to eat me, are you?" A laugh erupted behind me, almost causing me to jump out of my skin. When I turned, Mama Moon stood on the front porch of her store, which doubled as her house when she wasn't charging for psychic readings. It's a reasonable question, I insisted as I regulated my breathing. Also, you're not funny. She laughed again.
You need to take a chill pill. You're wound way too tight.
Have you not heard what's going on? I demanded. There are zombies on the loose, and they seem to be pointed at my team.
Why do you think I wanted you out here?
Mama Moon wasn't prone to histrionics, so her response was calm.
I want to strengthen my wards. I need Barney to be safe, just in case.
That's when it struck me. He's closer to the house. I glanced at the bear, who had found something on the ground he was interested in and steadily pawed at the dirt. You want to keep him closer to the house.
For now.
Mama Moon bobbed her head.
I think it's safer for him. If you guys are targets, it's entirely possible I'm a target too. If I'm attacked, he'll go to war for me. I don't want him hurt.
I blew out a breath and nodded. He's your Merlin, I mused. He just can't sleep on your hair or cuddle in your lap.
Well, he could, but it would probably be uncomfortable.
I can see that. Let's get to the wards. We set out to walk her property line. It wasn't hard to lend her the magic she needed when drawing her wards, but I was more interested in studying the ground for signs of footprints. Have you seen anything out here?
Not so far, but it will likely happen soon, she replied. I have a feeling this is nowhere near over.
I have that same feeling.
Maybe, but your mind is elsewhere.
When I glanced at her, she flashed a smile.
You're not hard to read. Why don't you tell me what's going on, huh? I can't help if I don't know.
I hesitated, then nodded. She was easy to confide in, something I hadn't imagined when I first met her. Now she was like family. It's a lot.
That's okay. I'm used to that with you. I mean, you are the one who healed a vampire.
This is different. I launched into the tale, leaving nothing out. I included Brahm's dying utterance regarding Yolanda because I wasn't certain what Rooster had told her. When I was finished, she looked impressed.
You've had a busy few weeks, she said.
Yup, I bobbed my head. My mind is jumbled because of it.
Which part confuses you the most?
I don't know. I guess Yolanda. I just don't understand how she could be involved.
Yolanda has always been a wild card, and I don't deny it's probably pragmatic that you're worked up about her,
Mama Moon conceded.
I don't think that's the part that worries you most, though.
And what part do you think worries me the most?
Brahm suggested your parents weren't all that far away.
I was caught off guard. He didn't come right out and say that.
No, but it's not hard to read between the lines. They could be close. What's more, since it appears he might have been working with Yolanda, it's not out of the realm of possibility that she has knowledge of your parents.
I gasped. You're the only one who has put that together.
I'm not surprised. The others have worries of their own. Gunnar is a good boy, and he loves you beyond reason. But Yolanda messes with his head. She's good at it.
She was a problem all her own, I admitted. She acts crazy, but she's wily. Plus, I think it's possible for people to be a tad bit nutty and deadly at the same time. I don't trust her.
There's absolutely no reason to trust that woman, Mama Moon agreed. She tried to kill her son. She won't blink twice. If it comes time to kill someone else, you need to be very careful.
I've come to that conclusion myself, I said. I just don't know what to do. I'm afraid to push Gunner too far. He didn't explode like I thought he would, but he's running close to the edge.
He can't help it. What happened to him marked his childhood. When he thinks about his mother, he's right back there again. Nobody wants to be a helpless child at the mercy of a maniac.
I don't want her near him, I said. I just don't know what to do. I want answers about my parents, even though part of me thinks I should let it go. My mind is a freaking mess. She laughed and patted my shoulder.
If it's any consolation, I think you're handling this better than anybody else possibly could. As for your parents, have you considered asking your aunt about them?
I slowed my pace. My aunt?
She might be on a different plane, but she seems to be able to take the pulse of this plane on a regular basis.
She wasn't wrong. I hesitated and swallowed hard. Maybe I should try. It can't possibly hurt, right? Especially given everything that's going on.
I think that's a smart plan. Let's finish the wards, then I'll help you. It's always best to have backup if you're going to plane jump.
Yeah, I would hate for a zombie to rip out my throat when I'm distracted.
That would well and truly suck.
Totally. Before coming to Hawthorne Hollow, I knew plane jumping was a thing. I didn't know it was a thing I could do, however. Mama Moon had picked up on my true lineage fairly quickly, and she tested me with easy plane jumps at the start. That resulted in meetings with Lena, a woman I hadn't known was my aunt until far more recently. I hadn't seen her in weeks. It was as good a time as any for another discussion.
I'll be here if you need me,
Mama Moon promised, her fingers working behind Barney's ears and causing him to growl in delight from the scratches.
Take as long as you need.
I flashed a smile I didn't feel and nodded. I doubt it will take all that long. She's not exactly chatty.
Just don't hurry on my account. Now that the wards are set, I'm good.
Thank you. I sat cross-legged on the ground and sucked in a breath. I forced my mind to quiet, turned off the constant churning in my gut, then ignited my magic. I slid between worlds effortlessly, closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, I was in a familiar forest and Lena was waiting for me on a fallen log.
It took you long enough,
she groused, making a face. I glared at her.
It's lovely to see you, too, I drawled.
Oh, don't give me attitude. She shook her head.
You're supposed to check in regularly. That was part of our agreement.
I shot her a "you're on crack" look. We never had an agreement.
It was implied.
If you say so. I shook my head and glanced around. The forest she chose for our meetings was always quiet. Only rarely did anyone join us. Briefly, and not for the first time, I wondered if she purposely kept me isolated from the others I knew she lived with.
Do you have a report?
Lena prodded after I'd been silent for a long time. Oh, right. I shook my head to dislodge my melancholy. I do have a report. First, I have a question.
If you need someone to tell you where babies come from, you should ask your grandfather. He's very good when it comes to that explanation.
That was so not what I was expecting, and I choked on a laugh.
I didn't know you were funny,
I said when I'd recovered.
That's a delightful discovery. It comes and goes.
Lena's expression was blasé.
I need an update on my family.
It's kind of funny. That's why I came here, too.
Has something happened to Ezekiel and Emma?
She looked stricken.
Have they fallen?
I shook my head, dumbfounded that she'd immediately jumped to that conclusion. Last time I checked, they were fine. To be honest, I haven't poked my head in at their place in days, though. I've been busy with other things.
What other things?
For starters, 2 weeks ago, a vampire attacked. He wanted Emma, although he was more than happy to settle for me when I offered him a deal. Lena looked positively furious.
Why would you offer a deal to a vampire?
Because I was setting a trap and I needed him away from the cabin where they were staying.
Oh.
Lena looked properly chastised.
Continue.
Thanks. I let my eyes roll with abandon. When I killed him, right before he died, he said a few things I haven't been able to get out of my mind. One of those things was about my parents. He suggested they were on this plane and maybe not too far away. Lena merely blinked. He also mentioned that a woman named Yolanda Stratton might have information. I continued, refusing to break eye contact. Does that name mean anything to you?
Not off the top of my head,
she replied.
Should it mean something to me?
I honestly don't know. I held out my hands. In addition to being nuttier than a walnut freak's brownie, Yolanda is Gunner's mother. She tried to kill him when he was a kid, and she was locked up. She should have no contact with the outside world, and yet when I stopped in to pay her a visit, she seemed to know a bit about Children of the Stars. When I told her about the zombie we found with a weird symbol burned into his forehead, she said, "It has begun."
Zombie?
Lena looked conflicted.
What would zombies have to do with our family?
I have no idea. Why do you think I'm asking you?
I don't have a clue.
Lena held out her hands.
It's a very odd situation. I don't have an answer for you.
Awesome. I rubbed the tender spot between my eyebrows. Can you think why a shifter who branded a symbol into her own skin more than 20 years ago would be tied to what's happening now?
No, but I've been removed from your world for quite some time. Many of the things that happen there baffle me.
It's kind of funny. I live there, and I'm often baffled, too. Some people think my obliviousness is my finest quality. Her lips quirked, but she managed to keep a straight face.
Did you really think I could help with the zombies?
She asked after a beat. I shook my head. I figured it was a long shot, but it was worth a try, right?
I can't answer about the zombies. It's possible the enemy coming for you tapped zombies, but I've never heard of that being a thing before. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I waved off her apology. It's not as if I expected you to have all the answers.
No, probably not.
She crossed her arms.
As for your parents,
she pressed her lips together as if debating. Just tell me, I prodded after a few seconds. I'm not going to suddenly fall apart on you. I don't feel anything for those people. She snorted.
Oh, you talk big, but I know better. Even though you're a strong adult, the child inside of you needs to know everything. I get it. I hate not knowing as well. That doesn't change the fact that we lost track of your parents a long time ago. Like, a very long time ago. It's impossible for us to know if they're even alive.
Don't you guys have ways of tracking each other? I pressed. I mean, you found me even though you should have had no idea where to look. That tells me there's some sort of weird connective thread you can tug on.
While that is a very basic way to describe how we found you, you're not entirely wrong.
I should put that on my business cards. Scout Randall, not entirely wrong. Lena's lips twitched again.
Your parents loved you, Allegra.
Her voice grew soft. I really need you not to call me that.
You prefer Scout?
Even though it's a ridiculous name? It's 10 times better than Allegra, I replied. That might have been my name as a child. It's not who I am, though. Fine. She adjusted quickly. Your parents loved you, Scout. They wanted to protect you. I have no idea what sort of magic they cast to protect themselves while searching for you. I have no idea if they're even still alive. It's entirely possible they died over there, and we didn't feel it because they buried their origins so deep. Right. I rolled my neck and stared at the stars. I guess that's not surprising. I really am sorry. She sounded sincere. You're the one who's going to have to ascertain if they're still alive. And if they are, you're the one who's going to have to find them and protect them. That sounds like a lovely task. You'll do it because, despite your bold words, you have to know. You can't look to the future until you reconcile the past. Yeah, I'm not ready to deal with that. I shook my head. For now, we have zombies to deal with. We also have Yolanda. I can't shake the feeling that she's involved in this, even though she should have been removed from the equation a long time ago. I can't help you there. I wish I could, but I have nothing to offer. It's okay. I had to try. I shot her a rueful smile. I should go now. You can stay if you wish. We can have a chat about other things, like Emma and Ezekiel, perhaps. Well, they're not my primary concern. Our cemetery is half empty right now. That has to be the priority. It sounds like it. She flashed a smile. Stop by again when you have more time. I'll see what I can do. (11) When I emerged from my plane haze, I filled in Mama Moon. She listened, taking mental notes, no doubt, then shook her head. You'd think they'd be more help, wouldn't you? They went through all this trouble to protect you, and yet they're ridiculously bad when it comes to providing the information you need to save all of them. Yeah, they suck. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I retrieved it. Gunner. Mama Moon smiled. Take it. I'm going to walk the perimeter again. Barney won't like being caged, but I don't know what else to do. You could ward him, I suggested. Like ward the bear instead of the property? She frowned. Huh. She cocked her head. I never considered that. Just a thought. I hit the button on my phone to accept the call. Don't tell me, I said by way of greeting. You're calling to tell me you're leaving me for Marissa. I knew this pairing was a mistake. You're not even remotely funny, he replied, a deep growl in his voice. I could imagine the scowl on his face and grinned. I'm just checking in. I haven't heard from you in over an hour. I'm guessing you haven't been eaten by a zombie. I'm still chomp-free, I reassured him. How about you? There's nothing here. We're patrolling the grounds, and I've had to tell Marissa no less than 3 times we're not having trouble in our relationship, but everything is quiet. That's something, at least. Have you heard from your father? He drove by 20 minutes ago. He's got Merlin in the truck with him and wants to know if they make cat Ray-Bans. Apparently, that's the official eyewear of police officers the world over. I grinned at the picture he was painting. If we ever do have a kid, he or she is going to be spoiled rotten. Totally. At least we'll have a built-in babysitter so Mommy and Daddy can play kinky games. Yeah, I'm thinking that once we have the kid, we'll want to be extra careful we don't have another. They seem like time sucks. He chuckled. I think that's a concern for another day. Maybe even another year, I agreed. I'm just finishing up here. The zombies have Mama Moon worried about Barney. She's afraid that he could be killed trying to protect her from a horde. I helped strengthen her wards, and I'm guessing we're about to cast a protection spell on Barney himself before I go. I'll check in with you when I get to town.
Awesome. Bring me something to eat when you come. I'm stuck here, and all Marissa carries is celery and trail mix.
You poor soul.
It's been a trying morning.
He lowered his voice.
Just be careful. I know you can take care of yourself, and normally zombies wouldn't worry me because they're slow as a Kardashian coming to the realization that they have no real talent, but this feels off.
Because I felt the same way, I immediately reassured him. I'm fine. I'll be on my way to you in 30 minutes tops.
I look forward to seeing you.
Even though Marissa is determined to take my place?
Baby, nobody is ever taking your place.
Mama Moon was still watching me when I disconnected. Do you really think we can ward Barney? Sure. I stretched as I stood. It's no different than warding property. This way, he'll be able to wander and not destroy your house because he's bored, and you won't have to worry about him being eaten. What happens if he comes running when I'm fighting zombies? He should repel them. Should? I'm not an expert on how this works on bears. I have cast it on children before, though. I think it will be fine. Then let's do it. She rubbed her hands together. Have I mentioned I'm a big fan of the way your mind works? No, but that's a given. I'm a genius. Yeah, let's not go that far. True to my word, I was heading to town 30 minutes later. I kept my eyes on the road. It was technically paved, but so old there were potholes everywhere. But my mind wandered. Lena wasn't exactly a font of information. I believed she helped when she could, but I also believed she was purposefully keeping some information to herself. I had no idea what that information entailed, however, and that was frustrating. I was so lost in thought, I didn't immediately realize a woman was standing in the middle of the road until I was within 100 feet of her. I stopped my bike, glanced around as if I expected a pack of trained monkeys to come flying out of the trees, then turned my attention back to her. Afternoon, I said dryly. It's a lovely day. She tossed her blonde hair over her shoulder. It was long, almost to the middle of her back, and ridiculously shiny under the bright sun. She was dressed in what looked like expensive capris, and Taylor loft at the very least, and Birkenstock sandals. Her shirt boasted slim lines and a V-neck, and if I didn't know better, I would have thought she was a catalog model. Since catalog models didn't hang out in the middle of the road in northern Lower Michigan, I figured I was dealing with something else. I removed my helmet and hung it from my handlebars as I killed the engine on my bike. The situation was completely out of the ordinary, which meant I was intrigued. Of course, the power emanating off her had also garnered my interest and made me leery. Are you lost? I didn't climb off my bike. No, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. When she smiled, she showed off a set of the whitest teeth I had ever seen. They reminded me of an old episode of Friends in which the Ross character had whitened his teeth so much that they glowed under a black light. Why that popped into my head was a mystery. I popped my lips and searched the woods again. There was nothing to suggest we weren't alone, and yet I somehow knew better. You know, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long few days. We were up last night hanging around the cemetery until really late. How about instead of playing games, you just tell me what you want, huh? The woman was the picture of innocence. What makes you think I want anything? Because you're standing in the middle of the road like a moron, I replied, not missing a beat. There's nothing out here. Well, other than me. You're acting as if you were expecting me, which I think is likely. So in the interest of saving time, why don't you just tell me what you want? We'll go from there." She blinked twice, the unnatural length of her lashes suggesting they weren't real. Then she giggled. "I was told you would get right to the heart of matters." "Who told you?" "That's not important." She waved her hand, which boasted those ridiculous long nails that could poke an eye out. They weren't practical at all, especially given the fact that I expected her to pick a fight relatively quickly. "What is important?" "What's important is that we're about to embark on a game," she replied. "It's one for the ages. I thought we should talk about the rules before things get too far out of hand." "Sure." I bobbed my head amiably. "Are we playing Monopoly or Clue?" "I was thinking something more along the lines of World of Warcraft." Ugh. I didn't bother to hide my disdain. "You're one of those." "One of what?" "You're someone who believes video games are the same as board games. They're not." It was an informative detail, however, so thank you. Her eyes narrowed. "Don't you want to know who I am?" I shrugged. "Does it matter? We're going to fight regardless. I'm not sure knowing your name matters in the grand scheme of things." "Well, it does." Her smile was tight. I could tell I was irritating her. "It's Wixom." I waited for her to expand. When she didn't, I held out my hands. "Isn't that the name of a Michigan city?" "So?" "So that means it's not really your name. I'm betting you saw it on a map or maybe on a news report and decided to fancy yourself up. Honestly, that's not the Michigan name I would have picked if trying to strike fear in the hearts of my enemies." Her amusement returned with a vengeance. "Really? What city would you have picked?" "The obvious answer is hell. I mean, that's a real city. It's also a bit on the nose." "True." I tilted my head. "There's Wyandotte, but that doesn't have the best ring to it. If you want to know the truth, you strike me as a Flint." "Flint?" "That's what I said. See, I think there's an insult buried in there, but I can't figure out what it is." She planted her hands on her hips. "You're not playing the game correctly. You're supposed to ask who I am, then wind around to what I am, and then we're supposed to discuss some ground rules." "You've already told me who you are. Your name is Wixom." I purposely blanked my face. "As for what you are, you're a witch. I can feel the magic you're exuding, and it's fairly impressive." "Only fairly, huh?" "Yup. I'm more impressive." "That's what the whispers say," she readily agreed. It was my turn to still. "What whispers are you referring to?" "Don't you know? I thought you were supposed to be the local power. It might just be me, but I would think the strongest witch on the block would already know what she's up against." I frowned. "Nobody needs the snark," I blurted before I could think better of it. "Although, how is it that there's actually someone who is snarkier than me?" "There's always someone bigger and badder on the next block," she said. "In this particular instance, that would be me." "Dude, you shop at Ann Taylor Loft. There's no way you're bigger and badder than me." "Okay, Walmart." She rolled her eyes. "Just because the battle is afoot, there's no reason not to look your best." I was affronted. "I don't shop at Walmart. Why would you even think that?" She gestured toward my clothes as if that was the most ridiculous denial she'd ever heard. "These are American Eagle pants." I tugged on the army green fabric. "Isn't that the same thing?" "Oh, you're just cruising for a bruisin' now." Wixom laughed, clearly delighted. "What a very weird saying. Who would cruise for a bruise?
When I agreed to take on this fight, I didn't realize you shared a vocabulary with my grandmother.
You agreed to take it on? I considered the information. I guess that means you have a boss.
Doesn't everybody?
That's fair. I wiped my palms on my pants. The dread I'd sensed when magically scanning the woods surrounding us had grown in size and stature in just a few minutes' time. It wasn't a good sign.
What do you want, Buxom?
Wixom. I believe it's the same thing. She glowered at me with enough fury to set the world on fire.
I'm here to explain the rules of this interlude.
I don't play by rules.
You will this time, if you don't want to lose the people you love most, that is. I'm guessing the individual on top of your list would be that guy with the long hair you're living with.
When I jolted, a smug smile played across her lips.
Oh, did you think I didn't know about him? Personally, I think long hair is low class and gross. I don't get why men go that route. I prefer a clean-cut gent, but to each his own.
Yes, you can take all the Doogie Housers of the world, I agreed without hesitation. I'll take all of the Keanu Reeveses.
That's not fair. Keanu Reeves doesn't always have long hair. Sometimes he has short hair.
When he's hot, he has long hair, I shot back.
Well,
except for Speed. He was hot as hell in that one and had almost no hair. Otherwise, all his hot performances involve long hair.
Name one.
I couldn't believe we'd gotten off on that tangent. I also couldn't stop pressing her buttons. Ted Theodore Logan.
That movie is ancient.
That doesn't mean he wasn't hot.
He was hotter in Point Break, if you want to go back that far.
The dude pulled off a man bun in 47 Ronin. There's nothing hotter than that.
You don't even know what you're talking about,
Wixom snapped.
He had short hair in The Matrix. Game over.
He had long hair in the most recent one.
That was the worst one.
No, nothing beats The Matrix Revolutions as the crappiest movie.
You're full of it.
I lashed out with my magic at the exact moment she exploded. I sent a bolt of fire to my right and caught the two zombies who had appeared out of nowhere. They immediately started burning and groaning. I followed up by throwing a freezing spell at Wixom. Unfortunately, she was expecting it.
Oh, you're going to have to be faster than that,
she snapped as she dodged, whipping something that looked strangely like Wonder Woman's golden lasso in my direction and catching my shoulder hard enough that I spun and toppled backward.
Short-haired Keanu Reeves is not hot,
I bellowed as I rolled to keep myself invisible. I was below the ditch line, and I didn't want her to get the upper hand, although technically she already had it. As I shifted, I noticed movement at the far side of the ditch. Oh, son of a witch! I threw more fire at the incoming zombie, breathing a sigh of relief when he fell. How are you doing this? I tried to keep my voice reasonable.
Doing what?
She asked after a few seconds. She'd changed positions. She'd moved closer and cut me off from my bike. Controlling the zombies. I withdrew the dagger I'd shoved in my boot on a whim that morning. That seemed to have been a good decision. It's a power I didn't know witches held. I rolled again, smirking when a blast hit the spot I'd been hiding in seconds before.
There are a great number of things you know nothing about,
Wixom replied.
That's what happens when you're not raised by people in the trade. Your family hated you, right? That's why they gave you up. They didn't want to have to deal with you, and now you're behind the 8-ball.
I've never really understood that expression. I rolled again, cringing when she almost hit me that time. She was starting to anticipate my moves, which wasn't good. On top of that, I was starting to run out of ditch. I needed to make a move, and unfortunately for everybody concerned, it wouldn't be toward the road and my bike. She would be anticipating that I needed to run through the forest, which was likely teeming with zombies. I had 0 good choices, and only one resulted in me possibly staying alive.
"What expression?"
she asked blankly. "Behind the 8-ball. What does it mean?" I didn't move to my left, but scrambled toward the opposite side of the ditch. It was time to move toward the trees.
"I have no idea,"
she replied, throwing a barrage of magic toward the spot where she thought I would be.
"You'll have to ask someone smarter than me."
"So, a Kardashian, right?" I was filthy by the time I crawled out of the ditch and rolled into the high foliage, mostly ferns, that surrounded the trees.
"Oh, you think you're so funny."
She sounded furious.
Hey, where did you go?"
She'd made it to the ditch. She was moving faster than I anticipated. Rather than respond, I rolled to my knees. I had one shot at surprising her, and I intended to use it. Before I could fire off a freezing spell at her, however, a zombie lurched out of the woods and went for my arm. I reacted fast. There were cures for zombie bites, or so I'd read, but I had no access to one right then, and set the zombie on fire. Unfortunately, that opened me up to attack, and Wixom took advantage.
"You really are stupid,"
she said as she threw out her arm and hit me with a spell strong enough to rip the flesh from my hip. I screamed. I couldn't stop myself, and fell forward as I tried to push the pain out of my mind and regain my wits. It was a tall order. She laughed.
"I can't believe they think you're the strongest witch in the land."
She was moving in behind me. I could feel her.
"You're not strong. You're weak. I didn't even have to break a sweat to beat you."
I flung out the only spell I had the energy to muster, a fire spell, and staggered to my feet. I was losing blood, and the edges of my mind were turning black. Whatever spell she'd thrown at me seconds before was strong enough to take me out. I couldn't allow it. After taking one wobbly step toward the woods, I knew there was no escape. I was about to fall, and if I did, I would never get back up. "Gunnar." My heart heaved his name. "I'm sorry." Making a fist, I prepared to throw out the magic I had left. It wouldn't be enough to save me, but it might be enough to hobble her. If I could protect my team, then perhaps the Winchesters could swoop in after the fact and handle Wixom. It was my only hope. Just as I was accepting my imminent demise, Barney appeared. He roared as he swiped out with his paw, knocking back 2 approaching zombies I hadn't seen. From somewhere, only a few feet away if I had to gauge, Wixom squealed, then ran in the opposite direction. "Barney!" I was dumbfounded when I saw his majestic face. "You're here!" I could have sworn I heard the bear talking to me. He looked frustrated as he nudged me, seemingly annoyed that I wasn't moving fast enough, and finally I slid my hand over his fur and climbed onto his wide back. How I found the strength to pull myself onto the creature was a mystery. Once there, I let out a breath as the bear raced into the woods. Unconsciousness was coming, and soon. Despite that, I had to get in the last word. It was simply who I was. "It doesn't get any hotter than John Wick." I gripped Barney's fur out of fear I would lose my hold, but the darkness was swooping in. "Thanks, Barney," I whispered. "Even if I die, no, you were a badass." With that, I fell into the abyss. I had no idea whether I would ever make it out again. 12. When I opened my eyes, I was in a lot of pain. For one terrifying moment, I thought I'd gone blind. Then I realized it was dark and I was in the woods. Movement to my left jolted me, and when I readied for an attack, one I didn't feel strong enough to fend off, I realized the movement belonged to Barney, who was standing guard. "Hey," My voice was raspy, my mouth dry.
You're still here.
The bear didn't respond.
Thanks for that, and the rescue.
I tried to roll to a sitting position, but my hip hurt too much, so instead, I wiggled enough to retrieve my phone from my pocket. Thankfully, I had not only battery enough to make a call, but reception bars as well.
Things could be worse.
My eyes were blurring, but I found Gunnar on my contact list, and he answered on the first ring.
Scout.
He sounded panicked.
Baby?
Hey. I forced myself to remain on task, even though my mind wanted to wander.
How is life?
Okay, I wasn't that on task.
Where are you?
He asked, his voice cracking.
I'm not sure.
I swallowed what felt like glass.
I need you to listen, because I'm afraid I'm going to pass out again.
Pass out?
He sounded anguished.
I'm listening. Tell me what you can, and I'll find you.
There was a woman in the road when I was leaving Mama Moon's place. A witch. She could control the zombies.
Have you been bitten?
He sounded horrified.
No, I've been hurt.
There was no point in lying.
I got hit by a spell. My hip is a mess. I've lost a lot of blood.
Are you still out by Mama Moon's place? We searched in that area.
I wasn't surprised they'd already started searching for me. Hours had to have elapsed during the time I was unconscious. I'm between Mama Moon's place and town. I don't know where. My bike. I had to leave it in the road. That remembrance hurt, and I battled back tears. I don't know what happened to it.
We'll find it. Don't worry about the bike now. If I have to build you a new one from scratch, I'll gladly do it. Just tell me what you can.
There's not much, and everything hurts. I'm going to pass out again. She was in the road. We got in a fight. It was over. She'd beaten me, and then Barney showed up.
There was silence on the other end of the call.
Gunnar? Have I lost him? If I had, it was already too late.
I'm here. I'm just not sure what to say. The bear saved you?
Yeah, he's still with me, standing guard. Maybe Mama Moon can track him.
I'll call Rooster,
he promised.
Evan is here too. We're going to come for you together. Hang on.
I'll try.
No, you hang on.
He was fierce.
I'm going to find you, and I'm going to take care of you. I'm coming right now.
Thank you.
Don't thank me. I love you.
He choked on a sob.
I'm on my way. I'll be there before you know it.
That would be nice. I love you too.
I know. We'll be together soon. I promise.
I ended the call and did my best to focus on the sky. Stars poked through the heavy boughs. The only noises came from Barney as he snuffed around, circling me as he wandered. It was a protective measure, and I appreciated it. I couldn't focus, though. I started floating within seconds, my mind drifting. A series of images filled my mind. Me as a kid being frightened as I arrived in a new group home. Me talking with a girl I'd met there, a magical girl who made me feel nostalgic. Poet. Whatever happened to her? Me joining Spell's Angels in Detroit. Me meeting Evan for the first time. Going on assignments with Evan. Losing Evan. Arriving in Hawthorne Hollow. Gunnar. His smile. His swagger. Raisin. Gunnar kissing me. Evan's return. Healing him. Ezekiel and Emma. Finally, Wixom appeared in the road. She looked far too full of herself, and I wanted to hurt her. It was a dream, not reality, so I floated again. Ultimately, I sensed movement before I saw it. My mind wasn't firing on all cylinders, so I was understandably confused. Another animal was present, although it wasn't as big as Barney. The bear didn't fight with the interloper, however. He lumbered over to sniff the... Wolf? Is that a wolf? Then it hit me. Gunner.
Baby.
Gunner shifted back to human form. He was naked, which was the norm after shifting, but it seemed out of place given our location. You're not wearing any underwear, I said dumbly. Gunner let loose a hollow laugh.
I guess not. Yes, we're all freaked out by that,
another male voice said. At the same moment, a pile of clothes hit Gunner in the face.
Luckily, I thought ahead to solve that problem because nobody needs to get up close and personal with little Gunner. Hey.
Gunner's eyes flashed as he glared at Evan.
Nothing about me is little.
Oh, good. A testosterone flex, I murmured. Gunner's eyes were full of fear when they flicked back to me.
Sorry, I'm not.
Evan hunkered down next to me, his hands moving toward my hip.
I'm not trying to hurt you. I need to see. Mama Moon sent us out here with several potions. I need to know what we're dealing with before I give you one.
Awesome. I closed my eyes. Knock yourself out. I could hear them murmuring to one another, but I couldn't make out words. When I opened my eyes again, Gunner was dressed, total bummer, and had 3 vials of potion in his hands. He seemed to be patiently waiting, but I knew better. It's okay. I tried to touch his face and missed. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
You're not,
he agreed, pressing a kiss to my forehead.
I won't let you leave me. That sounds very stalkerish,
Evan noted as he plopped down on the ground and faced me. His gaze found mine.
I can't sense any magic in that wound. It's ugly, and I have a healing potion, but I need to kill the curse first if you have one. So, have you been cursed?
I considered the question. Yep. It wasn't hard for me to come up with an answer. It's slow-moving. It will kill me by morning, though.
No, it won't.
Evan held out his hand, and Gunner slipped a potion into it.
Gunner, brace her back against your chest. We need her upright for this.
Gunner seemed all too happy to acquiesce. He gently slid his arm around my waist and tugged me to him. I gasped when the pain from my hip jolted through my system.
I'm sorry, baby.
Gunner sounded like he was being tortured.
I would never purposely hurt you.
It's okay, I reassured him. It's okay.
We're going to fix it.
Evan's eyes were full of sympathy and the loyalty I remembered from years before, and with a soft touch, he brushed my hair back from my face.
First up is curing the curse. We have to kill it before we can throw the healing potion in you and alleviate some of the pain you're feeling. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'm kind of numb now.
We're going to fix it all.
Evan tilted my head back as Gunner wrapped his arms around my chest and held me securely.
Bottoms up.
I sputtered at the acrid taste of the potion, but managed to keep it down. Gunner's lips were warm against my cheek as the potion washed down to my belly.
15 minutes,
Evan said as he took my left hand and checked the pulse point on my wrist.
We can't heal you until we're certain the curse potion has done its job. So, let's talk. Tell us what you remember.
I already felt stronger, which I took as a good sign, and bobbed my head. I was on my way back to town. I was already thinking about food. Gunner let loose a hollow laugh.
You are food-oriented. The second we get you out of here, I'll take you home and fill you with whatever you want to eat. I'll get you cake, ice cream, licorice, whatever you want.
I want tomato juice.
We really need to talk about your food choices.
He rubbed his cheek against my forehead. He seemed to be pulling himself together, but it was slow going.
Tell me about the witch.
Evan prodded. Wixom.
What now?
He cocked an eyebrow. She said that was her name, but there's no way that's her real name.
That's the name of a town, Gunnar offered.
Yes, I might have said something snarky about her being better off going with Flint as a name.
Might have?
I shrugged and was gratified that I could control my muscles again, even if they were shaky. She taunted me.
Oh no.
Gunnar kissed my neck.
I'm sorry. That had to be difficult.
She was snarky on top of it. My lower lip jutted out. She should know I've already carved out my position as the snarkiest witch in Hawthorne Hollow. She can't just swoop in and ambush me with zombies in an effort to take my title. That's cheating.
She sounds lovely.
Evan went back to looking at my hip.
This is pretty ugly, Scout. I can't believe you survived it.
Gunnar's heart skipped a beat against my back, but he didn't comment. I was running on pure adrenaline, I admitted. I thought I was done. I was ready to make my last stand, hopefully take her with me, but then Barney showed up.
And she didn't attack him?
I can't remember. My forehead creased. Those last few minutes of fighting are hazy. Although, to be fair, I warded Barney at Mama Moon's place. We figured that warding the property would only get us so far. She was worried about him charging to her rescue and getting hurt, so we warded him specifically.
And then he raced to your rescue.
Evan mused, his eyes landing on the bear.
That's interesting.
I rode him like a horse, I admitted. I had enough strength to climb on, and that's it. I don't even remember anything after that. Something occurred to me. What time is it?
After 8,
Gunnar replied, his hands moving to my shoulders and rubbing.
You were gone all day. I was expecting you to show up at the school. When you didn't, I started texting. When you didn't respond, I called Mama Moon. She said you left on time. Then I started panicking.
That sounded about right. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't apologize for this,
he growled.
It's not as if you could have controlled what happened.
Maybe not, I said. I'm still sorry you were so worried. I was out of it that entire time. Where do you think my bike is? They must have taken it.
We didn't see it when we were looking for you,
Gunnar replied.
We have extras tucked away in the storage garage. You can ride one of those if your hip is okay. Otherwise, you can ride with me.
I made a face. You might think that's a nice offer, and I get that you're trying to make me feel better, but I want my bike. I built it. I love it.
We'll find it,
Evan reassured me.
It's possible it's still out on the road. Once I'm sure you're okay, I'll look for it myself.
That didn't make me feel better. That horrible witch probably destroyed it just to spite me. I'm going to kill her just as soon as I'm on my feet. And it's going to hurt.
That sounds fun.
Evan grinned and checked my phone screen.
5 more minutes until we can toss that second potion in you. Tell me about Wixom.
Why? She's horrible, I squirmed. I can't believe she thinks she's snarkier than me. I'm going to teach her the lesson to end all lessons on that front. You just wait. Evan feigned patience, but I could tell my focus on Wixom was starting to grate. I don't know what to tell you, I sighed, dragging my hand through my hair. She was just in the middle of the road.
What does she look like?
Ever calm, Evan prodded me toward the topic. She's blonde, long hair down to the middle of her shoulder blades. It clearly came from a bottle.
How can you tell that?
Gunnar asked. Because her eyebrows were dark. Oh, and she wore fake eyelashes. I'd forgotten that part until just then. Who wears fake eyelashes to a magic fight? That's some stupid stuff right there. She was dressed like Ann Taylor Loft chewed her up and spit her out, and she had the audacity to suggest I shop for my clothes at Walmart. I mean, come on. Evan pressed his lips together and shifted his eyes to Gunnar.
I think she's feeling a little better. This is a good sign. I told you it would be fine. You did tell me that,
Gunnar conceded.
I can't help it that I was worried when looking for her. I know you tried to talk me down, but I'm not apologizing for barking at you. He literally barked at me,
Evan offered for my benefit.
like one of those little yippy dogs that those socialites carry around in purses. It was horrible. I don't yip.
Gunnar sounded incensed.
I have a manly bark. Come on.
I didn't mean to laugh. It was supposed to be a serious conversation, but I couldn't help myself. Oh, you guys are striking up a bromance, I said when I could speak again. It's kind of cute. I never expected it, but I think I like it.
Despite our differences, we have one very important thing in common,
Evan noted.
We both love you beyond all reason.
My heart hurt thanks to his earnest expression. I guess that's good.
I'm glad you approve.
Evan twisted the top off the second potion.
Bottoms up.
That potion didn't taste any better than the first, but I eagerly downed it. When I was finished, I closed my eyes and leaned back against Gunnar, letting the magic elixir do its thing.
Why do we think she can control zombies?
Gunnar asked as he continued to massage my shoulders.
That's not a normal ability for a witch, is it? Definitely not,
Evan replied.
It's more of a voodoo thing, although there have been witches with necromancy powers who have managed it over the centuries. There are stories. Bea's necromancy powers,
Gunnar noted.
Do you think she could raise zombies?
Evan hesitated, and when I opened my eyes again, he was holding his palms out.
Bea is a work in progress. I think had she embraced her magic when she was younger, she would have a firm grasp on exactly what she can do by now. She didn't, though. Something Tilly thinks is a travesty. And she's only learning now. I do think we should probably talk to her. She might know something that can help us. Are you still spending time with Tilly?
Gunnar asked.
I think it's fair to say that Tilly is spending time with me,
Evan clarified.
She's intent on making me her sidekick.
She wants him to wear a cape and ride a scooter with her, I supplied, smiling. I think it sounds like the best collaboration ever, and I say that as someone who has listened to David Bowie and Queen work together on the same song. Evan smirked.
Yes, I remember when that was your ringtone for a week straight. I believe you were dating that warlock at the time. You were convinced he was really an agent of darkness, not that you were ever dramatic or anything.
I rolled my eyes. I'm not dramatic.
Not you.
Gunnar's cheek rubbed against mine as he continued to massage my shoulders. I was starting to float again, but for a different reason this time. The pain in my hip was ebbing. That didn't mean I would be able to walk on it that night. Have you guys considered how you're going to get me out of here? I asked. It's going to take me forever to walk out, and I don't think we can ask Barney to walk 20 miles with me on his back.
Don't worry about that,
Gunnar reassured me.
My truck is about 5 miles from here. We just have to get you there.
And how are you going to do that?
We're going to carry you,
Evan replied.
I think we'll take turns and argue about who carries you better during the walk.
My lips twisted into a sneer. That sounds like my worst nightmare.
Yes, but it will be fun for us, and that's all that matters.
If you say so. My stomach chose that moment to growl. Where did we land on the tomato juice? I haven't eaten since breakfast, and I'm starving.
That's a good sign,
Gunnar replied.
I'll get you food as soon as possible, whatever you want.
Red Lobster? I was being cheeky, but since I'd mentioned seafood, it sounded delicious. My stomach growled again.
Baby, if I have to call my father to pick you up some Red Lobster and meet me at the cabin with it to make you happy, I'm more than willing to do it.
Don't tease me.
Hey, he's been worried too.
Gunnar offered up a wan smile.
It's been a rough day. You get whatever you want for dinner. I'll make it happen regardless.
Honestly, I'll be happy with McDonald's fries and an apple pie at this point.
I'm sure that can be arranged.
"13. I loathed the idea of being carried. It made me feel weak, but I was pragmatic about certain things. My hip wouldn't be strong enough to put my full weight on it for hours. The potion was doing its job, but it could work only so fast. That meant Gunnar and Evan switched off carrying me, and because they were strong and fast, and fueled by paranormal and competitive drive, the trip only took 10 minutes.
I'll ride in the bed,
Evan announced as Gunnar fastened my seatbelt in the truck cab.
If I disappear, don't worry about me. It just means I saw something I wanted to check out.
Gunnar hesitated.
Are you sure that's a good idea? Maybe we should stick together. I won't leave if I think there's an attack coming,
Evan reassured him.
Scout can only contribute so much to a fight right now. I just want to be prepared in case...
Although he didn't finish his sentence, we knew what worried him.
Okay.
Gunnar nodded, then smiled at me.
I just got a text from Rooster. They're at the Cauldron. I know you're tired, but I think we should fill them in now. It's better they have all the information. I had him send Doc out to get you something to eat.
My stomach rumbled happily. I'm numb. It's okay. I just want food.
Then we'll make it work. We'll be in town in 10 minutes. Then we'll discuss what happened, and I'll take you home. You need rest.
Under normal circumstances, I would have argued. I was tough after all, but weariness permeated my bones. That's fine. I glanced around. Where's Barney?
He separated from us when we got to the road,
Evan replied.
He's heading back toward Mama Moon's place. He's warded, so he'll be fine.
I feel like I should buy him a gift. What do bears like?
Honey,
Gunnar replied, not missing a beat. I frowned. Are you sure that's not just Winnie the Pooh?
I've seen Mama Moon give him honey. I also remember a time about 2 years ago when he got a face full of bee stings because he found a hive.
Honey it is. The ride to town was conducted mostly in silence. Gunnar was intent on the road, but I didn't miss his constant looks in the rearview mirror to make sure Evan was still with us. When we got to the Cauldron, I insisted on walking inside under my own volition. There was no way I would allow Marissa to see me looking weak, and my steps were small and delicate. Still, I managed the trek myself, which was progress, and I was surrounded the second we crossed the threshold.
Are you okay?
Rooster was off his stool and directly in front of me.
We've been searching for you all day.
Yes, and we're all thrilled to have spent our day that way, Marissa drawled. Rooster shot her a quelling look.
Don't push me,
he growled, telling me it had been a long day for all concerned. I'm fine, I reassured them, glancing around. Where's my McDonald's? Rooster's lips curved.
Doc is getting it. He should be back any minute.
Ugh. Rather than try to climb onto a stool, which would have been painful and likely impossible, I sank into the nearest booth. I'm starving.
We still don't know what happened,
Bonnie reminded me. She looked genuinely concerned, which told me I probably looked like I'd been through some sort of ordeal. Since I had, I wasn't too worried. I met a witch on the road, I replied. She wanted to send a message, and I have to say, she was fairly effective when sending it. I'm going to kill her the next time I see her, and I'm going to enjoy it.
Scout is a little worked up,
Evan explained as he moved toward the bar.
Can I have a drink?
Sure.
Whistler bobbed his head, seemingly surprised.
What do you want?
I'm honestly not sure.
Evan scratched his cheek.
Food and drinks are odd for me now, but I feel the need for some whiskey.
On the rocks?
Sure.
Evan smiled and turned back to me.
Whoever this witch was, she managed to push every button Scout has. I'm kind of looking forward to meeting her. Of course, I'm looking forward to killing her just as much.
I'm killing her, I insisted, my eyes going to the door as it opened and Doc entered. He held a large takeout bag. I believe that's mine. I made a hurry-up motion with my hand. Give that to me right now. Doc's eyes widened at the order, but he quickly handed over his offering. I dug inside and pulled out the contents. How much did you think I was going to eat? 5 sandwiches and 3 orders of fries were in the bag, and 2 apple pies. Those are both mine. I snagged them, gripping them tightly, then glanced around to see a multitude of expectant faces watching me. What?
We didn't know what you would like.
Rooster chuckled and shook his head.
Gunner insisted we get you food, but wasn't specific except for the fries and pie.
Oh, I'll eat anything. To prove it, I grabbed a Big Mac container, and then the Filet-O-Fish one, too, because I was really hungry. You guys can have the rest. Gunner snagged the quarter-pounder and sat across from me. I knew he would stick close for the foreseeable future, given how scared he'd been when he found me. For once, I wasn't upset about the idea of being smothered.
We need the specifics,
Rooster insisted.
We need to get ahead of this.
I told him what I knew, which was precious little. Yet again, I got hung up on how snarky Wixom was. Then I remembered the Keanu Reeves fight, and I went into a little too much detail about that, which had Evan and Gunner grinning. When I was done, Doc was already tapping away on his computer one booth over, and the rest of the team seemed thoughtful.
I've never heard of a witch being able to raise zombies,
Bonnie said.
I've heard of them being able to control ghosts like your friend over in Hemlock Cove, but zombies are entirely different.
They are. I bobbed my head. I've never seen anything like it either. I had mayonnaise on my face from the fish sandwich. I could feel it, but didn't bother to wipe my cheek. I honestly didn't care. Have you found anything? I asked Doc.
I've just started, but I might have something.
Doc was intent.
The first thing I did was search the Spells Angels database. There's no mention of a Wixom in there other than a city.
There's no way that's her real name, I said. I'm guessing she thought it was whimsical or cool. Did I mention she shopped at Ann Taylor Loft?
Yes, and we can't wait for you to keep mentioning it,
Evan said as he sipped his whiskey. He studied it almost as if he was conducting an experiment.
Do you think I can get drunk?
It was an intriguing question. Could you get drunk before I did what I did?
I don't know. I never tried. I only drank blood back then.
I made a face. Let's not talk about that when I'm eating my weight in grease, huh? Evan smirked.
Fair enough. You said you found something, Doc.
Gunner pressed.
What is it? I found an Instagram account,
Doc replied.
It's for Wixom, no last name, and she's listed as a Michigan resident.
Let me see. I gestured for him to bring the laptop to me. I was hurt and had no intention of getting up until time to leave. Doc did as asked, angling the screen so I could see the photos he'd pulled up. They jolted me. That's her, I confirmed, my eyes going wide. Are you seriously telling me she's on Instagram?
Apparently so,
Doc said.
Her real name is Wendy Garrett. She has it right in her profile. She says Wixom is her model name, whatever that means.
Across from me, Gunner went rigid.
Wendy Garrett?
Do you know her? My stomach sank. Somehow, I recognized that the news was going to turn into something bad.
I don't
Gunnar snagged the laptop and stared at the photo. When the vein popped in his forehead, I knew I was right.
I know her,
he confirmed, swallowing hard.
I know her pretty well, in fact.
Oh, I'm definitely not going to like this. If you tell me you dated her before me, I'm going to have to kill both of you. Gunnar's swallow was pronounced.
That's not fair, baby. It's not like you were innocent before we met. When we were out rescuing you tonight, Evan told me about that weird warlock you once dated.
I barked. I didn't need to be rescued. I could have, eventually, made my way back to town. As a ghost, most likely, but I still could have done it.
Here we go.
Evan shook his head.
Don't ever say the R word to her. She doesn't like it, and she goes off on tangents.
I don't go off on tangents.
Do you remember the time you got caught in the marrow net in the Detroit River?
Evan demanded.
I had to save you. And how did that go? For a month straight, you said you'd wished I'd let you drown.
I was at the end of my rope. How do you know her? I gritted out. Rather than immediately answer, Gunnar slid his eyes to Rooster. They seemed to have a silent conversation. Don't make me hulk out here, I warned. The sigh Gunnar let loose was long and drawn out.
She's a shifter.
No, I shook my head. She's a witch. I fought her. She most definitely didn't fight like a shifter.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
He held out his hands in supplication.
She's most definitely a shifter. I think she's 2 years younger than me. She used to be Pack, but she left about 5 years ago.
Was that before or after you dumped her? I demanded. Gunnar turned sheepish.
What makes you think I dumped her?
Because you're acting like a moron, something we don't have time for.
Fair enough.
He bobbed his head.
We dated, although it was only for a few months. It was nothing serious. It was more like she always had a crush on me, and after constantly running into her, I decided to give dating her a try. I wasn't in love with her by any stretch of the imagination, but we spent some time together.
Didn't you live with her for 2 months? Marissa challenged out of nowhere. She'd been quiet for the bulk of the conversation, and when I pinned her with a "you're going to die" look, she seemed far too pleased.
I didn't live with her,
Gunnar replied hurriedly.
I've never lived with anyone but you, Scout. I've only ever loved you, too.
He jabbed a finger toward Marissa.
Can you not be you right now? Scout almost died today. I think she's been through enough.
Marissa was suddenly the picture of innocence. I was just telling the truth. Since when is that frowned upon in this group?
Shut up, Marissa,
Rooster ordered.
You're stirring up trouble when it doesn't need to be stirred up. We need answers here.
He focused on Gunnar.
I vaguely remember you dating the girl. You weren't even with our team yet. I saw you guys around town a few times. She seemed nice enough.
Gunnar darted his eyes to me.
Nobody's as nice as Scout.
It's too late for that, I muttered, shoving a handful of fries into my mouth. Way too late. I was talking with my mouth full, but didn't care. It wasn't as if they were having trouble understanding me.
Was she a witch on top of being a shifter?
Rooster asked. He was clearly determined to reroute the discussion to something more comfortable for everybody concerned.
I don't think so.
Gunnar seemed contemplative. He'd completely abandoned his sandwich.
I never saw her use magic. She shifted under the full moon, but we all did. And that's it.
I didn't even know that shifters shopped at Ann Taylor Loft, I complained bitterly. L.L. Bean? Sure. Ann Taylor Loft, though? I mean, what in the hell? Bonnie patted my shoulder.
I'm sorry. I know this must be difficult for you. Can we stop talking about her clothes? Rooster demanded. We have a real problem here. A shifter Gunner used to date just tried to take out his current girlfriend with a pack of zombies and enough firepower that she almost died. This is a dire situation. She wasn't a girlfriend, Gunner argued. She was a distraction. Yeah. He bobbed his head. That's the best word for her. She was a distraction.
Give it up, Gunner, I ordered. She was your girlfriend. She dresses like a total Karen, wears false eyelashes to a magic fight, and you dated her. We need to move on. Gunner shifted on his seat.
This day really sucks. I wish we could go back and start all over again.
He wasn't the only one. What can you tell us about her?
Not much.
His cheeks colored.
I was young when I dated her. She was only 20 herself. It wasn't some great love. It was just a temporary thing. I knew that going in. I thought she was pretty, and she followed me everywhere like a lovesick puppy. It's nice to be revered.
Oh, I am so grossed out. I rolled my neck. Rooster shot me a sympathetic look, but held up a finger to silence me before I could start ranting and raving again.
How did you end things?
Gunner rubbed his lips together as he seemed to search his memory.
It was a gradual thing,
he said finally.
At one time, we were seeing each other regularly. Those visits grew to be fewer and farther between. Eventually, we just stopped talking.
So you ghosted her?
No, and I don't like that term. We just stopped talking. It was mutual.
You said she left the pack, I prodded. Why?
The pack was having issues,
Gunner replied.
You saw how things were when we were out there a few months ago. In the years leading up to their isolation, a lot of pack members left. They saw the direction things were going and didn't want to be a part of it. Do you know where she went?
Rooster asked.
No, I'm sorry.
Gunner's shoulders hopped.
I think there was talk of her going with a group to Grand Rapids. They wanted a bigger city. Not that Grand Rapids is huge or anything, and that's the area they landed on.
And now she's back and magical. I mused, my eyebrows moving together when Rooster's phone started dinging on the bar counter. He headed off in that direction, leaving me to fume. I wonder if they have any Ann Taylor loft in Grand Rapids.
You need to let that go,
Evan chided.
If you fixate on her clothes, she's going to kick your ass again. Do you want that to happen?
That just tore it. She did not kick my ass.
She wasn't the one carried off by a bear,
Evan shot back.
She wasn't the one who almost died in the woods. You can be as petulant as you want, but that's the truth. Yes, she caught you by surprise. She also had enough firepower at her disposal to knock you off your game. You got lucky today. That's the only reason you're still here.
And now I want to kill you too, I muttered, my temper getting the better of me. This is just unbelievable. Does nobody have faith in me?
I do, baby,
Gunner said in a low voice. Oh, I'm mad at you, I muttered, making a face. I can't believe you dated her. It's too horrifying to fathom. Rooster snapped his fingers to get us to shut up, and when I looked in his direction, all the color had drained from his face.
You stayed there, Raisin,
he ordered in his most no-nonsense voice.
We're coming right now. Don't move unless you absolutely have no choice. Do you understand me?
My anger with Gunner, which was mostly a show, disappeared as I focused on Rooster. What's wrong with Raisin?
She's at the high school.
Rooster looked as if he was about to have a fit.
There's a dance tonight. It ends at midnight, and she's there. According to her, the school has been surrounded by zombies.
My yen for a good night's sleep evaporated. Then I guess we'd better get over there. Gunner made a protesting sound.
You're nowhere near back to full strength.
It doesn't matter. I was resigned. You need me. I don't think you can save Raisin without me if Wixom is there.
She's right,
Rooster said before Gunner could respond.
It's Raisin. Actually, it's all the kids. We have to save them. This is exactly what we were worried about, and now the fight is here. Scout is coming. That's all there is to it.
"14. After his first half-hearted attempt, Gunnar didn't try to stop me from going with them. He knew I couldn't stay away. Instead, he was adamant about me not getting too close to the fighting.
You should stay here,
he insisted when he parked on the road in front of the high school.
There's no reason for you to wade into that mess. We'll do it.
I'm fine, I insisted. I wasn't fine. My hip was nowhere near fully healed and wouldn't be for at least another 36 hours. It would steadily get better, but I wasn't all that mobile yet. Don't worry about me. We have to get to the kids. All I could picture was Raisin using her zombie movie knowledge to try to protect her classmates. It wasn't a pretty picture.
Scout, be reasonable.
Gunnar refused to back down, which I found surprising given the circumstances.
You can't run. If you go in there and start dropping zombies, what happens if you get overrun?
He barreled forward before I had a chance to respond.
I'll tell you what happens.
He barely took a breath.
We'll waste our efforts keeping you safe when we should be moving toward those kids. You being here actually works against us.
I absolutely hated that he had a point.
She can come with me,
Evan offered out of nowhere, catching me off guard.
What now?
Gunnar, who had been in the middle of checking his weapons as if he'd already won the argument, snapped his eyes to the calm vampire.
I can carry her,
Evan replied evenly.
I can take her with me from spot to spot. Her magic will be helpful and potentially necessary. You can't argue that. I was thinking she could wield her magic from the back of the truck.
Gunnar pointed for emphasis.
She'll be up high enough that the zombies won't be able to get her, and she'll still be part of the fight.
It was an interesting suggestion. I'll agree to your terms under one condition. Now Gunnar was the one surprised and immediately suspicious.
What conditions?
You have to drive it to the lot. I can't be precise given how tired I am if I'm this far away. I need to be closer. Gunnar worked his jaw. It was a compromise that neither of us was particularly happy with, but he ultimately nodded.
Fine. You have to promise to stay in there, though.
We both know I can't promise that. No. I vehemently shook my head when he opened his mouth as if to argue. If something happens and I need to get out of this truck, I can't temper my instincts because it will make you more comfortable. I have an outstanding survival instinct. Don't make me second-guess it. His sigh reminded me of the one Graham whipped out when dealing with his only son after an overtime shift.
Fine.
Evan chuckled at the long-suffering look on Gunnar's face.
I'll keep her steady in the truck bed. You need to drive it in. Great.
Gunnar stomped his feet as he rounded back to the driver's side of the truck.
I can't tell you how much I hate this plan.
You'll survive, and so will they. I pointed at the high school. Raisin is in there, and she's waiting for us, so chop chop. He extended a warning finger in my direction.
We're going to talk about this later.
I can't wait. Despite Gunnar's best efforts to keep the vehicle steady, the ride to the lot was bumpy. Upon hearing the noise, the zombies moved away from the school and toward us. They were mindless, so they didn't even notice as they were mowed over. Evan positioned himself behind me, using his vampire strength to keep me centered. He didn't look worried about the fight to come, but I knew him well enough to sense the undercurrent of tension rippling through him. Watch Gunnar, I said in a low voice when we'd come to a complete stop. I can take care of myself.
I think I'm going to watch you both.
Evan gave me a cheeky wink that reminded me so much of his former self, the man who died before being reborn into a vampire, that my heart pinched.
You do your thing up here, but don't waste unnecessary energy. You're going to be exhausted regardless. Keep that magic in check in case we really need it.
I recognized the wisdom of his words, and as much as I loathed being seen as weak, that practical side of my personality refused to cede the battle. I'll do my best. With a nod and a pat on my shoulder, Evan launched himself past the zombies. When he landed in an open spot, he removed a dangerous-looking dagger. It almost reminded me of a mini sword from inside his coat. He started using it with the first arc of his arm. On my left, Bonnie and Marissa engaged their magic. They weren't as strong as me, something Marissa was bitter about, but zombies were no match for magic of any kind. The women easily froze the zombies so Whistler and Rooster could move forward and knock them down. It was a precise operation, and they were making good headway. I searched for Doc and wasn't surprised that he was still out by the road. He gripped a sword, but didn't look to be using it any time soon. With a sigh of disgust, I turned back to watch Gunnar and Evan. They'd taken up position together, shoulder to shoulder, and easily hacked through the zombies. I tossed out a quick freezing spell, hitting the next line of zombies, and watched as my comrades went to work. It bothered me that I wasn't part of the fight. I understood why it was better for me to remain behind. That didn't mean I had to like it. Then everything changed. I sensed her long before I saw her. I scanned the zombie horde, but didn't find her. Then I looked over my shoulder. She wasn't there either. It took me several seconds to track her with my magic, and when I finally looked toward the bus about 100 yards away, I found what I was looking for. Wixom, still in the same ridiculous outfit, stood on top of the random bus parked on the lot's outskirts. She looked haughty, and her attention was solely on me.
"I'd wondered if you'd survived," she called out. "I guess you're tougher than you look."
Was that supposed to be an insult? That was definitely the way I took it. Listen, false eyelashes, I wouldn't be talking about looking tough if I were you. I mean, I think you're wearing blue eyeshadow.
"Midnight moon," she corrected. "It's a color palette for women with a wild streak."
I really wanted to hurt her. I turned so I was completely focused on her, shutting out the zombie fight. If I kept her busy, my friends could snuff out the zombies. That was the most important thing right then. Oh, and kicking the crap out of her. That was pretty important, too. "Well, Wendy, what's the plan here?" I used her real name because I knew it would irritate her. I wanted her full attention. She narrowed her eyes.
"I don't go by that name."
"Yes, because Wixom is so much better. It's not pretentious and posery at all."
"It's the name of my soul."
I blew a raspberry. Has anybody ever told you that you make Paris Hilton look down to earth? Rather than be upset by the insult, Wixom preened.
"That could be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I'm struggling to decide on my winter coat. It's down to Gucci and Chanel."
Do you think if I posed the question to her, she would answer? I think this is easily the dumbest conversation I've ever been mired in. I shot back.
"Really?
How can you say that with a straight face after the Keanu Reeves discussion?"
"It was ballsy to use that as your parting shot.
It still doesn't change the fact that long hair is wrong on men. Your argument might hold more weight if you hadn't spent a decade lusting after Gunnar. I had no idea whether her crush had lasted that long, but ultimately, it didn't matter. Were you upset when he ghosted you?
I told you I didn't ghost her.
Gunnar snapped from my left, eliciting a gasp from me as I jerked my eyes to him. He'd obviously picked up on Wixom's appearance, which meant he'd double back to check on me. That was not part of the plan. And there he is. Wixom beamed at my boyfriend, making me want to punch her in her lady bits. It's been a long time. Gunner's reaction to her was harder to gauge.
I would say it's nice to see you, but it's not.
He readjusted his grip on his dagger.
Why are you doing this?
He looked genuinely curious.
The girl I remember wouldn't have gotten involved in something like this.
I'm no longer a girl.
Wixom's smile was feral.
Besides, you didn't like that girl too well if I remember correctly. That's why your interest was so fleeting and you so easily drifted away.
Ha! I pumped my fist, triumphant. I knew he ghosted you. It was the eyeshadow, wasn't it? I demanded. She looks like a 1980s reject with that stuff. All she's missing is ratted hair and a Cyndi Lauper theme song. I thought better about it as soon as I said it. Wait, Cyndi Lauper is too cool for you. You're more of a Debbie Gibson girl, aren't you? The look Wixom shot me was withering. I could hear my team in the background methodically hacking through her zombies. In that moment, however, all that mattered was her and me. Well, and Gunner, but I was still grossed out he'd dated her.
How can you tolerate her, Gunner?
Wixom demanded.
When I heard you'd taken up with a witch, I was understandably shocked. You were never a purist, but come on. She is so not the sort of woman I pictured you settling down with. I bet she shops at the dollar store.
Those were fighting words. Saucio! The spell erupted from my throat before I even recognized what I was going to do. Wixom didn't realize anything was happening until she was being knocked backward off the bus. I moved with purpose, hoisting myself over the side of the truck bed and racing in that direction. My hips started screaming when I landed, and it still had a dull ache when I rounded the back corner of the bus. I ignored it and focused on Wixom, who had recovered enough to roll to her knees. She looked dazed. Saucio! I snapped out, hitting her before she could recover and shield. She attempted to raise her hand and deflect, but she failed to shield herself from the brunt of the blast.
What are you doing?
Gunner demanded as he arrived at my side.
I told you to stay in the truck. You promised.
She's wearing Ann Taylor Loft.
I screeched back. I knew how deranged I sounded. It had been a long 48 hours, though. Between the zombies, visiting his mother, worrying about how he would react to me visiting his mother, plane jumping, Barney, and the attack on the road, it was all too much. Add in losing my bike, and I was teetering on the edge of sanity. Scout. Gunner looked genuinely concerned as he stepped toward me. I held up a hand, forcing myself to take a cleansing breath. He had a right to be worried. I sounded like a nut. I just want to have a discussion with her. Gunner looked torn, but ultimately nodded.
Please don't do anything crazy.
I won't. I meant it. We're just going to talk. Isn't that right, Wendy? Her face was lined with fury when she shifted to meet my gaze. There was hatred there, and not of the superficial variety. When she looked at me, she clearly felt rage. I understood how that was possible, despite the fact that we'd known each other only a short time. I felt it when I looked at her, too.
Don't call me that,
she rasped.
I haven't gone by that name for a very long time.
No, I wanted to hunker down and get on her level, but I knew if I did, there was a real chance I wouldn't be able to get up again. That would be embarrassing. Instead, I leaned against the bus to ease the weight off my ravaged hip. What happened to you? How did you go from fighting the man in your pack to commanding zombies? Who are you working for? The laugh she let loose was hollow.
What makes you think I'm working for anybody?
Common sense. You basically told me as much out on the highway when you ambushed me. Gunner growled, but otherwise remained silent.
Look at you,
Wixom drawled as she regarded him.
I thought you would grow a pair eventually and take over that pack. It was what you were always meant to do. Did you, though? No. You joined a different pack, one full of misfits like this one.
She jerked her thumb toward me.
Why would you go down this road when the other was so much better?
I never wanted to be pack, let alone a pack leader,
Gunnar replied.
I told you that back then.
Yes, and I told you that you were making a mistake.
Wixom was completely focused on him.
Don't you understand? A war is coming. This witch, although the word doesn't fit the horror that she is, will be on the wrong side. She should be your enemy.
Why am I your enemy? I demanded. I don't even know you. Unless something occurred to me.
Unless what?
Gunnar prodded after several seconds of silence. I ignored his question and kept my focus on Wixom.
Were you working with Brom?
She answered a little too quickly for my comfort level.
I have no idea who that is.
What a load of crap.
Oh, yeah?
I decided to needle her because that was what I did best.
He picked his name from a book. Well, an author who wrote about vampires. It was a stupid name. You guys have that in common. It's not a stupid name.
She was the one who flew off the handle that time, reminding me of a petulant cheerleader. Heck, Raisin boasted more maturity on a normal day. Wixom lashed out and threw a bolt of magic at me. I was expecting it and easily shuttled it to the side, pointing it toward a tree which caught fire in a terrific burst.
That was stupid,
I said as I turned to stare her down. Unfortunately, the spot she'd been in seconds before was empty. What the? I stalked forward, ignoring the way my hips screamed, and scanned the ground. Where had she gone? It couldn't have been far. I'd had my gaze off her for only a split second.
Is she under the bus?
Gunnar dropped to look down. I watched for his reaction, but he was shaking his head when he crawled to his knees.
This is crap,
I snapped as I stomped around the bus to look for her there. I didn't expect to find her, but I couldn't give up when I'd had her in my grasp. I should have killed her, I lamented as I fisted my hands at my sides. I shouldn't have tried to talk to her. I should have just ripped her head off and used it as a bowling ball. Her in her Ann Taylor Loft war outfit.
Oh, jeez.
Gunnar shook his head, his eyes moving to the parking lot. None of the zombies remained. They were all gone.
We need to talk about your obsession with her clothes, baby. That's not at all healthy.
He wasn't wrong. I couldn't make myself care. Where's Raisin? I demanded as I moved forward again, that time with a pronounced limp. Oh, crud on a cracker. I knew I was going to fall backward even before I started flapping my arms. Gunnar smoothly stepped in and caught me just as the front door of the school opened to allow the kids to flood out. They screamed as they raced through the parking lot toward their vehicles, and the tear-streaked faces I glimpsed as they fled told me there was some trauma to go along with the ugly dresses.
You need to rest,
Gunnar growled as he stared into my eyes.
Come on, enough is enough.
I had her. That was the part that bugged me most. I had her, and I should have killed her. She's still out there, and she's nowhere near done coming for us. Gunnar worked his jaw and nodded.
I know. It's okay, though. We're together. Raisin is safe.
He inclined his head toward the teenager in question, who was explaining something to Rooster by using big hand gestures.
Everybody is safe. We have time to figure out the rest.
Intrinsically, I knew he was right. That didn't stop me from being frustrated. I hate those stupid pants.
I know, baby.
He kissed the top of my head.
I hate them too.
You don't even care.
Hey, if you care, I care.
It wasn't much, but it would have to be enough, at least for the time being. 15. I did my best to pretend I wasn't exhausted during cleanup, putting on a brave smile for Raisin's benefit as she recounted the harrowing tale of being the hero of the dance.
I think they like me,
she said as I leaned against Gunner's truck and tried to act as if I wasn't about to fall over. Who? I was confused. Your classmates? Why wouldn't they like you?
Most of them think I'm trash because of my dad,
she hedged.
That's not what I was talking about, though.
What were you talking about? I met Evan's gaze over her shoulder and didn't miss his look of concern.
Them.
Raisin inclined her head to the right toward a group of boys who had their heads together and whispered among themselves. They were dressed in dance garb, but their gazes, all appraising, were directed at Raisin. Ah, I smirked to myself as I looked them over. How old are they?
They're seniors.
Raisin shot me a dirty look.
You guys need to get over this age thing. It's not as important as you pretend it is.
I'm actually going to leave this one for Rooster and Gunner. I was so tired my vision was starting to blur. You did well tonight, I told her despite my fatigue. You kept everybody safe.
Yeah, but now everybody is going to think there are zombies around every corner and nobody is going to go out.
That's probably for the best.
Maybe, but how am I supposed to use my hero status to my advantage if nobody can go out?
She looked legitimately annoyed at the prospect.
By the time this is over, nobody is going to remember how cool I am.
I'll remember. I pushed her hair back from her face and grinned. Somehow, I think your reputation is going to survive a few days of being locked up.
What if it's longer than that?
Raisin demanded.
Rooster says they're shutting down the school.
That was news to me. Does he have the authority to do that? Raisin shrugged.
I have no idea. He has the authority to tell my grandmother to keep me home, so I don't think it matters for me.
True. I glanced up as Gunner approached. His expression told me exactly what he was thinking. You're about to make a scene, aren't you? He nodded without hesitation. If necessary, I so am. You need rest, and it's my job to take you home. I don't want to hear any arguments. I'm ready for bed. It was hard to admit, but the pain radiating through my hip was becoming intolerable. Tomorrow is a new day, right? We can figure out the rest of it then. He frowned. That hip must be almost unbearable if you're not even going to pretend to argue. He opened the passenger side door. In. I glanced at the seat, which seemed really high up, and steeled myself for a bout of pain that would likely knock me out. There was no way I would ask for help. Then I felt myself being lifted from behind, Gunner's strong chest pressed to my back. Just once, I wish you would acknowledge a weakness, he growled as he kissed the back of my head and hoisted me up. He was serious as he fastened my seatbelt. You're going to be out by the time we get home, aren't you? Probably, I acknowledged. Good. I want you down for a solid 8 hours. I'll take anything you can give me right now. His eyes gleamed with flirty intent. That's going to have to wait. I was serious. I can barely move. I feel like I've aged 50 years over the course of 12 hours. I guess I'll have to settle for being able to dote on you, huh? He grinned. I'll have you home in 20 minutes. I can't wait. As for you, little miss, Gunner shifted his gaze to Raisin. You need to stay away from the boys and lock yourself in at home. We're going to figure this out. Until then, it's better for us if we're not worried about you. Raisin's eye roll was teenage perfection.
Maybe I don't care what you want.
Yeah, that's not it. He kissed the top of her head. Go to Rooster. He's taking you home. I need to get Scout to bed.
Okay.
Raisin smiled at me. I hope you feel better. You and me both. I closed my eyes as Gunner hopped into the driver's seat and started the engine. Wake me when we get home.
Okay. Good night, baby.
See you soon. Gunnar didn't wake me. In hindsight, I should have seen that coming. I was dead to the world within seconds, and when I woke the next morning, I was in nothing but my underwear and a tank top, and somebody had put a package of frozen peas on my hip and positioned me on my good side before drawing up the covers. The package was no longer frozen, of course, which meant I was sleeping with a bag of mushy peas. Oh, gross! I threw the bag on the floor and looked around the empty bedroom. I wasn't used to waking up alone. Gunnar?
Hey!
He appeared in the open doorway, shirtless and hair still wet from a recent shower.
I didn't want to wake you.
He grinned as he moved closer to the bed.
You have some of your color back. That's good.
I glared up at him. I woke up with peas.
Your hip was inflamed when we got home.
He didn't appear apologetic.
I wanted to do what I could, and that's what I came up with.
I don't even like peas. I made a face. You could have at least grabbed a bag of corn instead.
I'll consider it for next time.
He sat on the edge of the bed and traced my face.
You don't have a fever. You're not so transparent I can practically see through you. You have a bad attitude. I guess that means you're mostly back to normal, huh?
It was a fair question. I shifted so I could test my hip and sighed. It's a little stiff. I don't expect it to be 100% for at least another 24 hours. It's better than it was, though.
But you're still going to have limited movement.
I guess. I rolled my neck. At the same moment, my stomach made a gurgling noise that would have made a plumber run and hide. I'm hungry. He snickered.
I never would have guessed. Hop in the shower, huh? As much as I love you, that smell has to go.
I frowned as I lifted my arm and took a sniff. I most definitely didn't smell daisy fresh. How did I get so ripe? I was horrified.
I think a morning spent with Mama Moon combined with a magical fight and ride on a bear would have been enough to make anybody stink. When you add in the zombie fight, well, that was just a bridge too far.
Ugh. Tentatively, I got to my feet, testing my weight on my hip. I was gratified to find I didn't feel weak. I'm good, I reassured him as I headed toward the bathroom. Get rid of those peas. I'm grossed out.
Yes, ma'am.
He graced me with a saucy salute.
I'm going to make a big breakfast just in case we have visitors.
Your dad? I racked my brain. He was at the high school last night, but I lost track of him.
Yes, you lost track of everything. That's what happens when you're exhausted.
Did you get to dote on me? I'm kind of sorry I missed it if you did.
The doting is something that will be repeated multiple times over the rest of our lives. I'll make sure you're conscious for the next round.
Good idea. I spent a full 30 minutes in the shower. Growing up in the system, I learned that showering was one of those things that was supposed to be economical, so I rarely spent more than 5 minutes getting cleaned up. There were no wasted moves or time when getting clean. Today, however, it took me forever to wash off the stench of the previous day. I dressed in a t-shirt and comfortable LL Bean pants. I needed something with an elastic waist and some give, and pulled my hair back in a loose bun before joining Gunnar in the kitchen. He had multiple fry pans going with eggs, hash browns, and sausage links, and grinned when he saw me.
There's my girl.
He leaned in to sniff me rather than offer a kiss.
Ah, you don't make me want to gag any longer. That's awesome.
Oh, geez. I rolled my eyes and glanced around the otherwise empty kitchen. I miss Merlin.
I do too, he admitted. I think he's safer with my dad for now, though. You're obviously a target, and something tells me that Wixom isn't going to draw the line at killing a defenseless cat to get to you.
He wasn't wrong. Yeah. I leaned my head against his shoulder as he cooked. I hope your father has an update. We need to start drilling down to get answers.
I'm sure he'll have something. We're eating inside today because it's cold outside this morning.
I frowned. It's too cold to eat outside? That was a bummer. That meant winter was coming faster than I expected. When I was stationed in Detroit, we got 2 or 3 significant snows a year, and otherwise, it was just cold. I had a feeling things were going to be different in Hawthorne Hollow.
I'm sorry. We might get 1 or 2 mornings on the front porch before the snow flies, but you're going to have to adjust.
Ugh.
There's a surprise for you outside if you want to take a look.
I was caught off guard. What sort of surprise?
I think it's better if you look yourself.
And I'm not sure I'm up for surprises this morning. It's not something weird, is it?
You're going to like this surprise,
he promised.
Just look in the driveway in front of my truck.
Suspicious, I started toward the front door. I worried that some prank was about to be played on me, even though Gunnar likely wouldn't embrace something like that a day after I almost died. When I opened the door, the suspicion turned to surprise, and my heart started to pound. How? I glanced over my shoulder to meet Gunnar's expectant gaze. How did you find my bike? His smile was soft.
I wish I could take credit for it. You have no idea how much. But it was out there when I woke up this morning. There was no note, but I don't guess we need to think too hard about who found it and brought it here.
No, I definitely didn't need to think too hard on that front. Evan.
I'm pretty sure he hunted for it after the zombie fight last night. I guess it's good he doesn't need a lot of sleep now, huh?
Yeah. I headed outside barefoot, ignoring the way the bottoms of my feet burned from the cold as I padded to the bike. One side had a few scratches, suggesting it had been discarded in a ditch after I fled, but it was nothing that couldn't be fixed once the current threat had passed. I ran my hand over the seat, sighed, and closed my eyes. I couldn't admit it to the others, given the threat we faced, but I'd been horrified when the bike had gone missing. It was the one thing I'd carried with me through the years. It was the one thing I owned outright. It was an extension of me, and I hadn't lost it after all.
"What are you doing?"
A male voice barked from behind me, jerking me out of my reverie. When I opened my eyes, Graham was exiting his truck. I'd been so lost in thought that I hadn't even heard him pull up. Evan found my bike last night and brought it home, I replied, not realizing my voice was cracking until it was already too late. I blinked back tears. I thought it was gone. Graham stared at me for a long beat, then planted his hands on his hips.
"Is this what it's like to have a daughter?"
I had no idea what he was getting at. What?
"You're out here crying over a bike in bare feet when it's only 35 degrees out. That's not something a boy would do, so that means it's a girl thing."
I straightened and glared. Don't be a misogynist.
"Then get your rear inside."
Graham was firm.
"You're going to freeze your feet off, and that's not going to help."
I peered at his truck. Did you bring Merlin with you?
"No, he's sleeping in a sunbeam at the house. I was going to take him on patrol today, but, well, something has happened."
He was grim.
"We should go inside and talk."
I didn't offer any pushback. He wasn't prone to exaggeration when it came to his job. Instead, I turned on my heel and headed for the cabin, doing my best not to grumble at how much my feet hurt from the cold as I climbed up the steps.
"We need to talk,"
Graham announced to his son when we arrived in the kitchen. He was deadly serious.
"It's good to see you too, Dad,"
Gunnar drawled as he dished out food.
"I can't tell you how much your friendly and loving greeting has touched me."
Graham made a face.
"I'm going to touch you with my foot in your behind if you're not careful. How much will you like that?"
Gunnar let loose a low chuckle.
"You're so easy. What do we need to talk about?"
"First off, why did you let your girlfriend, the woman you claim you love more than anything, including cheeseburgers, go outside in this cold without socks or shoes on?"
Confusion knit Gunnar's eyebrows.
"What now?"
He glanced at my bare feet, then back up at my face.
"What is wrong with you?"
I was in no mood for a lecture. "You said there was a surprise outside. I went to see said surprise. I'm not sorry. I was totally sorry. The bottoms of my feet burned, one more ailment I didn't need. I would never own up to that, however.
Of course you're not.
Gunnar growled deep in his throat, then shook his head.
Have I mentioned you're an absolute pain when you want to be?
You love me, and you know it.
That is the problem.
Gunnar shook his head.
I can't yell at her when she went through so much yesterday. She's going to get a pass on this one,
he explained to his father.
I guess I can't fault you for that.
Graham made a face and sat at the table with me.
There's something else.
My heart skipped a beat as I regarded him. It's not one of our people, is it? He shook his head.
No, but Hank Jones was out drinking last night. He walks between the bar and his house because he's got a problem that drunk driving shouldn't be added to, or, well, he had a problem.
This wasn't going to be good. He was dragging things out. He almost never dragged things out. Just tell us.
He stumbled across a zombie last night, Graham replied. It bit him. He turned.
Oh, crap. Well, that answered that question. So it's not just a magical spell, I mused as Gunnar slid a plate in front of me. He looked as worried as I felt. It's a Walking Dead apocalypse.
Pretty much, Graham confirmed. It makes our jobs that much more difficult.
It changes our approach, too,
Gunnar said.
We're going to have to lock down this town, and when we explain it's because of zombies, I'm guessing that's not going to go over very well.
Not well at all, Graham agreed. People are talking. Some of them are freaking out. Others think it's a conspiracy. All of them are taking up arms.
That's to be expected in this area,
Gunnar noted.
Yes, but it makes our job more difficult,
Graham said.
The last thing we need is our residents shooting each other because they get spooked. It's going to create a catastrophe. For now, I'm locking as many people down as possible. I don't think that it's going to be the ultimate solution, though. I think it's just going to create a different set of problems.
We'll figure it out, I reassured him. I was feeling stronger since I had my bike back. It's a Walking Dead apocalypse. That means I'm Daryl, and I've got everything under control. It was Gunnar's turn to make a face.
I'm Daryl? I mean, look at his hair. I was born to be Daryl. Nobody has ever Daryl'd like me.
I'm Daryl. I was firm on that. You can be Rick if you want.
I'm not Rick. I'm Daryl. You're the one who has to adjust this time. You can be Carol.
I wasn't opposed to being Carol in the grand scheme of things. Still, I like to win. Maybe you should be Carol.
Don't push me.
He extended a finger.
I'm Daryl. I have dibs.
And I'm annoyed,
Graham muttered as he glanced between us.
I can't believe you guys are turning this into a real conversation. People are dying. Don't you think you should focus on the important issues?
Sure. I bobbed my head because it was expected. I'm totally Daryl, though.
We're going to fight,
Gunnar warned.
You'd better prepare yourself.
That made me smile. I guess things are back to normal, huh? No more doting?
Not today,
he agreed.
Daryl doesn't dote.
I hate you both, Graham lamented. Right now, I don't want to claim either of you. On top of that, I don't think you're fit to raise my grandson. I'm keeping him.
I slid my eyes to him. Don't make me hurt you, Andrea.
I have no idea what that means or who that is, but it's time to get serious. We have to put an end to this. I don't care who does what, but we need to make a move.
I didn't disagree, but I had no idea where to start. "16. Rather than continue the argument about who was Daryl, I'd already won that as far as I was concerned, we split up. Gunnar and Graham went to patrol. They needed to take out as many zombies as possible before an unsuspecting non-paranormal resident stumbled across one. I headed to Hemlock Cove. I needed information, a sounding board, and there was nobody better than Bay. I found her in her office at the Whistler, Hemlock Cove's newspaper. She was the owner and lone reporter as far as I could tell, and she thrived on being her own boss. "Hey!" I poked my head in her office without knocking. "Are you busy?" She glanced up from her computer, her eyebrows knitting. "Did you knock?" "No." I was sheepish. I probably should have, but I just bypassed the wards instead. I was in a hurry. She frowned. "Don't ever tell Landon you did that, or that it's even possible for other people to do that." She closed her laptop and gestured toward the chairs across from her desk. "What's up? I'm surprised you're over here. I heard you guys have a zombie outbreak." "Good news travels fast, huh?" I flopped into one of the chairs. "How did you find out?" "Aunt Tilly." That made sense. She'd been at Evan's house when I related the initial story. "Did she tell you she's determined to make Evan her sidekick? She has her eyes on a scooter for him and everything." "Yes, she's insisting Twyla make him a cape because the seamstress in town is too busy," Bay confirmed. "I have my doubts whether he'll actually wear it, but I'm willing to suspend disbelief because he's proven to be a great distraction for her. She spends more time with him than us now." "Does that bother you?" "Are you kidding? It's been great." "I don't think she really cares about him being her sidekick," I said. "Don't get me wrong. If she can get him in a cape and on a scooter, she'll be thrilled. But that's not why she's hanging with him so often." "No, she sees an individual in need and wants to help," Bay agreed. "She's good that way, even if she's a complete and total pain in the ass when she's doing it. Honestly, I've seen a marked difference in his demeanor since they struck up their friendship. I think it's a good thing." "I do too. Evan seems lighter." I smiled as I imagined him in a cape. "He'll never wear a cape, though, and the scooter is a lost cause." "It's fine. Aunt Tilly just enjoys needling people." She steepled her fingers. "What's up with you? Aunt Tilly mentioned you went to see Gunner's mother." I shouldn't have been surprised. Tilly's mouth was as big as her heart. Of course Bay knew everything I'd admitted that day on the patio. Tilly would have thought nothing of spilling the beans. "Yeah, that was interesting. Things have taken a different turn since then. I swear it seems like another life when I think back to that visit." "Uh-oh." "It's been a crappy few days," I acknowledged. "Tell me." I did, leaving nothing out. When I got to the part about Graham's bomb from breakfast, her expression hardened. "So that's it," I said when finished. "There's a rogue witch who used to be a standard shifter running around. The zombies have runes carved into them that match the brand Yolanda Stratton got right before she lost her mind. The new witch is snarkier than me, which shouldn't be possible. Everything is a total mess." I rubbed my forehead. "That's a lot," she said, no trace of mirth on her face. "If you don't want to drive Aunt Tilly to the cliffs of insanity, don't mention the Daryl thing. She thinks she's Daryl." "No way. She's Carol." "I'm Carol," Bay said. "That's already been decided. As for the Yolanda thing, I don't know what to tell you. She sounds like a cagey monster who doesn't care if people realize she's not insane." "She has nothing to lose from her position," I agreed. "She was found not guilty on charges of attempted murder for what happened to Gunner. They said she was crazy, and that's why she was locked up. If they suddenly found her sane now, she would walk." "That is an unfortunate quirk of the justice system," Bay agreed. "Have you considered killing her?" The question, so bloodthirsty on the face of it, surprised me coming from her. My answer would be surprising to no one. "Yes, but that would be overstepping my bounds. I can't ask Gunner and Graham if they're okay with me killing her, because that puts the onus on them. If I do it without clearing it with them, I could be traumatizing them further." You're in a pickle, she said with a rueful smile. I don't envy you for what you have to decide. The thing is, when it comes down to it, you're going to have to make the choice if she doesn't make a move. If she's not an immediate threat, Gunnar and Graham won't be able to reconcile that choice. I didn't disagree. Yeah, because I needed something to do with my hands, I scrubbed my cheeks. Believe it or not, she's not my biggest concern. That honor goes to Wixom, the snarkiest witch in the Midwest, and I'm furious I can say that and mean it. Bay's lips quirked as she opened her laptop. Tell me her real name again. I might have something in our files on her. It's unlikely, but we would be remiss not to look. Wendy Garrett. Let's see here. Bay popped her lips as she typed, frowning when she obviously saw something on her screen she didn't like. Well, that's interesting. You found something already? I was impressed. Please tell me it's a way to find her. Maybe. Bay cocked her head. Does the name Charlotte Garrett mean anything to you? Wasn't that the name of the house mother on the Facts of Life? Bay chuckled. That was Edna Garrett, who was played by Charlotte Ray. Oh. I ran the name through my head. I don't think I recognized the name. You're not local, so that doesn't surprise me. I think the only reason I recognize the name is Aunt Tilly. She would have been about the same age as Charlotte when the event transpired. I don't know what the event is. It was a zombie invasion, only it was 50 years ago. Here? She nodded. Yeah, it was a big deal. Come over here. I moved to the back of the desk so I could look at the computer screen over her shoulder. She pulled up an old video. It wasn't black and white, but the color was off, making me think it was recorded on old equipment. There, a woman with fiery red hair, she really did remind me of Mrs. Garrett from the Facts of Life, talked to a reporter with breathless abandon. They're zombies, she said in a shrill voice. Like real zombies. We're not talking movie zombies here. They're the real deal, and they're invading. You need to run for your lives and not look back. That was all there was to the clip, and when I tilted my head to meet Bay's serious gaze, I found her grinning. I don't think it's funny, I said after a beat. People are dying. Oh, it's not funny. It's just... I can see what you're thinking. That she really does look like Mrs. Garrett from the Facts of Life? That, and the news reporter is clearly convinced this is some sort of random hoax because... zombies. Right. I exhaled heavily. I don't even know what to make of this. The zombie invasion was real, Bay replied. Obviously, it was well before my time. My mother and aunts were small children. Aunt Tilly was the one who fought it with my grandmother. Ginger, right? I'd heard the name before. Yeah, I never got to meet her in real life. Bay replied. I have had occasion to hang out with her ghost, though. She shows up when things are really tense, like when Clove was giving birth a few weeks ago. Huh. I moved back to the chair. That time when I sat, I wasn't as defeated. What do you know about it? Just the basics. I don't even know who started it now that I think back on it. I just know that Charlotte Garrett was at the center of it. Aunt Tilly is convinced she started it and then pretended to fight against the invasion, but I'm not sure that's important or accurate. No? She has the same last name as my mouthy witch. Yeah, she's Wendy Garrett's grandmother as far as I can tell. Charlotte had a son named Clemson, or Clem. He worked in the construction biz. I knew him enough to say hello. He retired a few years ago and moved to Florida. Now he married a woman named Carla Benson, she continued. I don't know much about her except she was from Hawthorne Hollow. She used to hang with the hill people. At least that's what Aunt Tilly called them. And there were rumors about some of the funky stuff they were doing up there for a long time. Like what? Are we talking meth? I think we're talking inbreeding, but meth actually sounds better. Bay flashed a wan smile. I'm willing to bet that the hill people were actually shifters, although that distinction was never made when I was growing up. The reason they were so standoffish is because they didn't want anybody knowing their business. Oddly enough, that made sense. So Carla Benson was the shifter. She married Clemson Garrett, and they had Wendy. Was Clemson a warlock? Not to my knowledge, but I never met Charlotte, and it's not uncommon for magic to skip the males in witch families. I nodded. Right. Wendy is both a witch and a shifter. It's the only thing that makes sense. Did I mention she used to date Gunner? Bay's mouth dropped open. Get out. He dated her? Apparently he has a type. I frowned. Excuse me? Oh, come on. Bay laughed nervously. You said she was snarky and blonde and powerful. When I didn't respond, she pushed forward. Who else do you know who is snarky, blonde, and powerful? I hated this discussion. He claims that it wasn't serious, that she had a crush on him, and he just liked the adoration. That does sound like a very male thing to do. I can see Landon doing the same thing, at least before meeting me. When she attacked last night, I didn't get the feeling it was because she was jealous. I conceded. This was something else entirely. The zombies. They're at the center of it. Right, but how does it all fit together? Why does Yolanda Stratton have the same mark as the zombies who are being resurrected today? Obviously, I don't know the answer to that. I can only theorize. Give me what you've got. I'm willing to bet I've had some of the same thoughts. I want someone else to say them, though. Okay. Bay licked her lips. Yolanda Stratton would have been a child at the time of the first zombie uprising, just like my mother and aunts. What about her parents? I realized I knew nothing about her parents. I don't know. I would have to ask Gunnar and Graham. It might be worth it to get the information. You said that Yolanda was struck by purist mania at some point. What if that came from her parents? Then they would be the sort of jerks I don't care about. Yes, but what if the whole zombie thing was decided upon as a cleansing ritual? You mean that the shifters wanted to use the zombies as a way to decimate the population so they could be victorious? Or perhaps scare people out of the area they wanted to claim as their own, Bay corrected. That makes as much sense as anything, right? What about Charlotte Garrett? She wasn't a shifter. No, and I don't know enough about her to make an educated guess as to her motivations. I think we need to track down Aunt Tilly. Did she know Charlotte well? Yeah, and since Charlotte disappeared right after the zombie invasion was thwarted, I'm guessing Aunt Tilly has the sort of information we need to get answers on this. That made as much sense as anything. I can call Evan and see if she's out there with him. Don't bother. Bay's lips curved down. I know exactly where she's at. I was almost afraid to ask, yet my curiosity got the better of me. And where is that? We have a tour bus coming in today, and it's lunchtime. There's only one place Aunt Tilly would be under those circumstances, with a fresh audience and all. And where's that? Downtown. Come on, it won't take us long to figure out if I'm right. I followed her toward the door. Is this going to be a weird thing? Oh, you have no idea. We found Tilly in front of Margaret Little's Unicorn Emporium, a porcelain and pewter store on the main drag. It sold only objects shaped like unicorns, something I found hokey and delightful at the same time. There she is. I pointed at a diminutive figure across the road. Tilly was indeed on the street, cape billowing in the cold wind and scooter at the ready. Her pig was nowhere in sight. Told you. Bay clucked her tongue and shook her head. She's going to mess with Mrs. Little, embarrass her in front of the new tourists. That's her current thing. I grinned. I'd met Mrs. Little only a few times, but the woman idled at ornery as far as I could tell. Tilly and Margaret were lifelong nemeses. Tilly's word, not mine, and they delighted in screwing with one another. Since Tilly was magical, she had the upper hand, which was exactly how she liked it.
"Oh, here we go."
Bay threw her hands in the air as the downtown clock struck noon. Just as it did, the noise level in the Unicorn Emporium increased tenfold. I strained to see inside the store, and sure enough, the unicorns had come to life and were dancing.
"Is that the Macarena?"
I asked after a beat.
"Yes."
Bay looked resigned.
"Aunt Tilly has been doing this all week.
She picks a different earworm song every single day. Monday it was Who Let the Dogs Out. Watching all those unicorns bark was distressing. Tuesday it was YMCA. The choreography was lovely, though. Wednesday it was Never Gonna Give You Up. I can't remember what yesterday was, and I'm grateful. She keeps upping the ante." I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing. Bay wasn't fooled. She pinned me with a dirty look. "That reaction right there is why she keeps on doing it." She scolded. "Do you have any idea how annoying that is? You need to stop encouraging her." "Listen, given her level of power, she could be way more destructive," I countered. "This seems like harmless fun to me." "The unicorns barked, and I couldn't get the song out of my head all night. Finally, Landon had to play It's a Small World to make me forget." I laughed. "Obviously it's working." We kept going until we reached Tilly. She was focused on the Unicorn Emporium, her lips curved as she watched Margaret Little rage through the window. "I'm not stopping," she told Bay by way of greeting. "There's nothing you can do to make me. I have an entire playlist I'm getting through. Just wait until Baby Shark hits. It's going to be epic." "I'll try to avoid downtown the day that's scheduled," Bay replied dryly. "We're not here to stop you. We're here for information." Intrigue kindled in the depths of Tilly's eyes as she turned to us. "Is this about the zombie invasion?" I nodded. "It is." "I'm Daryl," she said automatically. "It's already been decided." "Take it up with Gunner." "We need to know about Charlotte Garrett," Bay said. "You knew her, right?" Tilly's expression darkened. "I knew her. Why?" Realization dawned quickly. "Wait, are you saying she has something to do with this?" "I don't know." Bay held her palms out. "What we do know is her granddaughter, Wendy Garrett, attacked Scout yesterday. She's apparently half shifter and half witch." "And all snark," I muttered. "She used to date Gunner," Bay volunteered. "Scout's bitter about it." "Huh." Tilly's demeanor shifted in an instant. "That's a bit too coincidental, huh?" "It is," Bay agreed. "I don't know much about Charlotte Garrett except that you don't like her, and she disappeared not long after the first zombie uprising. I don't suppose you know where we can find her, do you?" "As a matter of fact, I do." Tilly brightened considerably. "I knew you were going to say that." Bay was resigned. "Where is she?" "Not far. I think you should take me with you." "And why would we do that?" "Because I won't tell you if I'm cut out of the deal." Bay slid her eyes to me. I really should have seen this coming. I couldn't hide my smile. "You really should have seen it coming," I agreed. "I don't see where we have a choice. We need answers. If that means taking her with us, I'm all for it." "You might be singing a different tune in an hour," Bay warned. I thought of the zombie horde descending on the school the previous evening and how lucky we'd gotten. "There are worse things." "If you say so." "I know so." "17. I left my bike at the newspaper office and Bay climbed behind the wheel. Tilly insisted on placing her scooter in the spot directly next to my bike because she claimed they were similar vehicles. something I would have found insulting under different circumstances, then hijacked the passenger seat, thus relegating me to the back seat. I didn't mind. I found her attitude delightful. Of course, I didn't have to live with her.
"What's the story with Charlotte?"
Bay asked as Tilly pointed toward the highway that led out of town.
"She's crazy,"
Tilly replied.
"I'm going to need more than that,"
Bay prodded after a beat.
"She's batshit crazy."
"Aunt Tilly."
Bay sounded exasperated. I hid my mouth behind my hand so nobody would see I was enjoying myself. That wasn't the proper tone for the day, given the death and all.
"She liked the black arts,"
Tilly replied.
"Hemlock Cove was a haven for witches hundreds of years ago. Most of the original families died out or moved. We took over. It was our place of power. Not all the witches left right away, though. Charlotte's family was one of the few who stayed."
"Were you friends with her?" I asked.
"Did you miss the part about her being batshit crazy?"
Tilly angled herself in her seat and met my gaze.
"I don't do crazy."
I flicked my eyes toward Bay to gauge her response and found her making a face. "Well, I'm glad you don't do crazy."
"Yes, wouldn't that be horrific?"
Bay drawled.
"Tell us the story, no embellishing."
Tilly turned huffy.
"I don't embellish."
"Right."
"I don't."
Tilly folded her arms across her chest. I opted to wait her out because I knew she wouldn't be able to keep quiet if she had legitimate news to share, and she seemingly did.
"She had 2 sisters.
Tilly started out of nowhere. I grinned as I leaned back in my seat. My hip was still stiff, but it was getting better with each passing hour. The possibility of getting information, the sort that would turn the situation on its ear, was enough to fill me with joy.
"The 3 of them were powerful, but not as powerful as the witches in our family," Tilly explained. "They didn't like us. We didn't like them. Well, nobody liked Willa, including us, but that's not important to the story."
"Who is Willa?" I asked. I was almost positive I'd heard the name before, but I couldn't place where.
"She's Aunt Tilly's half-sister,"
Bay replied.
"She was raised as a full sister, but she wasn't magical. Come to find out, and not all that long ago, my great-grandfather had an affair. That's where Willa came from. My great-grandmother raised her, but nobody liked her."
"That sounds like a lonely existence," I mused.
"She had a bad attitude,"
Bay replied.
"Don't feel sorry for her. Whenever somebody does, it comes back to bite them. She doesn't deserve sympathy."
"She's rotten to the core,"
Tilly agreed.
"She's a terrible person, and she always comes back for more because that's what terrible people do. She has nothing to do with this conversation, though. It's just that there were 3 of us and 3 Garrett girls. That made for some tense interactions."
"Okay." I had no idea where she was headed with that, but I was eager to hear the story. "Keep going."
"There's not much to tell,"
Tilly shrugged.
"The Garrett girls married after high school. In my day, if you weren't married within 2 years of graduating, you were considered a spinster."
She cast a keen eye toward her great-niece and me in turn.
"Both of you would have been considered spinsters. The fact that Bay married at all so close to 30 would have been seen as a miracle."
"Stop being a pain,"
Bay complained. "Just tell us the story."
"Charlotte was the last to marry," Tilly replied. "When she finally did settle down, it was with a man 30 years her senior."
"A marriage of convenience?" I asked.
"I don't know. Bert Cortland was his name. She took his last name when they got married, but went back to her maiden name when he died. And that was only 5 years after the wedding. He died in his sleep, even though he'd always been healthy, and people were suspicious."
She killed him? Bay asked.
I don't know.
Tilly shook her head.
Nobody knows. It's possible she killed him. It's also possible he died of a heart attack or something. Either way, they had one kid.
Clemson, I supplied.
Yeah, he was a real tool.
Tilly's eye roll was pronounced.
He tried to date your mother, Bay. He was hot to trot for her at every turn. I was always convinced it was because he showed no signs of magic and wanted to use her magic, but I don't know. When nobody in town would pay attention to him, he started hanging around the hill people in Hawthorne Hollow.
Whenever you guys say hill people, it reminds me of that movie, I mused. You know, The Hills Have Eyes. Tilly shot me a thumbs up.
Awesome movie! I've always wanted to take on mutated cannibals for sport. I think I would be good at it.
You could do it professionally, Bay said dryly. Go back to Clem. He always struck me as a good guy. He never caused trouble before taking off to Florida.
From your perspective, that's probably true,
Tilly conceded.
As a young man, he was a bit of a tool. I know most of the women heaved a sigh of relief when he met Carla over in Hawthorne Hollow and married her.
Did they live over there? I asked. Tilly bobbed her head.
For a time, but that was a shifter community. I'm not sure when I found that out, but I'm fairly certain it was after Clem married into the group. He was always considered an outsider, which isn't a fun way to live.
No, I agreed. Belonging is important, even for people who consider themselves loners. Bay gave me a sharp look, but didn't comment, instead turning onto a dirt road as Tilly pointed.
The marriage didn't last,
Tilly explained.
They had a daughter, but we all know sons are coveted in shifter circles. There was a rumor that Clem stopped performing his husbandly duties, but I have no idea if that's true.
I didn't want to dwell on husbandly duties. It made me mad.
He left the daughter with Carla, moved back to Hemlock Cove, started his own construction company, and saw the girl on the weekends. Was her name Wendy, did you say?
I nodded. She goes by Wixom now.
What a stupid name!
Tilly made a derisive sound deep in her throat.
Anyway, he married a local widow here about 10 years ago. They retired to Florida together about 5 years ago. I have no idea if he keeps in touch with the kid.
That still doesn't explain the current problem, I hedged. How did Wixom get put in the position she's currently occupying? Who is she working for? Because believe me, she's not the brains of this operation. What does it have to do with Yolanda?
That I can't answer.
Tilly turned grave.
Nobody in Hemlock Cove knew Yolanda, at least to my knowledge. I guess it's possible someone might have known her in passing, but she would have been hanging with the hill people. That means she was outside our purview.
I just don't get it. Hopefully Charlotte will have answers, Bay said. Are we close?
5 more minutes,
Tilly said. I'm curious about the first zombie uprising, I prodded. How did that all work? Did Charlotte cast the spell that brought them forth, or was it someone else?
Nobody knows that either,
Tilly replied.
Charlotte was all over the place when it happened, talking to local news reporters and declaring it the end of the world. People basically told her to shut up. I always had my suspicions about her. I think she's the one who started it.
We don't have proof, though, Bay cautioned. We can't do anything without proof.
No, but sometimes suspicions are just as good as proof,
Tilly said.
No, they're not.
Bay shook her head.
We want facts, not conjecture.
Ugh. Tilly sounded disgruntled.
Who raised you? It certainly wasn't me.
Just tell me when we're getting close, Bay ordered. I don't need any of your crap between now and then.
If you say so.
Tilly fixed her full attention on me.
Tell me about the Looney Tunes in the asylum. Are you going to kill her?
Oddly, the question wasn't as jolting coming from her. I guess we'll find out when this is all said and done.
I'd kill her and get it over with. It's only a matter of time before she puts that pot-roast-loving freak you bed down with every night in the sort of danger that's going to back you into a corner.
And that right there was the thing that frightened me most. Yolanda would move on Gunner if she ever got the chance. I had no doubt about that. Could I allow that to happen? Tilly navigated us to a pretty cabin in the woods. Technically, it was halfway between Hemlock Cove and Hawthorne Hollow. It was buried so deeply in the woods it would have been impossible to find if someone didn't know where they were going. The fact that Tilly knew where Charlotte was hanging her hat struck me as odd, although I didn't voice my concerns. It wasn't the time for that.
Let me do the talking,
Tilly insisted as we made our way to the front door.
She knows me.
She rapped her knuckles against the wooden door and waited. It took longer than I was comfortable with for the door to open, and when it did, the woman standing on the other side of the threshold looked as if she'd been through about 10 wars and won none of them.
Can I help you?
She asked in a craggy voice.
Yes, we're here to find out why you've unleashed zombies on Hawthorne Hollow, you evil beast,
Tilly announced. My jaw dropped open. That was not how I expected the greetings to go. Oh, geez. Bay slapped her hand to her forehead. Did you really just say that? Rather than slam the door in our faces, which was what I would have done, Charlotte started laughing.
Tilly Winchester, you look old. So do you,
Tilly fired back.
I'm being serious. We know you unleashed those zombies on Hawthorne Hollow. You should prepare to defend yourself or die.
Charlotte turned her attention to Bay and me.
Tea?
Sure, Bay replied, forcing a smile that didn't touch her eyes. I apologize for my great-aunt. She's feeble in the head.
I heard that,
Tilly growled. I snagged the back of her shirt before she could launch herself at Bay and cause a scene. That was the last thing we needed.
You're on my list.
She contorted to look over her shoulder and meet my gaze.
That goes for both of you.
Charlotte stepped away from the door and ushered us inside.
I see some things never change.
She walked slowly as she led us to the kitchen.
I wasn't expecting guests. All I have is black tea. I hope that's okay.
That's fine, I reassured her, taking in my surroundings with a trained eye. It looked like a standard cabin. Nothing stood out. Still, I was prepared for an attack should it come. How long have you lived here?
45 years.
Out here? Bay queried. Alone? Why would you want to be so isolated?
You've met your great-aunt.
Charlotte's eyes twinkled as she pointed toward the round kitchen table.
I guess I shouldn't blame her. She wasn't really the reason I decided to take stock of my life. That first zombie invasion was enough to have me rethinking things. That's when I decided it was best to take my leave and be my own person.
I didn't know what to make of any of that. Were you responsible for the first round of zombies?
No.
She placed a kettle on the stove and started the burner.
I was aware of it, though. I knew it was going to happen. At the time, I thought it was exciting. I liked the idea of being in the center of things. That turned out to be a mistake.
How are you in the center of things? Bay prodded. We're trying to ascertain if that event had anything to do with what's currently happening in Hawthorne Hollow. Are you aware of what's going down over there?
Oh, I'm aware.
Charlotte looked grim as she sat at the head of the table.
I knew it would happen again. It was inevitable after the first failure. They didn't realize how lucky they were that things fell apart the way they did. Instead, they thought it was the end of the world and wanted to try again. It looks like they finally got their opening."
She sighed. "Is it the shifters?" I asked, drawing her attention to me. "Are they the ones doing this?"
"It's more than just them,"
Charlotte hedged.
"I don't even know who the players are, to be honest. I know who they were in my day, but most of those people are dead now."
"Someone is still leading this movement," I insisted. "They're using a half-wolf, half-witch to do the heavy lifting, too." Charlotte's eyes flashed, but she didn't respond. I decided to test her. "She goes by the name Wixom," I added, phrasing it carefully. Charlotte blinked several times, then sighed.
"Do you expect me to deny she's my granddaughter? If so, that's not who I am. She's my blood, although I can't take any credit or blame, for that matter, for her upbringing. That was all her mother's doing."
"Carla," Bay prodded. "That was her mother, right?" Charlotte nodded.
"My son always felt like an outsider. He grew up in Walkerville, but the politics of that town were difficult. He thought he was owed power because I had some at my disposal, but male lines in witch families have always been problematic. He didn't take that realization well."
"Basically, you're saying he decided to enhance his line by going the shifter route." I mused, my mind briefly wandering to what sort of powerhouse Gunner and I could produce when the time was right.
"I think he loved Carla,"
Charlotte clarified.
"Actually, I think he loved her a great deal. He couldn't fit into that world, though. He only knew those people because of me, because of what I helped set in motion 50 years ago."
"You mean the zombie invasion?" I prodded.
"Yes."
Charlotte shot me a rueful smile.
"I'm not proud. I knew as soon as it started that it was a mistake. I wasn't the one in charge, but I knew what they were planning to do. I tried to warn people."
"I'm still trying to figure out why you did it in the first place," I admitted. "What was the point?"
"We wanted a space where we could set up our own community," Charlotte replied. "Walkerville had a power base that was coveted, but it was controlled by others." "She's talking about me,"
Tilly said sagely. Charlotte continued as if she hadn't heard Tilly speak.
"When the zombie attack on Walkerville failed, most of us were happy. We didn't really think it would ever reach the point that it did, and we were mortified at how things turned out. The group splintered back then, and I was more than happy to take my leave of the town. I figured I deserved to be banished, even if I was the one doing the banishing."
"Obviously other factions survived," I insisted. "Your son married into that faction."
"Yes, and that's something I realized as it was happening,"
Charlotte admitted.
"I tried to talk him out of marrying that girl. He was in love with her, though. They had Wendy together, and I'm convinced the marriage was always doomed because Carla only got involved with him because she wanted a child who was half witch. They were making concessions back then. They were purists, but said it was okay to mix with witches because the magic would make them more powerful."
"Just because Clem wasn't magical, that didn't mean the magic wasn't transferred through his blood," I mused. "And their child was a female, so she was destined to be powerful."
"Pretty much," Charlotte agreed. "Once Carla had Wendy, the marriage was over. Clem came back home, pouted for a long time, and then got on with his life. He doesn't even have contact with Wendy now. Carla twisted that girl's mind. She's a monster."
"She is a monster," I agreed. She shops at Ann Taylor Loft. They shot me a quelling look before taking control of the conversation. Miss Garrett, we have to know if you've had any contact with your granddaughter. She's wreaking havoc in Hawthorne Hollow right now. She's the one commanding the zombies. We need to stop her and put an end to this.
You mean kill her?
Charlotte's expression was impossible to read.
Why not come out and say it?
Because we need you to help us if you can, I replied. She's your blood, which makes you protective, whether you want to own it or not. People are dying, though. We need to find her.
I wish I could help you. I truly do. But I haven't seen her since she was about 8. Carla cut her off from our side of the family. She might have our blood, but she's not part of us. There's nothing I can offer to help you.
My heart sank. It wasn't surprising, but it wasn't what I wanted to hear either. We want to hear your story from the beginning, Babe prodded. You can at least give us that.
Sure, but I've already hit the salient points. There's not much else to tell.
We'll take anything you've got. Charlotte heaved out a sigh.
I'll get the tea. Something tells me this is going to take a while.
"18. When it was time to head back, I met Gunnar at the Cauldron. He was drinking iced tea, which told me he wasn't ready to ease off for the day. That was good, because I wasn't ready to call it a day either.
Hey, baby.
He offered me a smile as he leaned in and gave me a kiss.
How was your day?
Out of the corner of my eye, I could make out Marissa rolling her eyes and miming gagging. I wasn't in the mood for her. It was interesting. Rooster stirred on his stool.
Please tell me you have something. Raisin was trapped at home for only one freaking day, and you would have thought the world was ending. She called me at least 5 times to tell me she was bored.
Even though I was tired, wiped out even, I couldn't help but smile. You're a good dad. He balked.
I'm not her father.
Not all fathers are born in blood, I smirked. Some are born of the heart, and you're most definitely her father.
Oh, geez.
Rooster rolled his eyes to the ceiling.
What did I do to deserve this?
You loved her.
It feels like a punishment.
No, it doesn't. I shook my head. You love her, and you know it. I hopped up on the stool next to Gunnar. As for whether I've got anything, I guess that depends on how you look at things. I told them about my day, leaving nothing out, including Tilly's spell, because I knew they would find it amusing. When I finished, they were both laughing.
That woman is a pip,
Whistler said from behind the bar, his eyes gleaming.
I think I want to marry her.
I studied him a beat, convinced he was joking. The dreamy look in his eyes told me otherwise. You know she would eat you up and spit you out, right?
I'm fine with her eating me up.
Whisker winked in such a way I felt squirmy.
I'm too good to be spit out, though.
There were far too many dirty ways to take that statement. Thanks for that visual, I said after several seconds, shaking my head. Seriously, though, we need to get ahead of this. I think that means a trip out to the pack grounds. Gunnar nodded.
I knew you were going to say that.
He pinned me with a conflicted look.
I thought we agreed to give them some space. They've been reshuffling since the last time we were out there. I don't want this to turn into some big thing.
I don't want it to either. I remained calm but firm. I don't want to fight with them. I don't want to take away their autonomy. I do think a discussion needs to be had. If you're not comfortable going out there because of your bad relationship with the pack, then I get it. You don't have to come. Given our previous conversation, I thought it was best to give you the option. Gunnar's eyes narrowed.
Oh, don't think I don't know what you're doing,
he complained. I held back a smile. You don't have to come with me. I do feel I need to go out there. Wendy is a threat. I have to think her mother is still out there, or at least someone who knows her and can offer answers. That means I have to go. You don't. The look Gunnar pinned me with promised retribution if I continued pushing. Are you trying to tick me off? Trying? No. I shook my head. I'm just really good at it. I'm sorry for that. We all excel at something. Geez. Gunnar drained his iced tea and stood. You just want to pick a fight so we can make up later, don't you? Admit it. Marissa again made fake gagging motions behind his back. I ignored her. Maybe I like making up, I said. My hip will be back to about 75% tonight. That could mean good things for both of us. You're unbelievable. Even though he seemed determined to look stern, Gunnar couldn't stop himself from grinning. Let's go. He bobbed his head. If you want to take on the pack, it's best we get it out of the way now. I don't want to be caught out there after dark. I was right there with him. Are you sure? I can do this alone. I'm just that brave. Oh, shut it. He made a face. You're really starting to irritate me today. I like you better when you're sweet, docile, and asleep. How often does that happen? He shrugged. Just often enough. Let's head out. If we're going to pick a fight, it's best to get right to it. Good. I think we're finally getting somewhere. I just need a few more pieces, and then I'll have it. Here's hoping, Rooster muttered. I need to get Raisin off my back. Oh, the trials and tribulations of a surrogate father. I poked his side. Teenage girls are a treasure. I kind of want to bury my treasure in the woods and forget about her for 100 years. Does that make me a bad man? Just a father. You should definitely go, Rooster growled. I think you've done more than enough here. I think you're right. The road to the pack grounds was rough, so we dropped our bikes off at home and headed out in Gunnar's truck. He wasn't as nervous as the first time we'd pointed ourselves in that direction. He and Graham had decided a long time ago that pack politics weren't for them, but he was still antsy as he navigated the dirt road. Did anything else happen when you were in Hemlock Cove? He asked, breaking the silence. I shrugged. Not really. Bay and I talked about a few things. I didn't make eye contact, instead focusing out the passenger side window. You know, girl stuff. Girl stuff, huh? I could hear the amusement in his voice. I didn't know you were a fan of girl talk. She's not a normal girl. I mean, I don't want to talk over girl stuff with Marissa. Bay is different. Because you guys have a lot in common. Totally. I bobbed my head. We both have long-haired significant others who would gladly carry pot roast around in their pockets while talking about feelings. He snorted. I'm not prying, he insisted after a beat. I just want to make sure you're okay after the Wendy thing. I know that her escaping irritates you, but we'll find her again, and you'll win when we do. She didn't beat me, I declared, my tone much shriller than I'd intended. If that's what you're thinking, then stop. I didn't lose to her. She just caught me by surprise. Sure, I'd thought I was a goner at the time and was preparing to make my last stand when Barney swooped in, but she hadn't beaten me. Nobody ever truly beat me. I know. The way he said it indicated he was humoring me. I would never suggest anything to the contrary. Oh, whatever. I shook my head. I had her exactly where I wanted her last night, and then you distracted me. It's really on you. I'm sorry. Finally, I slid my eyes to him. You don't, have lingering feelings for her, right? You didn't step in to protect her from me, did you? He looked exasperated. Do you really think that's what happened? Come on. I told you we were never serious. It was a fling, nothing more.
I believed him. That didn't mean I liked her. Did she shop at Ann Taylor Loft when you guys were a couple? Because if so, then I have to question your mate-picking abilities before I came into your life. I knew I'd phrased it weirdly, but I didn't care. Ann Taylor Loft is for Karens.
Wow.
Gunnar shook his head as he pulled into the field the pack used as a parking lot. It was situated in the middle of nowhere and visible from all sides. That gave the shifters an advantage. When he killed the engine, his gaze moved to me, and he looked frustrated.
First off, I don't know what Ann Taylor Loft is.
It's a store for Karens.
I'll take your word for it. Secondly, I'm not harboring any long-buried feelings for her. I don't necessarily want anything bad to happen to her, but there was never any love there. You're the only one I've ever loved, and in a fight, I'm always going to be on your side.
I pursed my lips. I'm coming across as deranged, aren't I?
The Ann Taylor Loft obsession is a bit much.
Oh no, I'm spot on about that. I vigorously shook my head. It's the other stuff I'm being weird about. I fixed my gaze on him. I'm not an insecure person, and yet she's deranging me. What's up with that?
I have a theory if you're interested,
he offered. Searching his face, I knew I wouldn't like the theory. I'm good. Before he could respond, I popped open the door and hopped out, glancing around. Where's our welcoming committee? As if on cue, movement to the east drew my attention, and I wasn't surprised when two big shifters appeared out of the foliage. They wore white tank tops, the sort that had gotten a bad reputation over the years thanks to Lifetime movies, and their tattooed arms were thick as they folded them across their chests. Here we go, I muttered. Monty Fisk, the head of the pack, slipped out between the shifters. He looked curious at first. Then he broke into a wide grin when he saw us.
Hello,
he beamed at me.
It's been a few weeks.
We've been dealing with stuff, I replied. When I'd first met the man, I'd disliked him, thinking he was purposefully isolating his pack in an attempt to make things difficult for everybody who didn't have wolf blood running through their veins. Now I knew better. He was simply protective. More importantly, he was making an effort to bridge the gap between us and them. I had to admire his fortitude, even if I was nervous considering the problem we were bringing to his doorstep.
So I've heard.
Monty shook hands with Gunnar and gave him a hearty clap on the shoulder.
Master vampires, huh? You heard about that?
Gunnar managed to grin as he rubbed his chin.
It's been an interesting few weeks. I heard your girlfriend has been putting on a show.
Monty's eyes drifted back to me.
Did you really heal a vampire?
The question caught me off guard. It wasn't the route I'd expected him to take. Before I could respond, Gunnar did, and he seemed equally baffled.
How can you possibly know about that?
Monty's response was a shrug.
Word travels fast in these parts. Scout has been sighted with a day-walking vampire on more than one occasion. Word is he's taken up refuge in Hemlock Cove, and those crazy-ass witches over there are treating him as a pet.
I didn't like that one bit. They're not crazy. They're just eccentric.
Sorry.
Monty held up his hands in a placating manner.
I didn't mean to upset you. We're friendly with the Winchesters,
Gunnar volunteered.
Scout bonded with one of them, and they're like twisted witch sisters with attitude. That's frightening.
Monty's grin didn't diminish.
Are you here because of the vampires? If so, I guarantee none of my people are working with them. I've been careful when screening them out. We have lost a few people who didn't like the fact that I was working with you guys, but I cut them loose. If shifters are helping the vampires, they're not my people.
Actually, the vampires are the least of our worries right now. I hedged. I figured telling the truth was the best way to go. Dragging things out with subterfuge would only frustrate both sides. We're here about Wendy Garrett.
Monty blinked several times, clearly surprised.
I don't understand.
He slid his eyes to Gunnar, the question in his eyes obvious.
Scout knows I dated Wendy 1,000,000 years ago.
Gunnar reassured him quickly.
She also knows it wasn't a serious relationship. That's not what this is about. Okay.
Monty dragged a hand through his hair as if perplexed.
What is it about?
She's going by the name Wixom right now, I replied. She ambushed me on the road yesterday. She was wielding an army of zombies.
Zombies?
Monty's mouth dropped open.
Are you serious?
I don't find zombies funny, I replied. Then I thought better of it. Okay, they're funny in Zombieland and Shaun of the Dead. Otherwise, they're gross and smelly.
I can agree with that.
Monty shook his head.
I don't understand how Wendy is a part of this. We're not sure how she is either,
Gunnar admitted.
We want to talk to her. I don't suppose she's here, is she? No.
Monty was grave.
She's not of this pack any longer. She hasn't been for months.
He hesitated, then pressed forward.
I don't like talking about pack politics out of turn, but she was an issue. She refused to follow the chain of command and played the victim card when punishments were doled out. I can't have someone like that taking up space in my pack. It sets a bad example. Yeah.
Gunnar flicked his eyes to me. I could practically hear the gears of his mind working.
What about her mother? Carla?
Monty let loose a dismissive snort.
She technically lives out here, has a place and everything, but she doesn't really spend her time here. I would estimate she's here 1 or 2 nights a week.
That was interesting. Where does she spend her time?
Houghton Lake is what I understand. She met some guy at a bar there. Not a good guy either, and they've been shacking up in militia territory. I can ask her to get in touch with you next time I see her, but I don't expect her return for at least a few days.
I didn't even know Houghton Lake had militia territory, I admitted. Houghton Lake was just a sign on the freeway. I hadn't spent any time there. Gunnar and Monty traded knowing looks.
There's some hinky stuff going on over there, if you know where to look.
Gunnar hedged.
When was the last time you saw Wendy? Saw her? About 3 months ago,
Monty replied.
She was over in Shadow Hills, eating at that diner they have there.
I frowned. I knew someone who worked at that diner. Did she look like she was up to something nefarious? For some reason, the question struck Monty as funny because he choked on a laugh.
I don't know that I've ever wondered if anybody was acting nefarious, he said. I don't believe so, though. She was with 2 guys. Before you ask, they were shifters I didn't recognize and not vampires. And they were eating lunch. We made eye contact, but didn't speak to one another. Well, that doesn't help us, Gunnar mused. I was really hoping you would have a place for us to look. I'm sorry.
Monty seemed earnest.
I would help if I could. I owe you.
His eyes landed on me.
Especially you.
You don't owe me, I countered. I did the right thing, the thing that needed to be done when I saved your life. I don't expect a reward for that.
I would still help if I could,
Monty insisted.
If Wendy is a danger to you, if she's controlling zombies, that's bad for all of us. It could result in multiple deaths. Trust me, she's not any happier with us than we are with her.
Behind him, one of the sentries stirred, and it wasn't lost on his leader.
Do you have something to add, Brian?
Monty asked his underling.
I don't know.
Brian looked as if he would rather be anywhere but in the field. Still, he pushed forward.
I'm not keen on tattling on my own to outsiders, even if the outsiders in question have former ties to us.
His gaze was pointed when it fell on Gunnar.
Just tell us,
Monty insisted.
This is no time for games. We need to protect our people. I saw her the other day,"
Brian said.
"I was out with some friends at the place in the woods. She was there, and she wasn't alone. I didn't get close enough to see who she was with, but she was most definitely there."
Understanding dawned on me. I knew what place he was referring to. "You mean the speakeasy in the woods," I mused, my mind already working overtime. "I'm familiar with the place. Thanks for the tip."
"What are you going to do with it?"
Brian demanded.
"Are you going to kill her? She might not be perfect, but she's still one of us. She's raising zombies on the populace,"
Gunnar countered.
"One person has already died that we know of. She went after the kids at the high school last night. She tried to kill Scout."
His voice ratcheted up a notch.
"What would you do?" "I don't know."
Brian held out his hands.
"She's still one of us. I can't get behind the idea of killing her."
"I'll do my best not to kill her," I promised. "I can't do more than that. If she forces my hand, I won't have a choice."
"I know you'll do your best,"
Monty said solemnly.
"I hope you manage to come to a peaceful solution."
"That would be a nice change of pace," I agreed. "19. There was no conversation about where we were going next. Gunnar pointed his truck toward the speakeasy in the woods, and we made the bulk of the drive in silence. Only when we landed on the road to our final destination did he finally speak.
"You know I love you, right?"
The question caught me off guard. "Of course." My answer was perfunctory. "It's obvious I'm the love of your life. Since I'm such a catch, I can see why you're absolutely addicted to me." His lips twitched.
"It's just, I don't want you doubting yourself. There's never been anybody before who has even held a candle to you."
"I'm not insecure." I thought about what I'd asked him regarding Wixom prior to our conversation with the shifters. "Mostly." I added as an afterthought. He choked on a laugh.
"I love your sense of humor. Actually, I love everything about you. I just don't want you getting weird ideas in your head. I'm not attached to Wendy."
"I know. I did know that. She just pushes all my buttons."
"Did I mention I have a theory about that?"
My eyes were narrow when they landed on him. "Am I going to like this theory?"
"Probably not, but it's best we get it out in the open anyway."
He barreled forward as if he didn't have a care in the world.
"You don't like her because she's too much like you."
Yep, this is exactly the tack I expected him to take. "I do not resurrect zombies and unleash them on innocent people."
"I never said you did, and I definitely don't believe you would. It's not her actions that you see yourself in, it's her mannerisms."
"I wouldn't be caught dead in Ann Taylor Loft at a fight."
"You've got to let the clothes go. I don't even know what you're actually arguing when you point out that her choice in pants is wrong for a fight."
So wrong," I muttered.
"You're used to being the one who controls the situation by getting under your enemy's skin,"
he pointed out, refusing to let it go.
"It's your best weapon, your ability to derange someone in 30 seconds flat. That's how you beat Emma and Evan and Brom. That's how you got information out of Bixby."
Mere mention of the vampire minion made me grit my teeth. I have to wonder where that little beast ran off to this time. I should have killed him.
"Probably, but you didn't. That's twice you let him get away. I think you have a soft spot for him."
"He's tiny. I can't kill a tiny person, even if he is dangerous. It's a mental block or something. I don't know how to explain it."
"I think you're exaggerating, but okay."
Gunnar licked his lips as he followed a 2-track into the woods. He'd once explained that the trail was used by deer shiners and that only those familiar with the area would think to go down the trail.
"He's out there, and he'll very likely come back. Either way, you'll torture him with your words again first thing when you see him. The reason you don't like Wendy is because she does the same thing."
"I don't like her because she cheats," I fired back. Also, I still don't get why people bring lights into the woods to shine at deer. It makes no sense. How is that a thing?
Yeah, I'm not letting you distract me with the deer shining conversation again, he warned. I fell for it the first time because you seemed legitimately outraged. That's 2 hours of my life I'll never get back.
Didn't I reward you with sexy time? He chuckled.
You did, and that was the highlight of my evening. That doesn't change the fact that you ranted and raved about shining deer for 2 hours, and no conversation has ever sucked the life out of me more.
It was awesome, I readily agreed.
I want to talk about Wendy.
He was firm.
By letting her get under your skin, you're playing right into her hands. She wants you off your game. You know this because it's how you approach your enemies. You need to think about how you would beat yourself and focus on that.
I hated that he sounded so reasonable. When I shifted in my seat to study him, it took me a moment to decide how to respond. I know you think I'm being unreasonable, I started.
You're just more high-strung than you've been in the past.
I kept going as if he hadn't spoken. I'm not being unreasonable. I just understand that the enemy is more wicked than any of the others we've ever faced. I pushed open the door and hopped out, fixing him with a serious look. Anybody who would wear Ann Taylor Loft capris to a zombie fight is a sick individual. I will make her pay for her depravity before it's all said and done.
See, I know what you're doing.
He climbed out of the truck and slammed the door, sliding a few steps until we were staring at each other over the bed.
I don't like it either. You're being a bit of a nut.
I think you're exaggerating. I'm not a nut in the least.
You're a total nut right now, he countered. I get it. I even get why you're freaking out. What I don't get is why you won't acknowledge it.
I offered up a one-shoulder shrug. This is my process. If you can't deal with it, I understand. It's not going to change, though. I paused as I considered my options. I'm going to make her eat those stupid pants the next time we meet up. Rather than immediately respond, Gunnar let loose a heavy sigh.
You are too much work. You're all over the place tonight. How about you get a drink when we're inside, huh? I think you could use one.
I think that sounds like a fine idea. I didn't bother knocking, which was standard operating procedure for the place. Instead, I used my magic to trigger the door, and we waltzed inside without invitation. Cedric, the bar owner, and an occasional informant scowled when he saw me.
Haven't we talked about boundaries?
He chided. Not that I can recall, I lied, glancing around the bar. It was dead, which wasn't all that surprising given that it was still early. Are you expecting any big groups this evening? Cedric straightened his frame and regarded me with an evil look. After scanning my face for several seconds, he said,
I'm not answering that. This is neutral territory, Scout. You know as well as I do that taking sides changes the atmosphere, and that's not something I want to do.
I did know that. I also knew that if push came to shove, he would do the right thing. We'll take 2 moonshines, I said as we made our way over to a table. I would like a full garnish stick to go with mine. I'm feeling peckish. Even from a distance in limited light, I found it impossible to miss his eye roll.
Fine, but we're going to have a talk when I get over there, he warned.
I'm looking forward to it. I offered him a sassy salute before sitting, making sure to pick a spot where I had a clear view of the door. If Wixom showed up, I would be the first to know, and I would act accordingly. Gunnar shot me a quelling look as he sat across from me.
My father used to say this thing about attracting flies with honey.
He started. I don't need to use honey, I shot back. I have a sparkling personality, and people love it regardless. I definitely don't need honey. He didn't look convinced.
Wixom wouldn't use honey.
Wixom is going to be crying the next time we meet. Mark my words. I smiled as Cedric approached our table, 2 glasses in hand. Have you missed me? It had been weeks since I'd been in his establishment, and despite my mood, I actually liked visiting. It was peaceful, and the ambiance was relaxing.
"Not even a little,"
Cedric replied, not missing a beat.
"Have you been gone? I haven't even noticed."
"Don't be like that, Boo," I drawled as I grinned. "You know you love me."
"Oh, honey, even if I did roll that way, I wouldn't take you on."
He shifted his eyes to Gunnar.
"You're either a glutton or there's something else going on. Are you sure you don't roll my way? Because I think I can make all your dreams come true." "Sadly, I'm only hot for her,"
Gunnar replied as he sipped his drink.
"I might very well be a glutton. Even I can't explain it."
Cedric snorted, then flicked his eyes back to me.
"Do you want to tell me what's up with you, or should I guess?"
I was the picture of innocence as I ate the fruit off my garnish spear. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Why would I possibly be up to something?"
"See, I didn't say you were up to something. I asked what was up with you. The fact that you heard the accusation tells me that you really are up to something."
His eyes turned a funny silver color.
"Talk."
I blew out a sigh. I had only so much energy, and none of it could be spared on nonsense. "Have you heard about the zombies?"
"Actually, I have,"
he replied.
"I thought someone had to be yanking my chain with that one, but I caught one in the woods out by the river last night. It was alone and missing a foot. It also appeared to be chasing a fox. I dispatched it quickly." "Don't you think you should have told us about that?"
Gunnar asked.
"Zombies are dangerous. This one wasn't. It didn't even have the bottom half of its jaw. Must have fallen off somewhere, so it was completely harmless. It just wanted to play with the fox." "Oh, geez."
Gunnar shot me a pained look.
"Do you want to handle this one?"
"I've got it." I bobbed my head knowingly. "I don't want to be a pain," I started.
"But you will be,"
Cedric said. "But where there's one zombie, there's often another, and another, and another." I wrinkled my nose. Zombies really suck. A quick look from Gunnar told me I was starting to meander. "Anyway, you should have told us about the zombie just in case we didn't know."
"Were you unaware zombies were crawling around the countryside?"
Cedric drawled. "No, we know. We were fighting them off at the high school last night." Finally, Cedric responded with something other than blasé snark.
"They moved on the high school?"
"Yes. It seems they're being controlled by a witch. She's blonde and has an unfortunate sarcastic streak." Cedric arched a pointed eyebrow. "It's not me," I added, shooting Gunnar a death glare when he hid his smile behind his glass. After a few seconds of silence, Cedric asked,
"What do you want me to say?"
"I want to know if a witch who named herself after a Michigan city has been hanging out here, because we have it on good authority that she has been."
"Oh, yeah?"
Cedric's expression didn't change.
"Who is your source?"
"I think I'm going to keep that to myself for now."
"Of course you will."
Cedric's heaved sigh was the stuff of teenage dreams.
"I don't get involved, Scout. You know that. It's not my way. This is a safe haven for all paranormals."
"I have a problem with that," I countered. "We're not looking for a packless shifter or a witch with a bat fetish. In theory, I like that you have principles and don't stray from them. In this particular case, however, the individual we're looking for is throwing zombies at random people. One of them has been bitten and infected, then they turned."
"Oh, crap."
It was Cedric's turn to make a face.
"That means we're dealing with a Walking Dead apocalypse."
It took everything I had to keep from laughing. "I guess so."
"There are some zombies that don't turn people,"
Cedric explained to Gunnar.
"They just rise from the dead and work on plantations and stuff." "Is that true?"
Gunnar asked me, seemingly shocked at the thought. "Kind of," I acknowledged. Supposedly, back in Civil War times, plantation owners forced Haitian slaves to create an undead workforce for them. I have no idea if it's true or not."
"Well, awesome."
Gunnar shook his head.
"I had no idea that was a thing. It's preferable to a Walking Dead apocalypse,"
Cedric said.
"Those never end well."
"They don't," I agreed. "That's why we need to find Wixom. It seemed shopping at Ann Taylor Loft for her fighting gear isn't the greatest of her sins." Cedric's lips twitched. Apparently he found the statement hilarious, which was exactly the reaction I was looking for. Then he crushed my hopes.
"I can't help you, Scout. I don't tattle as a rule."
"You've helped me before," I countered.
"Only because I felt I had no choice. I can't help you here. The name doesn't ring a bell."
I was ready to push him harder for an answer when he started to stand. Then the door to the speakeasy opened to allow a familiar face entrance. She didn't knock either, and that day her blonde hair was pulled back in a tight bun. The brown pants she wore boasted crisp creases, and the peasant blouse hanging off her shoulders looked like Free People quality. "That's okay," I said grimly, shoving my moonshine to the side and hopping to my feet. "I already know what I need to know." Cedric's eyes went wide as he realized what was about to happen.
"You can't start a war here, Scout,"
he growled. "She started the war. I'm just finishing it." I leapt over the table, putting on an athletic display I didn't even know I was capable of. Only one table remained between us when Wixom's eyes darted to me. "You!" she growled, clearly realizing things were about to turn ugly. "Me!" I agreed, throwing a bolt of magic toward her.
"Cruciatus!"
She saw it coming and easily threw up a deflection spell. The magic ricocheted back at me, but I sidestepped it without losing my footing. Wixom took a step toward the door, her back toward the opening, and her eyes on me.
"You just can't mind your own business, can you?"
She sounded petulant more than anything else. "Since you ambushed me in the middle of the road and tried to kill me with no warning, I think that's rather rich." My temper fired. "I'm not letting you get away again." She was smug.
"Do you want to bet?"
"Sure. I bet I'm going to kill you." I lunged in her direction, ready to kill her with my bare hands. She was prepared, however, and bolted through the opening, her hair flying behind her like the cape Tilly so desperately wanted Evan to wear. I gave chase, my fingers itching to unleash enough magic to set her on fire. I was already planning exactly where I was going to bury her body when I pulled up short on the other side of the door.
"Scout!"
Gunnar was right behind me, and he sounded worried.
"Don't run out there. There are—"
He finally caught sight of me. "Zombies?" I surmised as I took in at least 20 lumbering forms heading in my direction. They'd seemingly come out of nowhere and stood between Wixom and me.
"I smelled them,"
he confirmed.
"I knew they were out here."
"Yes, well, they're definitely out here." I pinned Wixom with a look as she danced in front of the trees near the river. "You're such a cheater," I groused. "Why can't you ever fight fair?" "Zombies aren't fair."
"We all go with our strengths,"
she replied with a laugh.
"Seriously, though, when are you going to realize you can't beat me?"
"I can beat you." Her tone aggravated me beyond imagination. "You just keep cheating to delay the inevitable. When I finally do get my hands on you, it's going to be painful. There are going to be tears." I glared at her offending pants. "I'm going to dress you in Forever 21 for your funeral. I swear." Wixom looked genuinely appalled.
"That could be the meanest thing anybody has ever said to me."
"Well, believe it. I'm going to make you cry before it's all said and done. I'm going to make you beg. I'm going to totally rip your head off and use it as a bowling ball." Wixom's giggle reminded me of Raisin when she was thinking about boys.
"You sure know how to pick them, Gunnar,"
she called out.
"She's just full to the brim with class, isn't she?"
Gunnar didn't appear to be in the mood for games.
"Why keep dragging this out, Wendy? What do you hope to accomplish here?"
"I guess that's for me to know and you to find out," she called back.
"We're not going to let you win," I insisted.
"This is already over. You just don't realize it yet."
"Or perhaps you've already lost and you don't realize it yet," Wixom countered. "Have you ever considered that?"
"Not really."
"Well, you will."
Her smile widened as the zombies she'd called grew closer.
"Have fun taking them out. I'll be long gone by the time you're finished."
I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that was true.
"I'll see you again," I threatened. "Oh, I'm genuinely looking forward to it."
I was livid as I cleaned up the zombie mess, the knife in my hand glinting under the moonlight as I made quick work of the creatures. Gunnar helped, but he was careful to keep his distance from me. The string of curse words that escaped my mouth as I toiled was likely a dead giveaway that I wasn't in the best headspace.
"That's quite the mouth you've got on you,"
Cedric offered from the front of the speakeasy as I killed the last zombie.
"I can see why you love her, Gunnar. Who doesn't adore a sailor on shore leave?"
My chest was heaving when I faced him.
"I would not push her right now,"
Gunnar warned in a low voice that I could just pick up.
"She is not having a good time. That's why I'm here."
Cedric folded his arms across his chest.
"If you're about to melt down, take it out on me. Don't go in there and hurt my guests."
That just tore it. "Do you really think that's what I'm going to do?" I demanded as I stomped away from the tree line. "Do you think I'm going to storm back in there and kill random people because I'm in a bad mood?"
"You've done it before,"
Cedric replied evenly.
"No, I have not."
I was officially at the end of my rope. "I have never once gone after your patrons just for the fun of it. Have I come out here looking for evil? You bet, and I've found it on occasion. I've almost died out here way more than anybody else." Cedric looked taken aback.
"I guess you have a point."
He seemed contrite, at least on the surface.
"When I envisioned this place, Scout, it was as the sort of establishment that catered to everyone, no matter creed or faith. I don't want it to become the sort of place where paranormals are hunted."
I blinked several times, a few new curse words coming to mind, then reined myself in. Losing it would benefit no one, and it would most likely convince Cedric that he was right about me. "We're paranormals." I waved my finger between Gunnar and me. "We don't want paranormals to be hunted either."
"Except you do."
Cedric was plaintive.
"You work for an outfit that hunts paranormals for a living. Yes, I get that you're looking for the bad ones, but come on. Nobody is infallible. You'll eventually get a good one, and then this place will be ruined."
That was not what I expected him to say. I weighed several responses, then went for the truth. "Here's the thing," I said dryly. "I don't tend to kill paranormals for sport. In fact, earlier tonight, Gunnar and I were talking about the fact that I've released the same minion twice after he tried to kill me 2 different times. I'm not some bloodthirsty monster." Cedric balked.
"I didn't say you were."
"You insinuated it."
"You have a certain reputation."
"Yes, well, don't we all?" I held out my hands. "I don't know what to tell you. I didn't come here to give random paranormals a hard time. I came here looking for a witch.
To kill her.
Because she tried to kill me yesterday. I almost lost it and gritted my teeth to keep from exploding. She ambushed me on the road and threw a bunch of zombies at me. I was only saved because of a bear."
"You mean Barney?"
Cedric looked flummoxed.
"She didn't hurt Barney, did she?"
"No, Barney is fine. She did, however, send a cadre of zombies after the kids at the high school."
"Obviously they're fine,"
Cedric argued.
"I would have heard about a death."
"That's really not the point." Cedric wrinkled his nose.
"And Then what is the point?
She's out to kill. There's some old conspiracy back from 20 years ago at least, and it's fueling what's happening today. We're trying to figure it all out and keep people safe. What we're not trying to do is hunt paranormals for sport. Cedric hesitated, then shot me a dark look.
I've talked to her a few times. She seems nice enough.
Well, Gunnar used to date her, and she's a psychopath, I countered. That was enough to stir Gunnar.
Can you not phrase it that way?
He whined.
She's not a psychopath because I dated her.
I ignored him. She's dangerous, Cedric. You seem to love your clientele a great deal. You're protective of them. Just remember, in your zeal to be open to all, some of your favorites are killing your other favorites. I trudged toward Gunnar's truck. Oh, and have a nice day. I could feel Cedric's frown on my back.
You're always welcome here, Scout. I've liked you from the moment I met you. I mean, you're the funniest person I know.
I straightened, my fingers wrapped around the door handle. I'm funnier than her, right?
Oh, jeez.
Gunnar muttered under his breath.
Here we go. I came from another plane,
Cedric continued, ignoring Gunnar's annoyance.
I've spent time here and there, and as much as I love this place, I would be lying if I said the persecution of what's different didn't worry me. When people find out what I am, they want to kill me.
And why do you think that is? I demanded.
I think that's simply who they are.
Or it's people like Wixom throwing zombies at them that fuel that hatred, I shot back. We always say that there are a few bad apples who ruin it for everybody. Well, it's true. There's a reason they fear us when they find out. Things like this don't help. To my surprise, Cedric nodded.
I didn't really think about it that way. It makes sense, though. It's definitely something to think about.
You do that. I wasn't ready to let him off the hook. While you're doing that, I'm going to hunt down that witch and take her stupid Aunt Taylor loft pants, tie them around her neck, and pull until she stops breathing. She can't be saved. Cedric blinked several times in rapid succession.
What do the pants have to do with anything?
He asked Gunnar.
Oh, if only I knew.
Gunnar held out his hands and managed a grimace.
She's obsessed with Wendy's wardrobe. I can't explain it. Don't you think that's a bit weird?
Cedric asked me pointedly. No, what I think is that I'm going to kill her and I'm going to enjoy it, I replied. Just keep that in mind if she shows up again. I will beat her before it's all said and done. The only question is how many lives she's going to take before it happens.
I think you're being a tad unreasonable,
Cedric hedged.
It's possible you just misunderstood her intentions.
I wanted to strangle him. No, it's not. I guess you'll have to learn the hard way.
I guess I will.
My sleep that night was restless, and not just because I missed my cat and wanted to kill that blonde witch. My mind was a jumble, and some of the things Gunnar had said were starting to sink in. Was my problem that I was fighting myself, and somehow I wasn't good at it? That was just too much to bear. Gunnar was already up and showered when I dragged myself out of bed. He looked as if he wanted to say something, maybe multiple things, but instead he flashed a smile that didn't make it all the way to his eyes.
My dad texted. He's on his way over for breakfast. I told him to bring Merlin so you can see him, but he says he doesn't think that's safe.
He's trying to steal my cat, I muttered as I trudged toward the bathroom. You know we're going to have to steal him back when this is all over with, right?
Don't worry.
Gunnar was calm.
I'll get the cat back.
He hesitated, then pushed forward.
Do you want to talk about last night?
Nope. I walked into the bathroom. I want a shower and then some carbs.
Okay.
He smiled again.
I'm going to make breakfast.
I waited for him to push me further. When he didn't, I narrowed my eyes. That's it? You're just going to let it go?
For now,
he replied.
Believe it or not, I don't want to make you do things you don't want to do. I want you to be happy.
I'm happy. I meant it. I'll be really happy when I've killed her and she's out of our lives.
Sounds fun.
He flashed a flat smile.
Just make sure you don't get obsessed to the point where you have tunnel vision along the way, though.
I frowned. What's he getting at here? Is this about the pants? He choked on a laugh.
No, it's about you.
He tapped the end of my nose.
I happen to love you.
Of course you do. I'm lovable.
You're also obsessive.
He didn't back down.
I need you to be careful going forward. Just think about what you're going to do for a change. Wixom has proven to be a smart enemy. She's you, for crying out loud. I don't want you to fall victim to yourself.
That would totally suck, I agreed. I rolled up on the balls of my feet and pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth. I'll be fine, I promised when I pulled away. You have nothing to worry about.
Oh, if only,
he sighed.
Do you want pancakes or eggs and hash browns?
That had to be a trick question. Both?
Right. I should have seen that coming.
Low voices in the kitchen had me treading lightly when I left the bathroom after showering and dressing. I opted for my favorite jeans and a drink up witches shirt because I was in the mood for a fight. The worried tones Gunnar and Graham were using derailed my rage train, however.
She'll be fine,
Graham said in a serious voice.
I know you can't help worrying, but come on. She's Scout. She's always fine.
I'm not saying she's not fine,
Gunnar shot back.
She is always fine. I just have this fear.
I couldn't see his face, but I recognized the tremor in his voice. He was genuinely upset, and it gave me pause.
You're afraid that her obsession with the pants means she's turning into your mother,
Graham said knowingly, knocking me for a loop.
It's not the same thing, though.
I know she's not Mom,
Gunnar insisted.
I just don't like this sort of thing. It fills me with fear, and I hate being afraid. But I don't think she's like Mom. I just revert back to being a kid when she would go off on a tangent and there was nothing I could do about it. I'm afraid, and I hate being afraid.
You could talk to her, Graham suggested. She seems open to that sort of thing.
What am I supposed to say?
Gunnar demanded.
How do I not sound like an idiot when I tell her the pants thing makes my stomach want to go on strike?
You just say it, I announced, rounding the corner and pinning the two of them with a serious look. The guilt that flushed Gunnar's face made me instantly sorry I'd eavesdropped. It's fine, I reassured him. I get it. I don't sound rational.
You sound fine,
Gunnar lied smoothly.
I love the way you sound.
Oh, good grief. I shuffled my feet. Don't suddenly do that. I waved my finger around. I get that I sound like a complete and total loon where Wixom is concerned. That's my thing, though. The sarcasm and the mouth and that I don't give a crap attitude was my body armor when I was being transferred from house to house as a kid. Realization dawned on Gunnar's features.
And she stole it.
She just borrowed it, I replied. I'm not used to dealing with me. I'll be fine.
Of course you will,
Graham said easily.
You're the strongest person I know. Together, you guys are the strongest couple I know. You're just both dealing with a lot right now.
We are, I agreed. I should have taken your feelings into consideration, Gunnar. The stuff with your mother has fallen by the wayside in the wake of the zombie invasion, and that witch driving me to distraction. I'm sorry about that.
Don't apologize.
Gunnar shook his head.
I don't want you to be anything other than what you are. I normally like it when you rant. It turns me on. I just don't know what to do about the pants. You're obsessed with the pants.
That's because nobody wears Ann Taylor Loft pants to a fight. I would die on that hill. It is what it is. I'll try to refrain from ranting about the pants since it makes you uncomfortable.
I just want you to be okay.
I'm fine. I meant it. At least mostly. I turned my attention to Graham. What about you? Do you have anything?
Yep.
I wasn't expecting such a succinct answer, and my eyebrows hopped. What do you have?
Something you're not going to like. I know, because I hate it.
A muscle worked in Graham's jaw.
The thing is, I received a call from Yolanda's attorney today. She wants another chance to chat.
That sounded weird. She suddenly wants to be cooperative? That sounds unlikely. She's trying to manipulate us.
She is, Graham readily agreed. That doesn't change the fact that she reached out.
She must want something in return. I braced myself for the worst. What is it? And more importantly, what does she think she can give us? The lines creasing around Graham's eyes told me the news was going to be horrible.
She wants to see Gunnar.
Absolutely not. I vehemently shook my head. She doesn't get to make the rules, and we're not letting her blackmail us into a face-to-face so she can torture him. I realized after the fact that I'd spoken for him and shot Gunnar a worried look. Right? He hesitated, his eyes never leaving his father's face. On a sigh, he held out his hands.
What is she willing to give us in return?
My stomach threatened to implode. All the hunger I'd been hoarding for breakfast went the way of the dodo, and I braced myself for what I was certain would be the worst thing ever.
She says she has information regarding Scout's parents,
Graham replied.
Like, current information.
The floor started moving, and I gripped the counter to keep myself upright. I could feel Gunnar's eyes on me, but couldn't find the courage to meet his gaze.
I'll do it,
Gunnar said out of the blue. Briefly, I pressed my eyes shut. Then I shook my head as I searched for the right thing to say. It was rare that I didn't just blurt out my opinion. I had to be pragmatic. No, my voice was lower than I anticipated. I'm not sacrificing you on the chance she might know something. That's not happening.
I can deal with her.
Gunnar's hands landed on my shoulders, and he moved them up and down my arms.
I'll be fine.
No. When I opened my eyes, his face was flooded with sympathy for me. It's not fair. I won't let you do this for me. I don't even know those people.
Maybe there's a reason for that?
Gunnar was insistent.
Maybe they're close. Maybe you can get the answers you need. I can put up with a conversation with her to get you those things.
I wrapped my fingers around his wrists and squeezed. I can't sacrifice you to get information. I'm not willing to do that. We'll find out the information a different way.
It's not as if this meeting is going to kill me.
Gunnar was firm.
I can tolerate seeing her if it helps you.
And I won't hurt you to help myself. I think that means we're in a standoff. We stared at each other hard for a very long time. Ultimately, Graham broke the silence.
Good grief, you guys are both martyrs for each other,
he muttered.
This is just sick.
I shot him a quelling look. Don't pretend that you're okay with her seeing Gunnar. You're the one who went out of your way to make sure that would never happen.
True, but I also went out of my way to make sure he grew up to be a good man.
Graham was grave.
Now, I happen to think I did a pretty good job, although I hate admitting that in front of him.
Gunnar let loose a hoarse chuckle.
You're part of this family, Scout.
Graham was calm.
You've made him an even better man. I think maybe we need to do this as a family.
I hated that they were both willing to sacrifice for me. That was something few people had been willing to do in my past, and it made me feel vulnerable. Can't I just go in there and torture her for the information? It was my favorite of the options on the table.
You said her mind was shuttered, Graham pointed out. I think we have to play the game her way to get the information we need.
It's the information you need,
Gunnar stressed.
I won't do nothing when there are potential answers so close. Besides, she might have information about Wendy. We need to explore every avenue available.
I didn't disagree. I still didn't like it. The second she starts playing games, I'm going to hurt her, I warned. I won't feel a lick of guilt about it either.
I think we should just play it by ear, Graham cautioned. We can't know what tack she's going to take.
My surprise couldn't be banked. You're going with us?
Of course I am. We're a family.
He shot me an incredulous look.
Did you really think I would let you two go alone? That's not happening.
I exhaled heavily. When I was a kid, I always wanted a family of my own, I admitted. You guys are a total pain, though. I should have wished for a family that did whatever I wanted. Graham smirked.
That's not how a family works.
Something tells me I'm about to get a crash course in that subject. Gunnar kissed the top of my head.
It won't be that bad. It might even be fun.
We all knew that wasn't the case. The decision had been made, however. Yolanda had the upper hand, and I refused to let her keep it. Breakfast first, I said. I'm going to need a full stomach if I decide I want to throw up on her. Graham beamed at me.
Now you're thinking.
Yes, that's me, the smartest witch in the land. I was resigned. I'm going to need big heaping piles of food.
I think that can be arranged,
Gunnar said.
You get the juice, I'll get the food. Then we'll visit my mother, which is something I never thought I would say.
I wished he didn't have to say it. He would never know how much. "21. Graham insisted on driving. I figured that was a man thing, or a father thing. I didn't dwell on it too much, because if I thought too hard about how he acted like my father, as well as my boyfriend's father, I was certain my head would implode. Instead, I sat in the back seat of his truck and mulled over an endless series of possibilities. Part of me was convinced that Yolanda was messing with us, or perhaps I just hoped that. In the front seat, Graham and Gunnar did their thing, which consisted of arguing about absolutely everything.
That's not music,
Graham insisted when Gunnar flipped the radio to a local hip-hop station. Because we were in northern Lower Michigan, the hip-hop was old school, Run DMC and Snoop Dogg. There was no variation.
That's just noise.
Okay, Grandpa,
Gunnar drawled.
If you say so. Hey, look, I think somebody is on your lawn over there.
I know so.
Graham switched the station to country.
Now this is music.
Yes, if you're an old fogey.
These songs are classics,
Graham insisted.
They stand the test of time, unlike that noise you were trying to listen to.
He lifted his eyes and met mine in the rearview mirror.
Am I right?
I tend to like boy bands, I replied, surprising even myself. Give me some old-school New Kids on the Block, and I'm golden. Graham and Gunnar turned twin looks of disgust toward me. Oh, now the hip-hop doesn't seem so bad, does it? I drawled.
I wish you were of an age where I could ground you,
Graham groused.
Seriously, did your foster parents ban you from the radio when driving?
I should have evaded the question. My mind wasn't firing on all cylinders, however, and I did the stupid thing and told the truth. By the time I'd formed an opinion on music, I was in a group home. Music was controlled by the people in charge. They felt that certain types of music led to violence, sometimes of a sexual nature, so they basically played Cher and Eric Clapton the bulk of the time. Graham's mouth dropped open. Then what I'd said registered, and he frowned.
Wait, I thought you were in the foster care system.
I was.
Why were you in a group home?
He looked despondent at the thought.
You were a child when you went into the system. At some point, you should have landed on a permanent placement.
His discomfort on my behalf warmed me, but I had some hard truths for him. I was in a few homes. Some of them were fairly good. I was never adopted, though, and that was something I'd given a great deal of thought to. I was a difficult child. I don't blame people for not wanting me. Graham muttered something vile under his breath.
You don't want to hear the story,
Gunnar told his father.
It'll make you angry. I know I was angry when I heard it.
It's fine, I insisted. At a certain age, I chose to stay in a group home. It was easier than dealing with individuals who were still idealistic enough to take kids in and think they could help. I was beyond help.
I don't like you saying that,
Graham growled.
You're a good girl.
I was not a good teenager.
Neither was he.
Graham jerked his thumb toward Gunnar.
There's a reason that teenagers can't be diagnosed as sociopaths. People can be psychos as teenagers and grow into fully functioning adults. It's a thing. At least, I think it is. I might have read it on the internet.
That made me laugh. Don't worry about it, Graham. I meant it. I wasn't abused. My magic protected me back then, and I used my magic to protect others. That was another reason people didn't want me around. Weird things kept happening, and there was nobody to blame but me.
Yeah, this is the worst story.
Graham shook his head.
Somebody should have made a home for you.
Maybe I was never supposed to have a home back then, I mused, my attention on the blurring foliage visible through the window. Maybe I was always supposed to be rootless before coming here.
And why would you think that?
Because fate wanted me to be here, where you have a nexus, and apparently, everything is eventually coming to a head. Maybe I was always being driven here. Graham was quiet for so long, I thought maybe he'd had a stroke. When I looked in his direction, I found him watching me in the mirror.
I like believing in fate, he said. I like thinking you were always supposed to come here, be with us. But thinking of you alone all that time, well, it hurts my heart.
I wasn't alone, I reassured him. Don't worry. I made it, and I'm fine.
Except for the Ann Taylor Loft thing,
Gunnar muttered. I glared at the back of his head. You need to let it go.
Whatever.
Gunnar turned the radio station back to hip-hop.
How much longer?
I will stop this truck if you do that again,
Graham snarled.
You've been warned.
Yeah.
It might have been a subtle shift, but when we entered the state hospital, Graham and I had taken up positions on either side of Gunnar. Nobody was looking forward to the meeting, and I'd never felt Gunnar's anxiety more keenly than when he grabbed hold of my hand for the walk down the hallway. Clint was our guide yet again. I wanted to say something to Gunnar, something encouraging, but I had nothing to offer. Instead, I flashed a smile I didn't feel to encourage him and mentally plotted all the ways I was going to make Yolanda pay for asking to see him. This time, we weren't taken to the art room. Instead, we were ushered onto the garden patio. There, Yolanda sat in blue pajama pants and a pink top while drinking tea. Her eyes gleamed when she saw Graham. I watched her reaction to Gunnar closely, and a jarring recognition showed on her countenance when she laid eyes on her son for the first time in decades. Wow. She moved as if to stand, but the orderly watching the patio shook his head, pinning her with a "don't you dare" look. That seemed to only infuriate her. "Thanks, Stinky Dan," she drawled. "I don't know how I would make it through a single day if I didn't have you telling me when I can and can't stand." "I'll cut this visit short, Yolanda," warned the orderly, who was apparently named Dan. He was only a few inches over 5 feet, but broad in stature. It was obvious he hated Gunner's mother. "Personally, I don't think you should be allowed guests given what you've done, but I don't get a say in it, obviously." When his gaze landed on us, his distaste for her was clear. Since he'd opened the door to the conversation, I opted to walk through it. "How many guests is she getting? Other than us, I mean." "Aren't you enough?" Dan challenged. "Do you have any idea what she's done? She tried to kill her own son." I didn't appreciate his tone, but I couldn't argue with the sentiment. Gunner cleared his throat, drawing Dan's eyes to him. "We're well aware of what she's done. Trust me. We don't condone it." "Don't you know who this is, Dan?" Yolanda trilled. She was clearly enjoying herself. "This is my baby, my pride and joy." "You mean the son you tried to kill?" Gunner corrected as he sat in one of the chairs across from Yolanda. He was so stoic I could have sworn his jaw was carved of granite. "That was an accident, Graham," Yolanda wheedled, adjusting her tone but forgetting about Gunner's chosen name. "I wasn't right in the head. I'm better now." I wanted to shake her or maybe strangle her. Instead, I sat down on Gunner's left and allowed Graham to take the power position on the right. This was their family feud. I was just a bystander. I couldn't fathom the emotions they felt when looking at her, which meant all I could do was be there for them. I had literally nothing else to offer. "You're her son?" Dan seemed momentarily floored as he looked Gunner up and down. "Why would you possibly visit her after what she did?" "It's not out of family love," Gunner assured him. "She has information we need, nothing more." "Oh, don't be like that," Yolanda complained. "You're my baby, Gunner. I made you. That means you have to love me." "Yeah, I don't think that's how it works," I drawled. Yolanda shot me a sharp look. "I don't think I like you." "Well, I know I don't like you." I was purposefully blasé. "Speaking of people I don't like, I don't suppose you know a woman named Wendy Garrett, do you?" Yolanda had a good poker face. I had to give her that, because her expression hardly changed. "I don't think so. Am I supposed to know her?" "She was packed for a time," Gunner offered. "She was a couple years younger than me. Carla Benson is her mother." "Oh, right." Yolanda made a face. "I remember her. She was a blood trader." "She married a man," Gunner confirmed. "That doesn't make her a blood trader." "When you marry outside your pack, it most certainly does." Yolanda was matter-of-fact. "Let's not talk about unhappy things, though. I want to know all about you, Graham." "Gunner." He made the correction quickly, then calmed himself. "I go by Gunner now." "Gunner?" Yolanda wrinkled her nose. "Why would you possibly go by that name? I mean, I get why you wouldn't want to go by your father's name. He's not very warm or loving and was always more interested in his work than you, but Gunner is a very stupid name." I flicked my eyes to Graham, who looked as if it wouldn't take much effort for him to reach across the table and wrap his hands around Yolanda's neck. Instead, he remained still. "My father, while not a perfect man, was always there for me," Gunner countered. "Always. He's the one who took care of me when I was growing up. He's the one who ran into the fire to save me. Yes, he has terrible taste in music and keeps stealing my cat, but he's a million times the parent you ever were." Yolanda's eyes flashed with something dangerous, but she blanked her expression quickly. I think you're remembering things wrong. That's not surprising, given the fact that I've been locked up here for so long. We can move forward now, though. Your father is no longer keeping you from me. Don't you want that?"
Gunnar was incredulous.
"No, I do not. There is only one reason I'm here. To see your mother," Yolanda replied. "It's okay. You can say it." "I don't have a mother."
Gunnar gritted out the words.
"She died in a fire when I was a kid." "Graham."
Yolanda reached across the table for Gunnar's hand, but he jerked away.
"You're not allowed to touch guests, Yolanda,"
Dan warned.
"You know the rules."
Yolanda pinned him with a hateful glare and forced a smile.
"We just need some time alone, honey. You'll remember why you loved me if we start spending regular time together." "Oh, that's not going to happen."
Gunnar was grim as he shook his head.
"This is a one-time thing. Your attorney contacted Dad, said you had information for Scout. That's why we're here."
Slowly, Yolanda's gaze tracked to me. The hatred bubbled off her, and I smiled in response. There was little I loved more than getting under someone's skin, and given who she was, it was an added bonus.
"Speaking of stupid names,"
Yolanda muttered under her breath.
"We know you have information," Graham interjected. "You're the one who called us. If you know where Scout's parents are, now would be the time to tell us."
"I know quite a few things,"
Yolanda replied.
"One thing I know is that she's not long for this world."
Gunnar straightened in his chair.
"Don't you threaten her."
Yolanda looked momentarily triumphant, as if Gunnar's reaction had confirmed something she suspected. Then she turned dour.
"You're involved with her."
It wasn't a question, but when her gaze snagged with Gunnar's defiant glare, there was a spark of animosity.
"You're with her, aren't you?" "That's none of your business,"
Gunnar replied smoothly.
"You're with the child of the stars."
Yolanda looked positively disgusted.
"You're a race traitor. I knew you would grow up to be this way given your father's permissive attitude on these things."
She slammed her hands on the table, showing her dark soul in the process. I darted a look toward Dan, who was heading in our direction. Rather than risk him interrupting, I decided to take control. "Glacio!" I waved my hand and froze him in place. We needed to get this over and done with. If Dan took Yolanda away, we would have to come back, and nobody wanted that. Yolanda glanced over her shoulder to where Dan was frozen mid-stride. Then she cackled like a deranged lunatic. She was still laughing when she turned back to us.
"That's a neat trick. I don't suppose you would be willing to teach it to me, would you?"
"Nope. I was at the end of my rope with her. I have zero interest in doing any favors for you."
"Well, I'm not surprised."
Yolanda's wicked smile was back.
"Graham, you can't date a child of the stars. You have to mate with your own people. That's how we keep the line strong." "I don't care about that."
Gunnar's body language showed a closed-off individual. He leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest, and his face was impassive.
"I've never cared about that."
"Because your father was permissive," Yolanda snapped.
"He never explained to you why it was important. I can do that for you. I can help you make a better choice. Yolanda, I'm in love with Scout."
Gunnar replied evenly, using his mother's first name, likely knowing she would consider it an insult.
"That's not going to change. She's my future." "You only believe that because she's bewitched you," Yolanda argued. "There are others better suited for you out there."
"Like Wixom?" I asked on a whim, merely to gauge her reaction.
"Yes."
Yolanda bobbed her head.
"We've talked. She's definitely a better match. No offense to you."
She appeared utterly reasonable as she regarded me.
I'm sure you're not bad for a child of the stars, but you're not long for this world. You must understand."
Gunnar slammed his hand against the table, jolting me. His fury was palpable.
"Scout is my future. She's it for me. I don't want to hear another word from you about it."
On his right, Graham picked up on the thing his son hadn't.
"I thought you didn't know who Wendy Garrett was,"
he challenged his ex-wife. Yolanda turned and pasted an innocent expression on her face.
"What's that now?"
"Wendy Garrett,"
Graham pressed.
"You said you didn't know her. Just now, though, you said Wixom, which is the name Wendy Garrett is going by, would make a good match for Gunnar."
Yolanda blinked several times.
"I'm sure you misheard,"
she said finally.
"I have no idea who Wixom is. I was just agreeing because I don't want our son with this one."
She inclined her head toward me.
"Surely you agree she's a poor match for him, Graham. I know you dislike me, but that doesn't mean we can't agree on this one subject."
"Actually, it does."
Graham made a disgruntled sound deep in his throat.
"I happen to love Scout. I think she's going to make a fine daughter-in-law, and even though I'm convinced I'll have the mouthiest grandchildren in the Midwest, I'm looking forward to watching her and Gunnar try to raise kids one day."
Yolanda looked as if she was ready to throw up at the prospect.
"What is the matter with you? How can you even say that with a straight face?"
"Because it's the truth,"
Graham replied.
"I happen to love her a great deal. She's been good for our son."
"And yet she's doomed to die,"
Yolanda sang out, lobbing a sweet smile at me.
"I'm sorry, dear. I wish it wasn't true, but you're most definitely going to die."
I didn't react other than to smile. We were finally getting somewhere. "Oh, yeah? How's that going to work?"
"It's the prophecy,"
Yolanda replied.
"It foretold of your arrival here. It also foretold of your death. If it's any consolation, you'll be reunited with your parents before it happens. Then you'll all die together, and my people will ascend to their rightful place. So I get you don't want to hear it, and Gunnar might be upset for a week or two when he loses you, but it's for the greater good," she continued brightly. "Now, let's talk about this Gunnar business. As stupid as your father is, the name he carries is strong. I'm going to insist that you take it back."
My lips twitched as I regarded her. Despite the heavy words, I was amused. I was also prepared for what came next. "Where are my parents?" Yolanda let loose a heavy sigh.
"Geez, it's always about you, isn't it? Don't you see I'm talking to my son?"
"Where are my parents?" I repeated calmly. "I mean, you should want me to reunite with them, right? The sooner that happens, the sooner I die, and your son can marry a pack member. That's what you want, isn't it?" She cocked her head as if considering, then nodded.
"You do have a point. Okay, I'm going to tell you. Are you ready?"
I briefly wondered if I was, then nodded. "Sure, lay it on me."
"Okay, but remember, you asked for it."
So I had. "22.
"Just tell us,"
Gunnar snapped. He was clearly close to a meltdown.
"Your parents have been in this area for more than 10 years,
Yolanda announced gleefully.
"They heard the prophecy too, and rather than risk missing a reunion with you, they decided to put themselves at risk and wait it out. They're here, and all you need to do is find them."
It was like a punch to the chest, but I somehow managed to keep my expression neutral. "How do you know that?" Yolanda's eyelashes fluttered.
"That's what you want to know? I thought for certain you would want to know their identities."
"You don't know their identities. If you did, they would already be dead. I'm more interested in how you know any of this.
I'm a gifted individual.
Her smile was smug.
I know things. That's simply who I am.
Uh-huh. I remained unconvinced. How about you tell me how you know, and we'll go from there, huh?
I would rather talk about Graham.
Yolanda lobbed a pretty smile at her son.
How has your life been without me? Tell me all the horrible things your father did to you over the years. I need to know what cruelties to administer to him as payback.
Gunner!
My boyfriend's face was so red I was afraid he was going to pass out.
My name isn't Graham, it's Gunner. At least show me a modicum of respect after what you did to me.
There's no need to be so emotional, Yolanda chided.
I'm simply trying to make conversation.
I leaned back to meet Graham's gaze behind his son's back. He was pensive, and I could tell his mind was working a mile a minute.
Who are you in contact with on the outside, Yolanda?
He demanded, forcing her attention to him.
You're not supposed to be receiving guests.
And yet you're here,
Yolanda noted.
Our son is here, and not for the first time.
She was smug as Graham's forehead creased.
Oh, you didn't know that, did you? Gunner, see, I use the name you prefer, even though it's ridiculous. Stopped by to visit me once before.
Graham slid his eyes to his son. He looked conflicted.
I didn't visit her,
Gunner insisted.
I just thought about it. I turned around. I was having a bad time of it, and I thought... I actually don't know what I thought.
He rubbed his forehead.
I knew about the visit,
Graham said in a soft voice.
I knew you were struggling when it was going down. I also knew you didn't actually have a sit-down with her. It's okay. You don't have to explain yourself to me.
You knew?
Gunner's eyes shone with unshed tears.
Why didn't you say something?
Because I didn't want to make things worse.
My heart went out to them, father and son struggling for so many years. Despite the ordeal, I was glad they were getting some of that stuff out in the open. It wasn't healthy for them to keep it bottled up inside, but I was bothered by Yolanda's penchant for game playing. On a whim, I got to my feet and crossed to Dan.
What are you doing?
Graham called out to me.
Don't go, Scout,
Gunner pleaded.
I'm sorry. We'll focus on your parents.
I don't want that, I replied as I circled Dan. I want you to focus on the things you need for yourself.
What are you doing? Graham demanded. You're not going to do something freaky to that orderly, are you?
It depends on your definition of freaky. I flashed a grim smile, then slapped my hands together on either side of Dan's head, using my magic to plunge inside.
What is she doing?
Yolanda screeched.
Sit down,
Graham roared.
If you go near her, I'll kill you myself.
I could hear their voices despite my new location inside Dan's mind palace. It was difficult to focus on them given the images streaming by. Difficult, but not impossible.
Oh, you would like that, wouldn't you?
Yolanda snapped.
You've always wanted to kill me, even before you blamed me for an innocent fire. Admit it.
I admit I would be thrilled if you were dead right now,
Graham fired back.
I didn't want you dead back then, though. I was under the impression that I could fix you, which was such a mistake. Some people are unfixable.
And some people don't need to be fixed,
Gunner added.
That includes me, Yolanda. I'm happy with who I am. I'm happy with who I turned out to be. I'm happy with Scout. Your feelings regarding my life and my future are unwanted and unwarranted.
I gasped for breath as I emerged from Dan's head, leaning over at the waist and resting my hands on my knees as the real world came into focus.
What did you see?
Graham was on his feet, standing between Yolanda and me, arms extended. He looked ready for war. There are gaps in his head, I replied, rolling my neck until it cracked. Big freaking gaps.
I don't understand what that means,
Graham replied blankly.
It means somebody has been messing with his mind,
Gunnar offered.
Somebody has been modifying his memory, and they've been doing it magically.
That's exactly what it means, I agreed, leveling my cool gaze on Yolanda. I can only think of one reason someone would want to do that to an orderly in this place. Sheer delight spread across Yolanda's features.
Oh, I think she's going to explain something to us, she clapped. Is this where she pretends she's smarter than the rest of us? I certainly hope so. I've been waiting for some explanation as to why Graham is wasting his time with her.
Gunnar!
Gunnar was on his feet with the rest of us.
I hate being called Graham.
Calm down, son,
Graham said.
She's trying to get under your skin, and you're letting her. Don't let her play you that way.
Yes, don't let me play you that way,
Yolanda clucked.
If you do, your father can't manipulate you properly. I mean, if I'm not the bad guy in this scenario, he has nothing to work with.
Gunnar moved to me and put his hand on my back.
This was a mistake, baby.
He looked anguished.
I shouldn't have agreed to this. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I shot him a sympathetic look. Just for the record, though, I think it should be noted that I knew this was a bad idea from the start. I want my props for calling this crap storm for what it was.
Oh, nice, Scout,
Graham deadpanned.
I think that's just what this situation warrants, and I told you so is going to help everything.
Even though it was a serious situation, I couldn't help smiling. At least until I caught Yolanda watching me with keen interest. It was time to regain control of the conversation. She'd wrought enough chaos. I don't suppose you want to tell me why your orderly's mind looks like Swiss cheese, do you?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean, she said. Are you saying Dan needs medical attention?
I'm saying somebody has been modifying Dan's mind, and whoever is doing it is bad at it. I slid my gaze to Graham. It wasn't done correctly. His mind is close to collapsing. One more bad wipe, maybe two, and then he'll be a resident of this place instead of an orderly. Graham looked stricken.
Are you serious?
His head is a mess, I confirmed.
A witch did it?
The question was pointed, and I knew what he was getting at. I can't say with any degree of certainty that it was a witch, I hedged. I think that's likely, but there are others out there who can modify memories. There was this girl I was in a home with for a while who could make people believe they were freaking fish if she was feeling bored and looked for something to do. But she could do it without crippling people.
And what was she?
Graham asked. I don't know. I held out my hands. I don't think she knew either. Poet. I grinned at the memory. We both had unusual names and bonded. Then we got moved to separate homes. That was the last time I allowed myself to be moved. I'm not sure whatever happened to her, although I've always wondered. I'm sure she's out there somewhere.
Just for the record, you're not saying she did this, right?
Graham pressed. Definitely not. I shook my head. She wouldn't have been this messy about it. The thing is, whoever did this is powerful. They're also reckless.
It's Wendy,
Gunnar said.
It has to be, right?
Talking about something besides his mother had allowed him to calm, which was a good thing. I didn't want Yolanda ravaging his mind on top of everything else. I think that's a good guess, I said. I just don't know if it's her.
And what about her mind?
Graham jabbed his finger at Yolanda.
Can you get in there and knock down those barriers?
Maybe. I'd given it a great deal of thought since our last visit. If I do that, she might never be the same.
Anything would be a vast improvement,
Gunnar said brightly. Maybe, but she has information. If I go in there and kick down the walls, I might be able to gain access to that information. If whoever helped her learn to shudder put a failsafe in place, though.
You're saying that you could kill her,
Graham said. I could kill her without breaking a sweat.
Let's do that,
Gunnar said grimly. I rested my hand on his arm. If I thought that it would do you good, I wouldn't hesitate. But I don't think that's what you need.
And what do I need? A pure-blood wife,
Yolanda barked. I jabbed a finger in her direction. You're going to want to shut it. I never moved my eyes from Gunnar's face. I know you've been through a lot. I know what happened to you as a kid was more than anybody should have to bear. If I go into her head and there's a trap waiting for me, her brain could implode. Now that might be okay for you guys, I continued. You both might be better off without her. She knows something important, though. We can't just ignore that fact.
You mean about your parents?
Gunnar stroked my hair.
How could I forget that? She can lead you to your parents.
I choked back a laugh. No, she can't. I had no doubt that I was right on that front. They don't know where my parents are. I'm guessing that they heard my parents were in the area. Perhaps they even got close a time or two, but they never managed to ascertain their identities. My aunt said they went deep when they crossed back over. That means they've covered all their bases and they're well hidden. So yeah, they're probably in the area, I continued. Heck, I might have met them already, although somehow I doubt that. They wouldn't have wanted to risk it, which means they've been watching from afar. It's probable they know I'm here, though.
Then what are they waiting for?
Graham demanded.
Why are they torturing you like this?
I glanced at Yolanda. For once, she didn't look smug. I don't think they're torturing me. They're torturing them. Yolanda's little cult, because that's essentially what it is, purebloods who somehow got their hands on a prophecy about a child of the stars. Yolanda hissed.
You're an abomination. All your kind are.
I'm sure you think that. I wasn't devoid of sympathy where she was concerned. Your mind is a trap all its own, isn't it? You don't even realize how far gone you are. I have to think you were relatively stable at one point. Graham wouldn't have fallen for you otherwise, but you're the sort of person who is easily misled, and that's what we're dealing with now.
I love how superior you are,
Yolanda drawled.
I just hope I can be there at the end when that smug smile is wiped off your face.
You won't be. I'll make sure of that one way or the other. I do have a question, though.
And what makes you sure I'll answer it?
You want to play the game. You want to be important. This is the only attention you're getting these days, and there won't be any in the future because we're going to have to shut this place down. Confusion knit Yolanda's eyebrows.
What does that mean? Oh, wait, I get it.
She rolled her eyes.
You're going to threaten me with a prison now, right? Well, I was found not guilty by reason of insanity. You can't put me in prison. Either it's the state hospital, or you have to set me free.
I'll kill you long before that ever happens, I fired back, enjoying the way she gulped. That wasn't what I was talking about. I turned to Graham. You can't trust anyone here, and I mean no one. I need to scan every patient, every orderly, and every doctor. Anybody with gaps in their memory has to go. Anybody who refuses the scan has to go. We need an entirely new staff in here.
I don't disagree,
Graham said.
My problem is that I don't know how to do that.
There's a paranormal level to state law enforcement. I know because we had to tap it down in Detroit a few times. I'll call the Detroit team. They'll send people up here to patrol the woods anyway.
They're staying at the motel out on the highway,
Gunnar replied.
I heard Rooster mention it.
Good. I bobbed my head, grim. We need to tap them again. We need to get them out here to start. We also need reinforcements from other teams across the state. Right now, Wixom has the upper hand, I continued. She thinks we don't have the power to shut this place down.
Is she right?
Graham asked. Let's just say I'm not sure we can shut it down legally, I hedged. Illegally, though, I think we're in the clear.
Oh, well, good.
Graham managed a wan smile.
I've always wanted to break the law.
Join us on the dark side,
Gunnar teased.
We have cookies, and they're good.
Graham grabbed his son's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. A lifetime of love moved between the men as they regarded one another. Angst was there, too, but the love shone bright, and that set Yolanda off.
I'm not going to sit back and do nothing while you take over this hospital,
she snapped, stepping back.
People here are sick. We need our doctors and medication, and we need the people we're used to, because otherwise it will offset the delicate balance between these walls.
Oh, now you're sick, huh?
Graham drawled.
Weren't you the one denying you were sick 10 minutes ago? That was you, right?
Yolanda looked caught, but continued talking.
You don't get a say in this hospital, she hissed. You're not important enough for that.
I am, though. I offered my own version of a feral grin. See, I have ties to multiple people in the state. I know who to call to get this place taken over, and we're going to do it right now. In fact, we're not leaving until an entirely new team is here to monitor this place, and none of them are going to allow visitors for you. Panic licked across Yolanda's features.
You can't arrange that. It's impossible.
You have no idea what I'm capable of, I fired back. I guarantee, though, you're about to find out. I shifted closer to Dan, the smile I'd managed for Yolanda disappearing. We need him moved to a bed. I'll request a medical team, one that specializes in magical brain injuries, but there's nothing I can do to help him. They're going to have to come up with a treatment plan.
I can put him in a room,
Gunnar said.
How are you going to scan all the people here before we get back up? Yes, how are you going to do that?
Yolanda asked. I raised my hand and snapped my fingers, something that was entirely unnecessary, but added some flash to my act. Everybody in the hallway is frozen, I announced. Graham moved to the door and poked his head out, likely to prove to himself that I was right.
Okay, some of them are frozen walking down the hallway, and some are in chairs and not moving. That's just creepy.
I know. We'll move through them fast, as a group, and separate them.
Lovely.
Graham heaved out a sigh.
What about her?
He pointed at Yolanda. She's going to have to wait her turn. I strode forward, extra swagger in my step, and enjoyed the way she shrank back from me. I'm going to freeze you now, and when you wake up, you're going to be living in an entirely new world.
No!
Yolanda barely got the word out before I smacked my palm against her forehead and froze her in place.
You hit her a little harder than was necessary, didn't you?
Graham studied his frozen ex-wife dispassionately. Just a little, I confirmed. It felt good.
You're a good kid.
He leaned over and kissed the top of my head.
So are you,
he told Gunnar.
You're a really good kid, and I'm not sure I ever told you that.
Gunnar's expression was hard to read, but I didn't miss it when he swallowed hard.
You're a good dad, even if you do have tragic taste in music. As for her, I really don't want to ever see her again.
He glared at his mother.
She's just not who I want to be around.
You don't have to be, I reassured him. I promise, this is it. We're going to lock this place down and go from there.
I think that sounds like a plan,
Graham said.
I'm honestly curious how you're going to pull this off, but I can't wait to watch.
He wasn't the only one curious, but I was determined.
Let's start the scans.
If we find someone dangerous, we'll have another new avenue to chase.
Here's hoping,
Gunnar murmured.
Because otherwise, we don't have much to go on.
Unfortunately, he was exactly right. 23. When we finished scanning the workers, I was tired. The good news was none of them seemed to be working with the enemy. The bad news was that almost all of them had holes in their memories.
You did good work here today,
Graham noted as he stood near the front door with me and watched Gunnar distribute orders to the New Spells Angels representatives who had arrived on the scene. They were all being dispatched to the grounds to keep outsiders from crossing the border. Another regiment was due any moment to take over the inside, but everything was already in place for them. Thanks, I guess. I shot him a sheepish smile. I don't feel like I did anything special here today.
And why is that?
Graham's gaze was curious.
You saved some of these people, Scout. Dan, for example, would have likely died if it weren't for you stepping in.
Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that it'll probably never be the same. We still don't know what's going on here. Yolanda is a cagey beast. She's not going to voluntarily tell us, and if I go inside to look, I could kill her.
May I ask why you're so worked up about that?
Graham asked.
I mean, you heard Gunnar. He doesn't want anything to do with her. We don't need her in our lives. We might be better off if the specter of her isn't hanging over our shoulders.
Maybe, I conceded. Or maybe that's too much for Gunnar right now. I want to give him time to think about things. He didn't really get a chance to tell her what he thought about the things she did to him. He might decide down the road that he has things he wants to say to her after all. Graham looked caught off guard.
What do you mean?
I held out my hands. Today was about me. Gunnar came here because he thought I needed it. It wasn't about what he needed. I don't want to take Yolanda away from him if he has things he might want to say to her one day, and I think that's a distinct possibility. It's possible he's just not there yet. Graham stroked his chin, looking thoughtful.
I guess I didn't think about that. He didn't get to say a lot today. He just reacted.
I don't think he's done with her, I said. Don't get me wrong. He's never going to fall for her crap. But he was a kid when all that went down. It's hard for him to organize his feelings sometimes. I'm not going to rob him of something he might need later. Graham smiled softly.
Have I mentioned that you're the best thing that ever happened to him?
Yes, but it's always nice to hear.
You might be one of the best things that happened to me, too.
He rested his hand on my shoulder, his expression deadly serious.
I wasn't always a good father, Scout. I didn't praise my son when he needed to be praised. And that's on me. I won't make that mistake again. You did really well today. Even if you're trying to be self-deprecating and humble, I see what you did here, and it's amazing.
I sighed. Thanks for making me sound like a rock star. I know, though. He belted out a laugh and shook his head.
What's your plan for the rest of the day?
That was a fair question. Rooster wants us back at the cauldron. After that, I'm not sure. Wixom is out there.
And yet you don't feel as if she's the big enemy, do you?
Nope. That was the one inescapable truth I couldn't get around. There's somebody else pulling her strings. Whether it's this big shifter conspiracy or something else, I can't say. But we're still missing a huge piece of the puzzle.
Well, you be careful, kid.
Graham turned stern.
You've been hurt once already, and your insistence on constantly screaming about pants is making my son jumpy.
Nobody wears Ann Taylor Loft to a magic fight, I growled. For some reason, Graham found that funny because his lips tipped up and he chuckled.
Do you want to know what I think?
No, but you're going to tell me. I was resigned to it.
I think you're focusing on her clothes because you can't deal with the other stuff.
Oh, if you tell me I'm upset about fighting myself, I'm going to melt down, I grumbled. Graham's eyebrows winged up.
Who told you that?
Your son.
Huh.
Graham pursed his lips, considering, then grinned.
I think he might have a point.
Of course you do. I was grossed out and at the end of my rope. I don't care that she's snarky like me.
No, you care that she caught you off guard and knocked you down, Graham said. You almost died the other day. A random bear saved you.
I don't think Barney's all that random. He shot me a stern look.
You know what I mean. You were resigned to dying, and then somehow you survived. You haven't gotten over that. Normally, you're never caught off guard, and it's shaken your confidence.
There was no way I would ever agree to that. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. I'll handle that Ann Taylor Loft sociopath, and we'll throw a victory party by the end of the week. Graham didn't look convinced, but he nodded.
Okay. How are you going to find her?
I'll answer that just as soon as I figure it out. I glanced at Gunner through the window. She's gotten the better of me multiple times now. I'm not going to let it happen again for all our sakes.
Just be careful, kid. I don't want you getting reckless because you're frustrated. You're the smartest person I know. Use those smarts. Don't let emotions rule the day, because that's when people screw up.
I'll take it under advisement.
You do that.
Once the final pieces of the new team were in place, I stopped by Yolanda's room to taunt her on my way out. "Have a lovely day," I said as one of the new doctors stood at the end of her bed and studied her chart. She was strapped down with no place to go. "You're going to regret messing with me," Yolanda seethed. I flicked my eyes to Dr. Barkley. I knew him on a superficial basis from my time in Detroit. If you feel the need to drug her, don't hold back. Do what needs to be done. Barkley's lips quirked. "It's been a long time, Scout. I heard you'd moved up to the wilds of Hawthorne Hollow. I lost the bet on how soon you would return to civilization. I didn't think you would last a week up here." "I happen to like it." "She means she likes my son," Yolanda snarled. "That's what she likes. Don't get too comfortable, girlie. You don't get to keep him. I'll make sure of that." "Oh, you say the sweetest things, Yolanda. I can't tell you how much I enjoy our visits." The next part I said for Barkley. "No visitors." He nodded. "I've read the report. Do you really think she's somehow involved with whoever is raising these zombies?" "I know it. I also know that the entire staff here has gaps in their memories, and whoever did it wasn't delicate. You have your work cut out for you." "I'm sure I do." He hesitated. "You know we might not be able to fix this, right? I'll do what I can, but some of this stuff might not be reversible." "Do your best." I was grim. "I'll be in touch." "Have fun storming the witchy castle," he drawled. "Make sure you protect yourself. It sounds like this other witch is a badass." "I'm way more of a badass. Just you wait." "You're going to die," Yolanda called to my back when I turned. "I hope it hurts." "Right back at you." When we arrived at the cauldron, our team had gathered. I took a head count, then focused on Rooster. "Tell me you have good news," I demanded. "I guess that depends on what you consider good news," Rooster replied dryly. He had coffee in front of him instead of beer, so he was in serious mode. "We have a problem." "Oh, good." I hauled myself up on one of the stools. "I don't think we have enough of those just yet." He chuckled, but the sound was hollow. "Right. Anyway, we spent the morning checking all the cemeteries in the area." "How many cemeteries are we talking?" I tried to do the math. I knew of only 2. "It's more than you would think." He grimaced. "A lot of the cemeteries are smaller and have fallen into disuse. We didn't focus on Hawthorne Hollow alone, though. We figured it was best to check the neighboring towns, and we've run into some problems." My stomach plummeted. "Just tell me." 3 more cemeteries have been hit." Rooster looked grim.
One was a tiny cemetery on the highway between here and Gaylord. There were only 50 graves total, and I would estimate only a quarter of them were disturbed. That's probably because the bodies are so old.
I nodded. That made sense.
The cemetery in Hemlock Cove was hit too, he continued. They're missing a lot of bodies. I ran into Winnie Winchester when I was there. They weren't aware of just how dire things were getting. She agreed to take Raisin for us.
That was so not where I expected the conversation to go. What now? He laughed at my surprise.
I can't focus on my job when I'm worried about her, and she's shown poor judgment in the past. I don't want her running around because she's boy crazy and wants to take advantage of her new reputation.
So you're just giving her to the Winchesters? I had trouble ascertaining how that would work.
Her grandmother is bringing Raisin up here right now. I'm not worried about her. She has no trouble staying in the house. But Raisin is too rambunctious to listen to reason sometimes. I need someone with a firm hand to watch her.
You mean Winnie? I considered it for a moment, then held out my hands. Winnie definitely has a firm hand.
She terrifies me, Gunnar agreed. I'm much more frightened of her than Tilly. She's also an awesome cook. I find her hot, but in a matronly sort of way.
I shot him a dirty look. I'm sure Chief Terry loves that you find his girlfriend hot.
I said in a matronly sort of way,
Gunnar groused.
I'm not kidding about her terrifying me.
How long are you planning on making Raisin the Winchester's problem? I asked Rooster.
As long as it takes.
The front door of the cauldron opened, and a breathless Raisin entered. She looked furious, which meant we were in for a teenage meltdown of epic proportions.
How can you do this to me?
Raisin wailed, her cheeks flushed. She almost looked as if she'd been crying, which wasn't out of the realm of possibility given her age. Teenage emotions were fickle beasts.
It's what's best for you,
Rooster replied calmly.
Where is your grandmother?
She dropped me off and headed straight home.
Raisin planted her hands on her non-existent hips.
I'm not going to Hemlock Cove. I don't need a babysitter. You can't make me go.
I'm not sending you there to torture you.
Rooster didn't rise to Raisin's very obvious bait.
We need to know you're safe, because things are about to get ugly. We have an enemy who is coming at us hard, and because of your relationship with us, that paints a target on your back. We need to make sure that you're protected, and this is how we've decided to do it.
I'm not leaving!
Raisin stomped her foot at the exact moment Winnie and Tilly walked into the bar. Well, that answered that question. Winnie had come for Raisin, and she'd brought reinforcements. At least Raisin would be well protected on her way out of town.
Ah, teenagers,
Winnie drawled as she took in Raisin's defiant chin tilt. I don't miss this age.
Thank you for doing this,
Rooster said.
I don't like dumping her on you, but I can't risk worrying about her either. I know she'll be safe at your place.
She will, Winnie readily agreed. Our property is warded. Zombies can't cross. We also have a big inn and a lot of books. If you're so inclined, we can teach you how to bake, Ruthie. How does that sound? Raisin looked as if she was about to go nuclear.
I don't like the name Ruthie.
It's better than Raisin, Tilly offered, speaking for the first time. I mean, Grape was already taken? If looks could kill, Tilly would have been dead. Raisin's glare was akin to throwing stars of death.
I'm not going with you.
Oh, you're cute. Tilly patted Raisin's head. You're right about that, though. You're not going with me. You're going with Winnie. Something about her tone raised endless alarm bells in my head. Why aren't you going to be with them? Because she's going to be with you, Winnie replied, her smile serene. I thought you guys could use some help. This is a big fight, after all. Oh, she was good. I had to give her that. She was taking one problem off our hands, but plopping an even bigger one in our laps. That's not necessary, I said automatically. We don't want to take Tilly from you. Your cemetery is empty too. You could be under attack. I don't want to take one of your best fighters. You're not. Winnie's expression didn't change, but her voice took on an edge, and it wasn't one I was entirely comfortable with. We're more than safe at the inn. As I said, the grounds are warded. I have my sisters, too. Plus, Clove is staying at the inn right now with baby Calvin. We figured that it was safer than having her be isolated at the lighthouse with a new baby. We're more than covered. Translation, you're taking her. Won't you miss her? I took a desperate stab at getting Winnie to change her mind. Not even a little, Winnie replied. We're taking your menace. In return, you're taking ours. She's good in a fight, and there's little she loves more than killing zombies. It's true, Tilly said solemnly. I have my shotgun in the car. I'm ready to rumble. Awesome, I drawled, shooting an accusatory look toward Rooster. Did you know this was going to be the trade-off? He shook his head. He looked as surprised as I felt. No, but we could use the extra set of magical hands. There have to be well over 200 zombies out there right now, Scout. You can't take out all of them yourself. I could, but the team probably wouldn't like my methods. As if sensing where my mind was going, Gunner smoothly stepped in. You know, she could be an asset in more ways than one. Wendy is focused on you. She's delighting in unnerving you. Tilly is a master at driving people crazy. Wendy won't be expecting her. He had a point. I narrowed my eyes as I regarded the other woman. The look in her eyes suggested she was practically daring me to make a fuss about that. Fine. I flashed a smile I didn't feel. She's good in a fight, and we need that. I'm also good at winning, Tilly said. You've had a bit of bad luck with this new witch since she arrived on the scene. You need me. I don't need you. I can beat her on my own. Yes, but you don't just want to beat her, Tilly argued. You want to crush her and make her cry. Those are the things I excel at. When I risked a glance at Rooster, he was smirking. I said it was fine. I blew out a sigh. She'll be helpful, and that's all that matters. I think it's a good idea. It's a great idea, Tilly agreed. I'm going to run out and get my shotgun. I brought a few other things, too, just in case. I had no idea what those things were, but I figured being ignorant was the best way to go. What's the plan now? What do you want us to do? First up is a town meeting. Rooster's lips flattened. News is spread about the cemeteries being disturbed. We need to handle the townsfolk. We need to get Tilly settled because she's staying for the duration. Then we'll figure out the rest. It's pretty late in the day to mount an offensive. I glanced at the clock on the wall, surprised. I hadn't realized how late it had gotten. I guess we were at the hospital longer than I realized. Where are you planning on putting up Tilly? I was glad there was no room for her in my cabin, which should have made me feel guilty, but it didn't. I'm putting her up in one of the neighboring cabins, Rooster replied. It's not that far from your cabin, and it's already warded. Don't worry about me, Tilly said. I can handle myself. I'm a seasoned zombie killer. I'm freaking Daryl. You have nothing to worry about. Gunner narrowed his eyes. How many times do I have to tell people that I'm Daryl? Tilly shot him a derisive look. You're Laurie at best. Don't kid yourself. Oh, this is going to suck, Gunner lamented. I didn't disagree. We were all in it, however. There was no turning back. 24. I'd never been to a town meeting in Hawthorne Hollow before. Actually, I'd never been to a town meeting anywhere before. Even in the city, where the politics often turned crazy, I avoided council meetings like a midnight showing of something Kardashian-related. Apparently, that wasn't an option.
"I'll handle this,"
Tilly told me as we stepped into the town municipal building.
"I'm really good with meetings."
I cast her a sidelong look.
"What?"
she demanded when she realized I was staring.
"People like me. I'm good at stuff like this."
"You could do it professionally, right?" I asked dryly. She bobbed her head.
"Totally, but I wouldn't want to. I used to think that I would make a good mayor or president. I really wanted that job for a bit, but now I know my services are better utilized elsewhere."
"You mean village president of Hemlock Cove?" I scanned the crowd. It was standing room only, and that didn't strike me as a good thing. I didn't recognize the bulk of the people in the room.
"No,"
Tilly shook her head.
"President of the United States. I would totally have this country shipshape in 5 minutes flat. I'm just that good."
I met Gunner's amused gaze over her head and fought back a grin. "I would have liked to see that," I said finally. I meant it. "I think you totally would have been good at the job."
"Totally."
She nodded and scanned the furious faces.
"You realize this is going to get ugly, right? These people are afraid. There's nothing that riles up others more than fear."
"It's definitely going to get ugly," I said. "I just don't know what to expect."
"Nonsense," Tilly replied. "When people are afraid, they say stupid things. Just wait. Somebody is going to say something really stupid, something you would think couldn't possibly be a thing, and when it's said, everybody else in the room is suddenly going to jump on that bandwagon. It's bound to happen."
I didn't doubt her. "Let's keep near the door, huh?" I grabbed one of the few empty chairs and angled my head toward it so she would sit. "Get comfortable." To my surprise, she balked.
"Why do I get the only chair?"
She planted her hands on her hips.
"It's because I'm old, right? I'll have you know that I'm in my prime. I don't need to sit."
"Fine." I moved to release the chair, but was knocked out of the way when she plopped down on it.
"Just because I don't need to sit, that doesn't mean I don't want to sit," she explained, grinning. "I like to think of chairs as thrones. This will be my throne for the evening."
All I could do was shake my head. "Knock yourself out." I left her to sit and moved to the back wall, sighing as I leaned against it. Gunner stood with me, his gaze seeking. "What?" I asked when he hadn't said anything for a full 30 seconds.
"Is your hip okay?"
he asked.
"I could find another chair for you if you need it."
That was the most insulting thing ever. I don't need a chair. I'm good.
"Are you sure?"
"Do you want me to hurt you?" I asked. "I'll find a chair and force you to sit in it if you're not careful."
"I'm more than willing to sit in a chair if you're on my lap."
"I think he's offering that as a perverted thing,"
Tilly called out from her spot. Apparently, she was having no problem hearing our conversation despite the din.
"It's not a perverted thing,"
Gunner fired back.
"Right."
Tilly's eye roll was pronounced.
"As if you weren't looking forward to copping a feel. I know how the male mind works."
"I didn't say I wouldn't cop a feel,"
Gunner replied.
"I just said that I wasn't feeling perverted."
"Can't get it up?"
Tilly clucked her tongue.
"That's a shame. I kind of figured, though. You're always overcompensating for something."
The ghost of a smile that had been playing around the corners of Gunner's lips disappeared.
"How about you focus on the meeting, huh?"
"Gladly."
Tilly surveyed the room.
I'll have these people eating out of the palm of my hand within the hour.
The notion filled me with dread. Or you could just watch, I suggested.
Yeah, that sounds nothing like me.
I had to agree. That sounded nothing like her.
There are zombies, and we all know it.
A woman screeched an hour into the longest meeting I'd ever attended in my entire life. She was blonde, her hair cut just above her shoulders, and the way she held herself told me all I needed to know. She, too, clearly shopped at Ann Taylor Loft. There had to be an outlet store nearby. There was no other explanation.
Zombies?
A man demanded from the opposite side of the room.
This isn't a TV show. Zombies aren't real.
Oh, yeah? The woman planted her hands on her hips and hit the man with a haughty glare.
How else do you explain all the graves in town being disturbed? I'll tell you what it is,
an elderly man in the front row interjected.
It's grave robbers. They're digging up the graves so they can steal the jewelry. I heard all about it on a show I watched. It's a thing.
What are they doing with the bodies when they're done? The first woman demanded.
If they were stealing the jewelry, why would they be taking the bodies with them after the fact? I don't know.
The older man appeared frustrated by the question.
Maybe they're selling body parts to a medical school for experimentation.
Oh, right. That makes perfect sense. The woman drawled.
It makes more sense than zombies,
the man barked.
Please, keep it civil,
a woman said from her spot at the center of the table in the front of the room. Her nameplate identified her as Gail Pickett. She looked tired, frustrated, and maybe a little wild to boot. If I had to guess, she'd clearly never thought that sort of meeting would be part of her political life.
Civil?
A brunette in a pair of yoga pants so tight I could see every ripple stood and stared Gail down.
Our lives are being threatened. Our children are being threatened. How can we keep it civil under those circumstances?
Because you have no choice, Gail replied evenly. We're here to share truths, not scream at one another. Constant attacks are going to get us nowhere.
Says you, the brunette sniffed. You're not doing anything to help us. That means we have to help ourselves. You have a group of bikers in here watching the meeting for the first time ever, and yet we're not supposed to find that suspicious?
The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, but I maintained my cool facade as I felt several sets of eyes shift in my direction.
What's funny about these bikers is that they've somehow garnered standing in our community, even though nobody can say exactly why.
The brunette continued coolly.
I mean, they hang out at a bar together. None of them have jobs as far as I can tell. Those two live together in sin.
She jabbed her finger toward Gunner and me.
For as long as I can remember, those people have been running roughshod all over this town, she said. They take off in the middle of the night, and nobody comments. Sometimes they appear out of nowhere in the middle of the day, covered in dirt or blood, and nobody says anything. Now, I get why the police chief's son gets a pass, she continued. He grew up here. People know him. He's mostly respected, his taste in women notwithstanding.
She shot me a haughty look, which was enough to pique my interest on another front.
What I want to know is why nobody is questioning the others,
the brunette said.
Everybody knows they were in the cemetery the other night. Right after, conveniently, it was locked down. We're not stupid. Whatever we're dealing with, it has something to do with them.
You dated her, didn't you? I whispered to Gunner. He balked.
Why would you even say something like that?
Because she's got jilted drama queen written all over her. Plus, those pants are just a bit too much. We both know that she keeps wiggling her butt for your benefit and nobody else's.
Oh, good grief.
Gunnar made a disgruntled sound deep in his throat and pinched the bridge of his nose.
What did I do to deserve this? You're a pervert,
Tilly volunteered, her back to us as she avidly took in the meeting.
Don't take it personally. You can't help yourself. It comes with having testicles.
Yeah, I don't think you should say stuff like that, I countered. Just because you're old, that doesn't mean you can't expand your horizons. That's a sexist thing to say. Tilly's eyes shifted to me.
Did you just call me old?
Of course not, I lied smoothly. You're middle-aged.
You're darn tootin'.
Tilly went back to watching the meeting.
I feel I should address Bernadette's comments since they were partially directed at me,
Graham offered as he moved to the center of the room, all eyes on him. He looked exhausted, and that made me want to protect him. There was nothing I could do under those circumstances. I could, however, continue to annoy Gunnar. Bernadette, really? I wrinkled my nose. You clearly had zero taste until I showed up in your life. That nudged a smile out of him.
Clearly. I'm glad I got over that.
Right? I'm not trying to give you grief, Graham, Bernadette insisted. He's your son. You love him, and that's expected. Unfortunately, the individuals he chooses to associate with aren't of the highest quality.
I think she's talking about you, Scout,
Tilly stage whispered, likely thinking only a few people could hear her. Unfortunately, she had one of those voices that carried. Thanks, Tilly, I drawled. I never would have guessed.
I don't see the point of attacking Scout,
Gunnar snapped, pushing himself away from the wall.
She's not the source of this problem.
Oh, no, Bernadette didn't look convinced. She's been sighted numerous times covered in blood. The other night, people say she fought with another woman in the school parking lot, and there was cursing. I pursed my lips to keep from laughing. There was definitely cursing during my showdown with Wixom. It just wasn't of the variety she was insinuating.
So what?
Gunnar growled.
Why do you care how she's dressed and what she's doing if it doesn't affect you?
Bernadette looked taken aback.
Excuse me? I live in this town. That woman has only been here a few months, and she acts as if she owns the place. That includes you, by the way, she added. She acts as if she owns you.
She does,
Gunnar fired back.
We're together. Why is that so hard for you to grasp? She's a good person.
I understood his frustration. The conversation was a waste of time, however. None of the residents were going to get on the same page. None of them could understand what they were truly facing because if we told them, they would freak out. There was almost nothing they could do to protect themselves other than stay inside. They weren't going to take kindly to that news, so the only thing destined to happen that night was a constant barrage of complaints that led to absolutely zero solutions. Because the room was starting to feel stagnant, and there was little I hated more than feeling trapped, I pushed myself away from the wall and slid down the hallway that led to the parking lot. Gunnar would be annoyed when he realized I was gone, but I needed some air. The longer the arguing went on inside, the more I felt like I couldn't breathe. When I emerged onto the pavement, I sucked in gaping mouthfuls of oxygen, resting my hands on my thighs as I leaned over to steady myself. I wasn't a people person. At least, not that many people, and I couldn't stand being surrounded.
You lasted longer than I thought you would,
Tilly noted as she joined me. I smirked. You too? I can't believe you didn't take control of the meeting. I was certain you would try.
I considered it, but it's not my town. I'm here to help, not lead the charge.
So if this was happening in Hemlock Cove, you would have taken control of the meeting? She shrugged.
Since Margaret runs the meetings in Hemlock Cove, that's pretty much a given. I take over the meetings when we're arguing about whether we should get a new hot dog distributor for the festivals, so a zombie invasion is a given.
I chuckled. That sounds better than this. Tilly sobered.
They can't help themselves. Zombies are nothing to us. An annoyance, a basic fear. Even now, we're worried about the witch controlling the zombies, not the zombies themselves. They can't stop themselves from freaking out about the zombies, though. There's no chance they'll just look the other way and let us magically fix the problem.
I guess. I absently scratched my cheek as movement caught my attention in the parking lot. I just wish there was a way to put their minds at ease. We need some breathing room in order not to feel penned in.
I don't disagree,
Tilly said.
Just out of curiosity, though, how come you never mentioned you were claustrophobic?
Out of all the questions I expected her to ask, that wasn't one of them. What? I'm not claustrophobic.
You are.
Tilly bobbed her head.
It might not be small spaces, but you can't stand that many people around, and you really hate feeling trapped.
Doesn't everybody hate being trapped?
Not to the same extent. You couldn't wait to escape that room, and when you did, the first thing you did was a breathing exercise. That's kind of telling.
Well, I had no idea what to say. I worried that she was right, however, and it was something I'd never considered. Thankfully, I didn't have to dwell on it long, because the movement I'd noticed seconds before continued, doubling in size after a few seconds. Wait. I took a hesitant step forward, my heart skipping a beat.
Zombies,
Tilly acknowledged at the same time I realized what I was looking at.
They're converging on the building.
How many? I asked, breathless.
Not that many. 20 at the most.
She was so blasé, I had to pin her with a dumbfounded look. That's a lot when we have a building full of people to protect. Tilly's response was a hearty chuckle.
Oh, you're so cute.
She waved her hand at the same moment a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. I jerked up my head. It was late in the season for a storm. When the lightning flashed again, I followed the bolt to the ground and realized it was aiming at the zombies. What is that? I was practically speechless. I'd never seen anything like it.
Just a little something I cooked up.
Tilly looked far too proud of herself when the lightning flashed again and hit another zombie. What's happening when the lightning strikes? I demanded, my mind going a mile a minute. Where are the bodies going?
Lightning can set things on fire,
Tilly replied with a shrug.
If you crank up the lightning and aim at something specific, it can burn things you don't want anybody to see really fast.
My mouth fell open as it happened again. Quickly, much faster than I would have anticipated, the zombies were getting burned from the inside out. In less than a minute, they would all be gone, and we wouldn't have lifted a finger. How did you learn how to do this?
Technically, I taught myself.
Tilly was smug.
The weather thing is a rare gift. I first tried the spell when the man was sniffing around my pot field looking to bust me. The outcome was a little different then, though.
You're not saying you used lightning to burn up a cop, right? I waited a beat. When she didn't respond, panic started to lick at my heart. Right? I was almost desperate. She laughed.
I don't burn up cops. I don't trust them, but I don't burn them up. I just set fire to their gastrointestinal system.
It took me a moment to realize what she was saying. Oh, that's really gross. You're basically saying you give them the trots?
No, I'm saying I give them the sort of diarrhea that will make them think twice about coming after my pot field. This is basically the same spell. I just added an extra twist.
Almost all the zombies were gone, and the sky had yet to open up. Can you keep this up all night? I asked, a plan forming. At the very least, if the storm sticks around, Wixom won't have a choice but to recall her zombies for the night. She won't be able to let them roam.
Sure. Tilly's eyes gleamed. I can do that, but it's not a solution for the long haul. Eventually, someone is going to get suspicious about thunderstorms this late in the season.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. It will just be one night. Come hell or high water, I'm ending Wixom and her zombie army tomorrow. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but it's totally happening.
That's what I like to hear.
Tilly beamed. I thought you would like that. "25. After he tracked me down outside 20 minutes later, Gunnar eyed the sky suspiciously.
Why is it storming?
I laughed at the question and linked my arm through his. Because Tilly is a genius.
I am.
Tilly puffed out her chest.
They asked me to be the new host on Jeopardy! I'm so smart, but I had to turn them down. That's a show for geniuses, but if the host is smarter than all the contestants, it's going to cause jealousy issues. Huh.
Gunnar stared at her a beat, then shook his head.
Seriously, why is it storming?
Watch. I pointed toward a lone zombie as it appeared in the lot. A few stragglers had happened by after the initial rush, but I was fairly certain we'd knocked out the bulk of them. When the lightning struck, illuminating the zombie, Gunnar made a strangled sound in his throat.
Did that lightning bolt just hit the zombie?
I nodded. Yup, and the zombie burned so fast it turned to dust almost immediately. Tilly is keeping the spell going all night.
Oh, that's smart.
Gunnar bobbed his head as realization dawned.
That's really, really smart. Wendy will have no choice but to stow the zombies underground if she doesn't want them all wiped out by morning.
That, and there's no messy cleanup, I added. It's amazing.
I'm gifted,
Tilly agreed, turning her attention to an aged pickup truck as it appeared in front of us.
That's my ride. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I have my phone if you need something, but it's best if you don't need anything.
Confused, I turned my attention to the truck. It looked vaguely familiar. Did you call someone for a ride?
No.
Tilly was the picture of innocence.
He offered.
He? I angled my head and squinted. I couldn't make out the driver until Tilly pulled open the passenger side door. Then it hit me. Whistler? The bartender, hearing his name, glanced up. Rather than be embarrassed or explain himself, he offered up a salute.
What's happening?
Gunnar asked as Tilly hopped into the truck.
I thought Rooster was putting her up in one of the empty cabins out by us.
I'd been under that impression, too. What are we supposed to do here? I asked blankly. Are we supposed to intervene? Tilly's door shut with a thump. I couldn't hear what she was saying to Whistler, but she looked excited. Whistler merely nodded as if he agreed with every word she uttered. He waved at us one more time, then took off out of the parking lot, destination unknown.
If we were going to do something, we probably should have done it before they left.
Gunnar mused as the darkness settled over us, lightning only occasionally illuminating the sky. Yeah, I was still dumbfounded. You don't think they're, do you?
I don't think I want that picture in my head, he replied. I mean, I don't understand how this happened.
He wasn't the only one.
What's with the storm?
Rooster joined us, surprising me enough that I practically jumped out of my skin. Tilly cast a spell, I replied dumbly. The lightning is drawn to the zombies and burns them up instantly.
Really?
Rooster looked intrigued.
That's quite the spell. It's going to keep this town safe tonight.
It is, I agreed.
I guess it's good we got her in the raisin exchange, huh?
Rooster's grin was warm and light.
Where is she? I want to thank her. I also need to get her settled at the cabin before it gets too late.
Well, crap. Obviously, he hadn't been informed how things were going to play out. I think Gunnar has something he wants to tell you, I said, mercilessly throwing my boyfriend to the wolves as I pushed him forward.
Thank you so much for that,
Gunnar said, annoyance on full display. You know him better, I replied, not bothered that I was coming across as a coward. It's your responsibility.
Unbelievable,
Gunnar groused under his breath.
Am I missing something?
Rooster's forehead creased.
Wait, do I want to know? Probably not,
Gunnar replied grimly.
However, if I have to know, you do too. That's just the way it goes. Oh, I'm going to hate this.
Rooster made a face.
What is it? Wait, don't tell me. Tilly took off with her ride,
Gunnar replied, clearly choosing his words carefully.
We thought maybe she had called someone from home to pick her up, but it turns out the individual taking care of her sheltering needs this evening is Whistler.
I cast a dumbfounded look in his direction. Her sheltering needs? Who says things like that?
Someone who doesn't want to think of her having any other needs being fulfilled tonight?
Gunnar snapped back. He had a point. Ugh. I don't want to be the one to explain this to Winnie if she asks. I'm calling not it now.
Are you telling me Whistler drove up, picked up Tilly, and they took off together?
Rooster looked as if he'd just swallowed glass.
That's it in a nutshell,
Gunnar said.
Well, that's a pile of crap.
Rooster dragged a hand through his hair.
Are we supposed to just allow this to happen?
It was a fair question. I only had one answer. She's an adult.
Yeah, but Winnie gave her to us to watch. I don't want to get on that woman's bad side and tell her we lost her aunt. That won't go over well. She's going to cut me off from the pot roast.
Gunnar looked morose.
This just sucks. What did I do to deserve this?
It's not like she can get pregnant or anything, I pointed out to Rooster. They're consenting adults.
Yeah, but... Oh, geez.
Rooster pressed his eyes shut.
I don't want to deal with this on top of everything else.
I took pity on him and asked the obvious question. How are things going inside?
Nobody can agree on anything, and they're paranoid,
he replied.
All I can say is that it's a good thing Tilly conjured this storm, because it's going to save our bacon tonight. Bacon!
Gunnar threw his hands in the air.
Winnie's going to cut me off from the bacon, too. This day totally sucks.
I patted his arm. We'll figure it out. I mean, it's done. Tilly took off with Whistler. She said she would see us tomorrow. I don't think we have a choice in the matter.
What we need to do is get some sleep,
Rooster said.
The storm will work for tonight. Tomorrow, we have to come up with another solution. I don't think we can make it another day without this town imploding.
Yeah, I rolled my neck. So where did we land on telling Winnie if she decides to call looking for her aunt? I think we decided it was Rooster's responsibility, right?
Totally.
Gunnar grabbed me around the waist and tossed me over his shoulder before anybody could respond.
We'll see you tomorrow. Hey!
Rooster barked at our backs, my giggles only infuriating him more.
How is this my responsibility? You're the boss,
Gunnar replied simply.
It was always going to be your responsibility.
The storm served as a balm of sorts, and I slept harder than I had in days. When I woke, I was refreshed, although I had zero ideas about how we were going to take out Wixom.
Hey, baby.
Gunnar's voice was husky with sleep as he pulled me closer to him and snuggled his face in the crook of my neck.
Are you okay?
Yup. I kissed his cheek. Why wouldn't I be okay?
I don't know.
It's been a really long couple of days. I thought maybe you would be close to a meltdown or something."
Surprisingly, that wasn't on the agenda for the day. I didn't blame him for wondering, though. I slept really hard.
"No nightmares about the potential porn film Whistler and Tilly were making last night?"
I laughed so hard I choked. No, although I am wondering if that's what you dreamed about.
Thankfully, I only worried about that until I fell asleep. That was only a few minutes after you passed out, so I wasn't tortured overly long. Just out of curiosity, though, do you think she wears the combat helmet when she's doing that?
I giggled at his horrified expression. I'm more worried about what she does with the whistle and the stick.
Did you have to bring up the stick?
Gunnar ran a hand through his bed head.
I'm so glad I didn't think about the stick before bed. I know that would have ruined any possibility of sleep.
Totally. I trailed my fingers over his bare chest. The storm helped me sleep. It was so peaceful.
Yeah, and knowing that the zombies couldn't survive the storm allowed me to let go.
So you only dreamed about me last night, right?
Yup. They were filthy dreams, too.
Maybe if we get rid of Wixom today, those dreams will become a reality tonight.
Here's hoping.
He sat up next to me and pressed a kiss to my temple.
I love you, baby. I just wanted you to know that.
Is this a ploy so I won't bring up Bernadette? I asked suspiciously.
Aw, geez.
He made a face.
I dated her once 7 years ago. It was a blind date Brandon set up. He was dating her friend. There was no relationship.
I'm learning all kinds of weird things about you lately, I mused. Starting with Wixom.
I didn't have feelings for her.
Gunnar turned petulant.
Why are you bringing this up again when you know I didn't have feelings for her? It's freaking torturous.
I had to swallow my laugh if I didn't want to tip my hand. I just want to make sure that you weren't attracted to me from the outset because I reminded you of her. That would be a total bummer.
Are you trying to be funny?
Legitimate anger wove through his words.
You're the only person I've ever loved. Why can't you see that?
When I shifted my eyes to him, all I found was earnest devotion. I was messing with you. That's a nice thing to say, though. I've only ever loved you, too. He grumbled something I couldn't quite make out as he dipped in for a kiss. When he pulled back, his eyes were clear.
I dated around some when I was younger. I think that's the norm for people in their late teens and early 20s. I won't apologize for it.
I don't want you to apologize for it. I just have issues where she's concerned.
Gee, I never would have noticed,
he said. I puffed out a laugh. I don't want to admit I have issues, I said after a beat. If I admit it, then I'm going to see myself as having a weakness, and that's something I never do. I like being strong above all else.
You are strong, Scout. You're strong and smart. Heck, you might be the smartest person I know.
Except she's beat me twice. He had no idea how hard it was for me to admit that.
She didn't beat you the second time, he countered. You beat her. She just managed to escape.
And at the speakeasy?
That was just an unfortunate turn of events. We had no idea she was going to waltz right in as she did.
I was kind of hoping for it.
Hoping for it and expecting it are two totally different things. We couldn't have known. She acted fast. We had no problem taking out the zombies. It sucks that she managed to escape, but I think it's obvious she fled because she was afraid.
Or she has a plan. I absently scratched my neck. I can't wrap my head around all of this. It doesn't make sense. None of it.
Let's lay it all out,
he suggested.
Maybe if we talk through everything, something will jump out at us.
I hoped that was a possibility. I wasn't certain how much faith I had, though. Okay, let's start with your mother. I felt him cringe as he got comfortable next to me. I'm sorry, I offered in a low voice. We don't have to talk about her. Forget I brought it up.
No. He vehemently shook his head. She's a part of this. We have no choice but to bring her up.
I just don't want to make things worse for you.
You won't. There is no making things worse. She's already done the worst possible thing she could possibly do to me. I can handle talking about her.
Okay. I exhaled heavily to center myself. I was about to go to a place I'd never gone with him before. What do you remember about her in the days leading up to the fire? He didn't stiffen. Instead, he slid his arm around my back and lightly rubbed my healed hip.
You know, I think you're the only one who has ever asked me that question. In the days following the fire, my father was obsessed with making it so I wouldn't have to think about that stuff. He went out of his way to talk about anything but her. In hindsight, I get that he was trying to protect me, but at the time, I was confused. He continued. I was anxious not to talk about her for his sake, because that's clearly what he wanted.
I nodded. You guys were living on eggshells right after. It's okay.
But we should have been talking about the stuff that happened before,
he noted.
We never really looked for a reason. If we'd done that, then maybe we wouldn't be here right now.
I bumped my shoulder against his chest. I happen to like where we are right now, I said in a low voice. He laughed and stroked the back of my hair.
I happen to like it too. I just hate that she's a threat to us. I can't help but feel we should have done something about her before this.
He abandoned what he was going to say when the sound of the front door opening drifted into the room. My instinct was to prepare for battle, and I raised a hand, ready to start throwing fireballs to protect us. Gunnar gently wrapped his fingers around my wrist and nudged my hand back before I could react. His eyes remained on our bedroom door, which was suddenly filled with Graham's broad frame.
Don't you think you should knock?
Gunnar asked darkly, exhaling heavily.
I mean, we could have been busy.
I figured you'd be eating, Graham admitted. It's late. I would have waited a bit longer if I'd known you were still in bed.
It's fine, I reassured him, my heart rate picking up a notch. He wouldn't be there that early if something hadn't happened. Who is it?
Who is what?
Graham asked blankly. Obviously somebody died. That's why you're here, right?
Somebody did die, but that's not why I'm here.
He let loose a pent-up breath.
One of the recruits at the state hospital is dead. He was eaten alive by zombies on the east side of the lawn last night. It happened fast.
I rolled up to my knees. Somehow, I already knew what he was going to say. I needed to hear it with my own ears, though. Yolanda?
She's gone.
What do you mean she's gone?
Gunnar demanded, his eyes wild.
She escaped,
Graham replied.
The zombies were spread out over the hospital grounds last night. It was before the storm hit. The security team was spread thin, which is how they managed to waltz in on the east side and free her.
Who is they? I asked in a dull voice.
One of the other security guards saw the leader, Graham replied. She was described as a blonde Kardashian.
I wanted to murder someone.
In a strangely sedate outfit,
Graham added.
I have no idea why they included that part.
That does it, I hissed, crawling out of bed. I was in my underwear, and my boyfriend's father was in the room, but I didn't care. I'm going to choke that witch with her own pants before the day is out. I mimed strangling an invisible person.
Oh, good,
Gunnar said.
Scout is back to fixating on the pants. This bodes well for us.
Graham let loose a low chuckle, then sobered.
Son, I'm so sorry. I should have killed her back then. I should have snapped her neck the second I saw her that day. I didn't, and now she's out there, and we both know who she's coming for.
Me. I stalked toward the bathroom. She and her idiot rescuer are coming for me. You guys aren't going to be their focus until I'm removed as an obstacle. Today is all about me.
Okay,
Graham said.
how do you suggest we deal with this?
I'm going to start with a shower, I replied. Then we're going to have breakfast. When we're finished with that, I should have a plan to kill both of them. They're going to rue the day they messed with me. I shook my fist.
That might be more terrifying if you weren't wearing panties with little kittens on them, baby,
Gunnar offered. I ignored him and stormed into the bathroom. I'm totally going to kill them both. It's going to be bloody and terrible.
Awesome,
Graham intoned.
Is it okay if I start making breakfast while you take your aggressive shower?
Absolutely. I want eggs, hash browns, and sausage links.
Coming right up.
26. I felt like a woman getting pulled in too many directions. My worry over Gunnar and his reaction to Yolanda's escape was immense, but my fear regarding a Wixom and Yolanda team-up was out of this world. I had to focus on that and hope Gunnar would muddle through on his own until I could pay him the proper attention. When we made our way to the cauldron, our team members, including an additional 10 people who had arrived from Spells Angel's Detroit office, were already there. The chatter was heavy as they talked in multiple groups, but it all ceased when we strode through the door. "Why the long faces?" I asked dryly. "You guys are acting as if our worst fears are coming true or something."
Nobody needs the sarcasm,
Rooster chided, shaking his head.
We need ideas, not your mouth.
Somebody was in a mood. "No, what we need is to figure out why Wixom would possibly care about Yolanda," I countered. "What is it that they think Yolanda can do for them?" I shifted my gaze to Graham, who had followed us over.
Why are you looking at me?
He asked defensively.
It's not like I've kept up on her relationships and plans.
I get that. I forced myself to remain calm. She's somehow important to this. We need to figure out why. We're not going to find them until we know what they're doing.
I'm up for suggestions, Graham fired back. I honestly don't know what the plan is here.
I pursed my lips as I hopped up on one of the stools, nodding in thanks when Whistler pushed a drink in front of me. Then something occurred to me. Where's Tilly? She went home with you, right? We need her. Whistler's cheeks turned a pink shade I'd never seen on him before, but he kept his shoulders squared.
That's none of your business, young lady.
Oh, don't even. I wasn't in the mood for that particular conversation. You guys can get as freaky as you want with her whistle. I don't care.
Don't forget the stick,
Gunnar interjected.
She carries a stick around, too.
I barreled forward as if I hadn't heard him. Where is she? I repeated. She's good in a fight, and I think we're going to need her. Also, even though she says some of the wackiest things I've ever heard, she's had good ideas in the past. We need one of them today.
I gave her my truck,
Whistler replied.
Oh, I've heard that she shouldn't be driving, Graham said. What did you go and give her your truck for? She said she wanted to collect Mama Moon and maybe do something else.
Whistler held out his hands and shrugged.
We're at DEFCON 1 here, peeps. I thought it was best to let her do what she does.
He wasn't wrong. Still, my stomach twisted at the thought of her finding trouble without having backup. Maybe we should call Winnie, I muttered. Rooster balked.
Why would we do that? She's protecting Raisin. That's exactly what we want her to be doing.
Fine. I held up a hand for silence. Maybe Winnie isn't the one we should be calling. You're right. Perhaps it's Bay we should be calling in. One of the soldiers I recognized from the Detroit office stirred. Dirk Porter. I'd worked with him a few times. Other than the toxic masculinity he threw around when a woman was given a position of power on a team, he was a good addition for what we needed to do. He was solid in a fight, and I had a feeling that was going to be important.
I don't know who these people are,
Dirk argued.
We have a lot of fighters. Why would we need more?
Because they're not normal soldiers, I replied. They're powerful witches. That spell last night, the storm spell, that was Tilly.
Yeah, people have been asking about the weather.
Graham hedged.
I've basically told them I can't control it, but they're even more on edge than they were last night.
We need to get them off the streets. They'll be used as fodder if we're not careful, and there's no way we can risk that. You need to come up with a cover story to lock them all down for the rest of the day. We can't risk them appearing in the wrong spot. Graham's forehead creased.
You want me to lock them all down? Do you have any idea how I should do that?
You're the police chief. Can't you declare martial law for the day or something? Graham was incredulous.
This isn't Russia, young lady. You can't just order people to do something without a compelling reason.
On the surface, I understood that. We were dealing with an untenable situation, however. See, this is where we need Tilly. She would know how to keep people inside.
Maybe she can muster an army of porcelain unicorns to chase people back inside their houses if they try to leave,
Gunnar suggested. You kid, but if I thought that would work, I would totally go for it. I rubbed my forehead. Okay, let's take this one step at a time. Tilly will show up when she shows up. She always does. She might even have a plan that will benefit us. I'm not ruling out calling Bay. She's a necromancer. I don't think she can control zombies, but there's always a first time for everything.
Witches make a mess,
Dirk argued.
We already have 5 witches if I'm counting correctly. I don't think we need any more.
Oh, shut it. Then I remembered why he irritated me. You just don't want more women joining the fight. Why don't you point that attitude of yours toward Wixom, huh? I guarantee you're going to hate her. As for us, we need to focus on Yolanda. She's the key. I faced Gunnar. I know you don't want to talk about her, I said. I don't see where we have a choice, though. When you were a kid, was there ever a time you thought she might be more than she was pretending to be? Gunnar's expression shifted.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Like, could she have been a witch, too?
Like Wendy,
Graham muttered, shaking his head.
You think she's like Wendy? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that there's no way they carried out an assault on a state hospital that was being magically protected to grab a woman who had been locked away for 20 years simply because she might have been part of the original plan, I countered. She has to offer them something. What do we think that is?
I don't know.
Graham looked genuinely flummoxed.
I don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry.
I focused on Gunnar. Is there anything that you remember from back then that sticks out?
I don't know.
Gunnar turned so he was facing the window.
I've spent the bulk of my life trying to push those memories out of my head.
Well, we need them now. I was firm. I know she was hanging around with purists. She's not crazy, though, at least not entirely crazy, which means she did what she did for a reason. Why would she go after her own son? You're a pure-blood shifter. If she was worried about a weakening of the lines, why would she focus on you?
I don't know.
Gunnar tugged on his bottom lip, something he did when he was thinking hard.
I guess it's possible that she was magically inclined, but I don't ever remember her putting that on display.
I don't either, Graham said. The thing is, I've often wondered if she was playing a game from the start. Like she married me just to have an in at the police station. I wasn't always the chief, but she might have figured out that was my ultimate plan and aligned herself with me accordingly.
To what end? Marissa challenged.
What do they want to do? Why would a group of purists try to kill a kid and then go underground for 20 years? Why would they tap another witch to raise zombies now? There has to be a reason.
For once, I agreed with Marissa, and it was a bitter pill to swallow. We need information from the shifters, I said. Monty was forthcoming, but he didn't provide anything helpful. We need to go back out there and dig deeper. Someone has to have some sort of information to help us.
I'm not opposed to that, Gunnar said. I think Monty would help. The thing is, that could take days, and we don't have days.
Do you have a better idea? I was close to melting down. There was a reason I preferred action to talking.
I don't.
Gunnar sounded resigned.
I just don't know what to do. I have an idea,
a female voice offered from the direction of the door, causing me to jerk my head in that direction. I wasn't surprised to find Tilly, Mama Moon trailing her, watching us with a mixture of annoyance and triumph.
Let me guess,
Dirk said.
The missing witches have arrived.
Some of them, I agreed, focusing my full attention on the Winchester matriarch. Where have you been?
Mind your business.
Tilly jabbed a finger toward me.
I don't need a babysitter, no matter what my nieces may think. I have a plan.
Oh, good,
Gunnar muttered.
This won't end poorly or anything.
I ignored him and jumped off my stool so I could stand directly in front of her. I'm all ears.
Barbara Jean was around when Yolanda made her move the first time,
Tilly pointed out, inclining her head toward Mama Moon. She was the only one who could get away with using that name.
In fact, she was in charge of this very group at the time. Did nobody think it was a good idea to shake her branches for information?
I stilled, the question throwing me. I told her what we were dealing with. I flicked my eyes to Mama Moon. You said you didn't know anything.
At the time, I didn't believe I knew anything,
Mama Moon replied.
I couldn't figure out how Yolanda could possibly play into the zombie infestation. I thought they were different things. I mean, she's been locked away for years.
But you know what she was up to back then, Graham said. That's what you're saying, right?
Mama Moon looked as if she wished she was anywhere but standing in front of us.
I know why Yolanda did what she did.
Next to me, Gunnar sucked in a sharp breath. I instinctively took his hand, offering him as much comfort as possible, even though it was precious little.
If you knew, why didn't you say something back then? Graham growled. What is the matter with you?
Mama Moon appeared pained as she rubbed her hands over her hips.
Because the thing I can do, the thing that's always haunted me, is not always a good thing. What can you do?
Marissa asked.
I've always wondered.
I thought about her store and the writing on the window. She was a psychic for hire. Then things clicked into place. You can see the future. It wasn't a question. She nodded all the same.
I can see the future. It's a gift I'm very careful about using. Most of the time, I read tarot cards and palms and don't use my magic. Most people don't realize the full breadth of my abilities. Yolanda knew, though, she continued. She was well aware of what I could do. And when she sought my services back then, she had a clear agenda.
You're playing games, Graham barked. You're dragging things out. Just tell us.
I'm trying.
Mama Moon didn't quake in the shadow of Graham's fury.
She came to me about 2 weeks before the fire. She had questions about her future. At the time, I thought she was having trouble with you, Graham. I thought your marriage was collapsing.
It was, Graham confirmed. We both knew it, but weren't prepared to do anything about it yet.
When she asked for a reading, I believed she wanted to see what your future would hold,
Mama Moon volunteered.
She asked me to use my magic, and because I'd never known her to be anything but calm and forthright, I did it.
What did you see?
Gunnar asked in a raspy voice.
What did you see in her future that caused her to want to kill me?
I didn't see Yolanda's future, Mama Moon replied in a low voice. Not entirely. The images that came to me were of your future, Gunner. Most of it was a blur. That's always how it is, and why it's so hard to read too much into these visions. But there was one thing that stood out and gave me pause. And she saw too.
I don't understand, Dirk pressed. What did you see?
Mama Moon's eyes were sad when they landed on me. I saw Scout. The 3 little words stole the oxygen from my lungs, and I couldn't respond.
What now?
Rooster snapped.
What do you mean you saw Scout?
I saw the coming of a new beginning in this town, and it was on the heels of Scout's arrival, Mama Moon explained. I didn't know her name. I just saw her face and the fact that she was with Gunner. There was an explosion of magic around both of them, enemies strewn at their feet, and it was obvious that she was going to be the one claiming victory in some big fight. What am I supposed to say here? I had absolutely nothing to say. To make matters worse, I felt sick to my stomach.
Finish it,
Graham gritted out. When I was in Yolanda's head, I saw her plans, Mama Moon supplied. She was deep in the purist movement, much deeper than I think anybody realized. She was a true believer, and when she married you, it was because your lines were true. She wanted a child with pure lines. However, when she saw that Gunner was with the woman who would one day put an end to all her beliefs, she melted down, she continued. She ranted and raved about how he was going to ruin everything, how he was a blood traitor, and then she started blaming you for what he would become, Graham.
Why didn't you say anything?
Rooster demanded.
Why didn't you warn Graham?
Because there was no indication she would try to kill Gunner, Mama Moon fired back. She acted like she was going to try to indoctrinate him. And yes, I realized that wasn't a good outcome either. I thought I had time. I never believed she would do what she did. And after? I asked in a dazed voice. Why didn't you say anything after? I didn't know what to say. She offered up a guilty shrug. Gunner was safe. Graham was safe. He was severing ties with Yolanda. She was locked up. I thought there was a chance she might benefit from therapy at the hospital. When I came to you after I saw her, you didn't say anything then either, I snapped. Why didn't you tell me then? Because I've always regretted my actions on that day, Mama Moon replied, not missing a beat. I felt I failed Gunner and Graham. And I did. And that was when I took a step back from all this hero business. I didn't want that pressure again. As for why I didn't say anything when you told me you'd visited with her, what was I supposed to say? She continued, her expression imploring. The only tie we had between Yolanda and the zombies at the time was the symbol carved into that dead boy's head. I had no reason to believe the two incidents were connected. On top of that, Yolanda has been locked away for 20 years. I didn't think she was a threat. I could see that. I understood where she was coming from. That didn't mean I liked it. Well, great. I planted my hands on my hips. What did you see exactly when you saw me in that vision? I can't answer that. Mama Moon turned grave. You can't know that. I was confused. Why? Because if you think you know what the future holds, you might alter your responses, Tilly replied. Being able to see the future is a rare gift, and it's driven more than one witch I know of insane. If the individual at the center of a prophecy knows what's going to happen,
then that individual often assumes they're untouchable. That it will come to pass no matter what. That's not always the case.
It's not even usually the case, Mama Moon said. I knew when you showed up here that you would change things, and for the better. I don't have all the answers, Scout. I wish I did. I just know that you're going to do great things. I also know that I can't interfere. If I do, I could screw up everything. Awesome. I briefly pressed my eyes shut, and when I opened them again, I found Gunnar watching me with wonder. What?
I always felt a sense of destiny when I looked at you, he said in a soft voice. It appears I was right.
Oh, geez. I poked aside. Now is not the time to be schmaltzy.
We have some answers,
Dirk said.
We don't have all of them, though. Where are we going to get the rest?
I only knew of one place. Carla Benson, Wendy's mother. She's at the Shifter compound, or at least she stops in a few times a week. We need answers, and I think she's the only one who can give them. Gunnar nodded.
Scout's right. Monty wants to protect her. That's no longer an option. We need to head out there.
We also need to tap the pack to track Wixom, I said. They can scent her, right? That's what we need to go on the offensive. We can't wait for them to come to us. We have to go to them, and it has to be today. That's all there is to it. "27. Mama Moon and Tilly rode with Graham, Gunnar, and me as we headed toward the Packlands. I wasn't sure how we'd been grouped together that way, but Rooster made the assignment, and I was too thrown to argue.
I'll do the talking when we get there,
Graham said from behind the wheel. He'd insisted on driving. Gunnar, who was in the passenger seat, merely nodded as he stared out the window.
I would start barking at you to put your seatbelt on, but I'm going to let it go today,
Graham continued.
You get a pass.
He said it in such a way that I wondered if he expected Gunnar to be grateful. His son's only response was a grunt. You have questions, Mama Moon prodded from her seat, Tilly separating us. You should ask them now. I had no idea if she was talking to Gunnar or me. Gunnar was the one to respond.
There's nothing to say,
Gunnar replied.
You made your choice. It's done.
I never thought she would hurt you, Mama Moon said. It just never occurred to me. She was upset that day, but she made it sound as if she was going to change your mind through conversation. If I'd ever believed you were in danger, I would have stepped in.
You should probably stop pleading your case to him,
Graham snapped.
He doesn't want to hear anything you have to say right now.
And I don't blame him. Mama Moon was matter of fact. I was actually talking to Scout. Of course she was. That was just so... Mama Moon. I don't have anything to say to you either, I said when I was reasonably assured I could speak without my voice cracking. The last thing the situation needed was tears. It's done, right? There's no going back. No, but I understand that you're upset with me. She sounded so reasonable it was hard for me to wrap my head around my bubbling anger. You have to understand, when I saw you that first day, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The vision that I saw when I connected with Yolanda, I always had it buried in my head. I knew someday it would come to fruition. When you finally showed up, it was as if I'd been punched in the heart. I couldn't believe you were finally here. Then I started wondering what that would mean for all of us. Well, as long as you were thinking about it, I muttered darkly. That's all that matters, right? Scout. She sounded exasperated. I really am trying to do the right thing here. Besides, I don't know what's going to happen. I saw an image. You victorious on a battlefield. I'm reasonably assured that scene hasn't come to pass, and yet you've been victorious on the battlefield more times than I can count." "Yes, I'm nothing if not a winner," I agreed, bitterness seeping in. Tilly poked my arm when I didn't speak again, drawing my eyes to her. "What?" I snapped. "I'm not all that happy with you right now, either. How did you know she had the answers we were looking for? Why were you keeping it to yourself in the first place? Why would you do that?" "Hey!" Tilly's eyes flashed. "I didn't know she had the answers. I thought it was possible she could help. I didn't track her down today because I thought she could fill in the gaps of your childhood and answer the whys surrounding his trauma." She jerked her thumb toward Gunnar. "I tracked her down because I didn't know what else to do, and I figured we could use her firepower. That's all there was to it." I made a harumphing sound in my throat. "I happen to be on your side, Scout," she continued. "I think she should have told everyone that Yolanda melted down because she saw a vision from the future that involved Yolanda's grown son and a magical fairy witch with blonde hair and an acerbic tongue. Can you imagine how many problems that would have solved back then? It wouldn't have set off a firestorm or anything." My fury at her sarcasm was palpable. "Don't come at me with reason," I hissed. "She recognized me when she saw me. At the very least, there should have been a conversation about that." "Yes, I can just imagine how that would have gone. Hello, strange witch who hangs out with a bear. I'm new to the area, and I came here to fight crime, but not while wearing a cape or a latex suit. It's nice to meet you." "Oh, it's nice to meet you too, little blonde with the razor-sharp tongue. Have I mentioned I had a vision of you 20 years ago, and you were saving the world? You know that guy you just met with the long hair, by the way? He's your soulmate, and you're going to do it together. Yeah, I can just imagine how that would have gone." I glared at her so hard I could feel my eyes straining because they wanted to hop out of their sockets and strangle her. "I think there are other ways that conversation could have gone," I gritted out. "Sure, absolutely." Tilly bobbed her head. "She could have dropped to her knees when she saw you and started worshipping right then and there." "Hey, I think that's a smart look," I shot back. Despite her words and how snarky she was when delivering them, part of me recognized she had a point. "Now isn't the time for us to be having this discussion. We're going to need to talk about it, but the emotions are still too raw right now." I glanced at the back of Gunnar's head, my heart constricting. "Wixom and Yolanda have to be our priorities. Afterward, well, we'll figure things out. I just want you to know that I've always been on your side," Mama Moon insisted. "I've always known you guys were fighting on the side of right." "That doesn't really help us now," I pointed out as Graham pulled into the field on the outskirts of the village. "There's going to be a reckoning regarding what you kept from us. It's not happening today, though. Just know it's coming." "I understand." "Great." I flashed a smile I didn't feel, then hopped out of the truck. Gunnar exited on my side as well, and his first instinct when close was apparently to pull me to him. "It's okay." I patted his shoulder. "I know you're upset. I don't blame you, but it's okay." "How can you know that?" he asked in a low voice. "Because I refuse to lose to someone who gets her battle gear at Ann Taylor Loft," I replied. "It's as simple as that." He shook his head, but I didn't miss the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I love you, Scout, even if you're a freaking nut over those pants." "Yes, I'm definitely lovable." He pressed a kiss to my forehead, then released me. "And then some." When we looked up, Monty was already clearing the tree line and heading in our direction. He was flanked by 2 bodyguards, but looked more curious than concerned.
"Twice in 1 week?"
he called out as he extended his hand for Graham to shake.
"What have I done to deserve such an honor?"
"You're harboring Carla Benson,"
Graham replied, not standing on ceremony. The slope of his shoulders told me he wasn't about to fall back on diplomacy, at least not then.
"I'm guessing you've been warned we were looking for her earlier, but we would like to talk to her anyway."
Monty didn't bother hiding his surprise.
"She doesn't know anything. I already told you that. Wendy hasn't been a part of this pack for years."
"That doesn't mean she doesn't know anything," I argued, taking a step forward. When Monty's eyes landed on me, he looked speculative. "We need to talk to her. We also need a favor from you."
"I see."
Monty clasped his hands in front of him and rocked back on his heels.
"Why don't we start with the favor first, huh? I'm assuming this has to do with the zombies?"
"It does, and there's no easy way to get this out,"
Graham replied.
"Wendy has raised zombies in multiple cemeteries now. We think she has an army of at least 200 of them. Now, we all know that zombies are easy enough to take out. We can't get ahead of this, though, because she keeps adding to the pack. On top of that, last night, she led an assault on the state mental hospital,"
he continued, a muscle working in his jaw.
"Her only goal appears to have been securing the escape of my ex-wife."
Monty jolted at the words.
"What?"
Dumbfounded disbelief washed over his features.
"Why would she possibly do that?"
"We're not entirely certain," Graham replied. "We know that Yolanda was working with a group of pureblood fanatics when she was taken into custody. They've essentially built a cult, although they didn't call it that. I've never understood why she did what she did."
He flicked a derisive look toward Mama Moon.
"I still don't. But Wendy and Scout have faced off with one another several times now."
"Yes, and I'm looking forward to the next time," I said. Graham continued as if I hadn't spoken.
"Wendy hasn't come right out and explained what it is that she wants. She has, however, made certain statements that led us to believe she's part of the pureblood movement, too. For example, she mentioned to Gunner that she was disappointed he'd opted for a relationship with Scout."
"It's possible that Wendy was merely jealous,"
Monty countered.
"She always had a crush on Gunner. Everybody knew it. She hardly kept it a secret." "That's possible," Gunner agreed. Her statement seemed pointed, though.
"There's more going on," Graham said. "I don't have time for all of it. Yolanda is in the wind. She and Wendy have joined together, and they're a threat to all of us. You know darned well they could disturb the tenuous balance you have going on out here if they start pushing the pure-blood rhetoric again."
"I do know that."
Monty looked disturbed.
"I just don't like the idea of you attacking Carla. It's not her fault that Wendy turned out like this."
"We don't want to hurt her," I assured him. "We just want answers."
"How can you know she has them?"
"We don't know," I replied. "We don't know anything, but we have to try. We're running out of time. We have a spell that can help contain the zombies, but it's not something we can whip out on a regular basis. We have to end this today." Monty hesitated, then nodded.
"Fine. 2 of you can come back with me. Gunner or Graham needs to be one of the 2, because at least they're family."
I didn't have to be a genius to read between the lines. He wanted only one true outsider on his land, despite all we'd done for them. Tilly's hand shot into the air.
"I'll go. I'm great when it comes to interrogations. I can even waterboard in a pinch. Pick me."
She rolled up to her toes and bounced. Monty offered her a smile, but he focused on me.
"My people are familiar with you. They know you've helped us in the past. Perhaps it's best if you come in with Graham. He's an official presence on top of his wolf heritage."
I swished my lips, debating, then nodded. Sounds like a plan. I moved to follow, but Gunner's hand shot out and caught my arm. I'll be right back, I promised him.
It's not that. It's just...
He darted a look toward Mama Moon, and it wasn't hard to read his mind. If you don't want to talk to her, tell her that, I said. She won't push. Despite my anger with the woman, I believed that with my whole heart. Just keep an eye on Tilly. I can see her trying to sneak on the pack's land to look around. I don't think the shifters will like that.
Oh, right, because she'll just magically do what I tell her to,
Gunner complained. That earned a grin. I don't know what to tell you. I was legitimately sorry. We have to do this.
I get it,
he growled.
I'll try to keep the old ladies in check. You hurry back, okay? We need to come up with a plan.
I promise I won't take 1 second longer than is necessary. I kissed his cheek, then pulled away. I could hear Tilly complaining as I started across the field.
Who are you calling old, dude?
She demanded of Gunner.
I'm middle-aged. Besides, you have the same hair as that dude from Aerosmith, and he's like 100 years old. You shouldn't be calling anybody old.
You have my humble apology,
Gunner offered.
Yeah, you'd better do way better than that, bucko. I'm going to want ice cream before the day is out. There'd better be sprinkles when it happens, too.
I was quiet as I fell into step with Graham, lost in thought. Mama Moon had given me a lot to think about, and it was the sort of stuff that I would likely be chewing on for days, even weeks. I was lost in thought, but I didn't jolt when Graham slid his arm around my shoulders. It was a friendly gesture, fatherly, and when I looked up, I smiled at him.
You were always destined to be here, kid,
he commented as we ducked into the trees.
It does my heart good to know that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I feel the same way. His eyebrows hiked.
Why? You're not rethinking your relationship with Gunner over this, are you?
No, and don't be ridiculous. I'm upset because it feels as if there's been some sort of plan in motion from the start. People have been moving me like a chess piece, and I want to know who. More importantly, I want to know why. I don't like it when people think they know me.
No, you don't like it when you feel as if you're not in control of your own destiny.
Graham countered.
You can't stand it when you're the one who doesn't get to dictate terms. That's what you're upset about, that you're not in charge.
I didn't like that he had a point, so I changed the subject. I'll always love Gunner. I meant it. I'm not going anywhere.
Good, because you're stuck with this family forever. We're like the mob. Once you get in, there's no getting out.
He smiled at various faces as we moved through the village.
Let's just get what we came here for from Carla, and then get out. We need a solid plan.
You haven't told me what favor you want,
Monty reminded me.
You managed to distract me quite nicely, but that's still hanging over our heads.
Let's wait until we talk to Carla, huh? I flashed a superficial smile. Then we'll talk about the favor.
See, I'm already dreading that conversation.
I didn't blame him. Instead of dwelling on it, however, I stepped to the side when we reached the hut. Monty was in the lead, so he knocked on the door. When there was no answer, he knocked again and cocked his head.
She should be inside,
he told Graham.
She returned from Houghton Lake yesterday and didn't look well. She didn't give any indication she was leaving again.
A worry bubble formed in the back of my mind. Go inside, I ordered out of the blue. Monty shot me a dark look.
That's her private space.
Go inside. I was at the end of my rope. Monty hesitated, then twisted the knob. The door opened, and he poked his head inside. He froze before he uttered a single word.
Death.
Graham intoned from his spot next to me.
There's death in that cabin.
I shot him a sharp look, then moved to join Monty inside. It didn't take long to find the source of the scent. The source was hanging from the exposed beam above our heads, and if I'd had to guess, she'd been dead for at least 12 hours. "Carla?" I asked grimly. Monty nodded.
Yes, it looks like she killed herself. But why would she do that?
"Because she was always part of the plan," I replied grimly. "You might have been able to weed out the bulk of the purists, but there was no way you could get all of them. The ones who survived went underground, and that includes Carla."
What do we do?
Monty looked as if the very foundation of his world had been rocked. "You're going to do me that favor we talked about," I replied evenly. "You're going to be happy to do it and everything."
And what favor is that?
"We need a shifter search party. Wendy will be a familiar scent to you, even if Yolanda no longer is. We need to find them. They're somewhere in the area, and we need a big group to search for them."
And what happens when we do find them?
Monty challenged.
Will you kill them?
"If I can."
Helping you kill our people goes against everything we believe in.
Monty argued.
That's not who we are.
What about protecting your people from the ones who would hurt them?
Graham demanded.
How do you feel about that? Because let me tell you something. Yolanda doesn't care who she hurts. She just cares about winning. She might hide behind a pure-blood rallying cry, but she's always been more interested in herself than anything else.
Monty hesitated, then nodded.
We'll help you find them.
He was resigned.
When it comes time to kill them, however, we'll take our leave. We won't be party to that.
I can live with that. I just need help finding them. After that, I'll be the star, or villain, rather, of the show. You have my word. "28. When we emerged from the woods, Gunnar was leaning against the front of Graham's truck. His stance was defensive, telling me he was putting as much emotional distance between himself and Mama Moon as possible.
He's a chip off the old block,
Graham noted as he walked with me.
Just look at that face. He gets his looks from me.
Amused despite myself, I slid my eyes to him. You're both handsome devils.
Yeah.
He blew out a sigh.
I don't know how to help him right now.
Nothing can help him but finding Yolanda.
Finding and killing her?
I hesitated, then nodded. At first I thought the best thing for him was putting her back in the hospital. Now I feel otherwise. He won't be able to truly sleep at night until she's gone.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Graham looked grim.
I'd like to ensure I'm the one to end her, but I know better than demanding that. If you have the chance, kill her. Both Gunnar and I will thank you for it.
I'll kill her, I promised. I just want to make sure that Gunnar isn't the one who has to do it. Graham looked taken aback.
Oh, geez.
He grunted.
I didn't even consider it, but you're right. If she manages to get close to him, he might be the one who has to do it. There might be no one else.
We'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen. The words were barely out of my mouth when a hard breeze shifted the tree branches behind us, and a strong odor slammed into me with enough force to cause my stomach to heave.
What is that?
Tilly demanded from her spot next to the truck.
It smells like Landon's shirt after he gets the meat sweats.
Good grief! It wasn't meat sweats. My hands were already extended as I swiveled. On instinct, I threw up a protection spell. It was just in the nick of time, too, because a hard cascade of magic bounced off it before it was firmly in place. A gay laugh filled the air.
Oh, you sensed me!
A female voice called out. I should have been just a little bit faster. My stomach constricted. I recognized the voice. Why don't you come out here and we'll talk about the rules of engagement, you Kardashian wannabe? Oh, such attitude, Wixom trilled.
There.
Graham pointed to the northwest, to a spot we wouldn't have passed when entering or leaving the wolf village.
She's over there.
I nodded, but didn't immediately throw out my magic to disarm her. I wasn't ready yet. The people in that village we'd just left weren't ready either. I guess the hunting party we tapped won't have to look too hard to find you, I called out. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Gunnar shifting away from the truck. He was trying to position himself between me and Tilly in case either of us needed backup. His hands were extended at either side, and I knew he was ready to shift should it become necessary. Oh, don't worry about them, Wixom said. I still hadn't laid eyes on her, but I knew she was close. I kept the protection spell firmly in place. It might not last under an extended assault, but she would have to throw a lot of magic at it to get it to falter. She wasn't dealing only with me. Tilly and Mama Moon were present, too. She likely wasn't prepared to take on all three of us. I'll handle them after I handle you. My forces are on their way. The way she said it had me jerking my eyes to the other side of the field, the tree line in the opposite direction. Sure enough, I saw movement. It was the zombies, and they were coming. Well, crap. That explains the smell. I muttered under my breath, smoothing the front of my t-shirt. It was a calming mechanism, because what I really wanted to do was stomp around and rant and rave. That would only give Wixom the upper hand, so I reined in my baser urges. She was just like me, at least on a superficial level. That meant I had to react opposite of how I normally would. So, what would I normally do? The answer came quickly. Hey, Tilly, I said in a low voice, drawing her eyes to me. She didn't appear overly worried. Now might be a good time for a storm. She nodded. I thought so, too. What about the people in the village, though? If they hear a storm, they're going to come running in this direction to check it out. They'll be sitting ducks. I didn't disagree. I can stop that from happening, Mama Moon offered. She looked desperate to contribute. I can put up a wall that keeps them in the village. There's always the chance that a few will be outside the perimeter, but the vast majority of them, well, I can cut them off from the action. I considered it for a moment, then nodded. Do it. We thought we were going to have more time, more forces. We're not, though. This is going to play out here.
Better here than on the downtown streets,
Graham noted. Yeah. I blew out a sigh as Tilly and Mama Moon began throwing out magic. Keep your eyes open for Yolanda. Wixom is meant as a distraction for me. That means she'll be the sneaky snake attacking when my attention is elsewhere. Her goal is to end me above all else. The other stuff will follow.
Don't get hurt, kid, Graham ordered. Be careful and watch your back.
That's the plan. I flashed a brief smile, then peeled off to move closer to Wixom's position. Deep down, part of me recognized that Yolanda was the bigger threat. But I owed the Kardashian wannabe, and I wouldn't stop until she was no longer in a position to hurt the people I loved. I think it's time you came out and we had a talk, I called out to her. Oh, I'm good, she giggled. I think I'm fine where I am. Okay, I forced my voice to remain even. If that's what you need, I get that you're afraid. There was a beat of silence. Then Wixom made an exaggerated noise. Seriously? That's your plan? You're going to call me a chicken? Do you really think that's going to work? I have a whole list of things I could call you, I offered as I scanned the trees. Do you have a preference? I think just Wixom will suffice. Awesome. Well, Wixom, why don't you tell me about your relationship with Yolanda? If you're not going to come out, and I'm not going to drop my protection spell, we're in a standoff. We might as well do something to entertain ourselves. She let loose a derisive snort. Do you not see what's coming at you from across the field? Your protection spell isn't going to save you from my pets. Don't worry about them. They won't make it over here anyway. I was trying to taunt her, and it clearly worked because she made a noise I didn't recognize. Is that so? How do you figure? I didn't have to answer because at that moment thunder rumbled and the sky lit up with lightning. I knew what it meant. Tilly's spell was working, and she would take care of the zombies. That left me to focus on Wixom. I had to crank it up a notch, Tilly explained to Graham. There are more of them than last night. Plus, we're in a field. There's no reason not to do maximum damage if it's possible. I didn't want to know what she considered maximum damage, so I discarded the statement. The zombies won't make it to us, I reiterated for Wixom's benefit. What else have you got? I could go after the people in that village, she seethed. You could, but you won't make it beyond the borders. We've handled that, too. I cocked my head, smirking when I heard her magic ignite. It wasn't pointed at us. It was directed at the village, and it rebounded away from the invisible shield Mama Moon had quickly erected. Where did we land on that talk? I asked. What do you want? Wixom shrilled. What is it you think you're going to accomplish here? I'm way stronger than you, which means I'm the one who will walk off this field victorious today. It's already written in the stars. Written in the stars? That jolted something inside of me. I'm a child of the stars, I offered. I know, dumbass. I pointed that out to you after our first meeting. I did my best to rein in my temper, although it was work. Supposedly that means I have fairy in my blood, but I think the truth is that everybody from a certain plane has been deemed a fairy, so it's not a very good explanation. A fairy-witch mix. It sounds fantastical. There's more to it in some respects, though, and less to it in other respects. Do you want me to applaud your introspection? She hissed, another bolt of magic bouncing off Mama Moon's protection spell. That clearly wasn't how Wixom expected things to play out. I want you to understand that when I kill you, it's not just because you tried to kill me first, I replied. It's because you sided with a very dangerous enemy, allowed yourself to be turned into a pawn to be wielded at her whims, and I can't allow you to keep wandering around without supervision. Excuse me? Wixom practically shrieked her unhappiness. I'm nobody's pawn. You're Yolanda's pawn, I countered. You went out of your way to save her last night, even though she's been locked away so long she shouldn't be considered an asset. That tells me whatever you're working on and whatever factions you've partnered with are way bigger than you realize. Maybe I just felt bad for an old lady, she snapped. Have you ever considered that? Nope. Although I would pay good money to stand on the sidelines and watch as you whipped the words old lady at her. I'm sure she would take that well. Ugh, I hate you, Wixom said. You think you're so smart. I do think I'm smart, I readily agreed. There are times I look in the mirror and think, girl, you're a damned genius. And I do it with a straight face. Granted, most of those times revolve around seeing my boyfriend shirtless, but you get the picture. I saw him naked first, she sang out. Yeah, but he couldn't ghost you fast enough. I didn't ghost her. Gunnar exploded out of nowhere. Stop saying that. It makes me look bad. I slowly slid my eyes to him. Really? Do you think now is the time to fixate on that detail? I'm just standing up for myself. Whatever. I went back to scanning the trees. The sky hadn't yet opened up with rain, but the steady lightning strikes told me the zombies were dropping like flies. Pretty soon, they would all be gone, which was a relief. I still had questions, though. "Did Yolanda send you out here?"
"I answer for myself,"
Wixom growled.
"I'm in charge of me. Nobody else has a say, just me."
"Except you're the one who's pinned between protection spells," I pointed out. "Your army is disintegrating behind us, and there's not a thing you can do about it. When you take both those things into consideration, you have to acknowledge that either you're a bad military leader or whoever sent you out here did so in an effort to sacrifice you." The statement was met by a long stretch of silence, the only noise coming from lightning strikes. Then I heard it. Wixom was talking to herself. I'd moved close enough to make out her voice when she was muttering, which meant I was essentially right on top of her. "You figured it out, huh?" I kept my voice soft, smirking when I finally caught sight of her in the trees. She looked positively furious.
"I don't know what you're talking about,"
she lied, not shying away from my persistent stare.
"You don't have the upper hand here. You're not going to win."
I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Then I remembered the pain of the curse, the frightening moment when I'd been ready to sacrifice myself in the hopes of hurting her enough that it would save my friends. That was when I steeled myself to her plight. "People have died because of what you've done," I said. "Innocent people. I don't count myself in that group because we were always destined to face off with one another."
"God, I hate the sound of your voice,"
she whined.
"I just hate it so much."
"That's because you assumed I would keep thinking like you," I said softly. "They made you into what they thought was the perfect killing machine. Yolanda knew I was coming 20 years ago, and they started plotting back then. They molded you into the fighter they needed you to be, and then they abandoned you because you're not important to the ultimate fight. You served your purpose. You unnerved me and freed Yolanda. Now you're nothing to them."
"You have no idea what you're talking about!"
Wixom exploded from the foliage and threw 4 bursts of magic at me in quick succession, all of them bouncing back.
"You don't even know what we're fighting for!"
I refused to let her get to me. "Do you know what you're fighting for? Pureblood packs, right? Doesn't that seem a bit simplistic to you? I mean, you're not a pureblood. They just took advantage of what you already were. Why would they possibly spend 20 years putting this together if the only thing they wanted was pure blood?" Wixom blinked several times in rapid succession. I could practically see the veil being removed from her eyes. "You were always their pawn," I said. "You had a special ability." I gestured toward the field of zombies, which was almost completely empty. "They decided to use that to their advantage. Given your crush on Gunnar and their vendetta against me, it wasn't hard to motivate you."
"They did this,"
she said, more to herself than anybody else.
"They set me up."
"They did, but I can help you." Even I couldn't believe what I was about to say. "You can't get off scot-free for the things you've done. That's not how the world works. I can spare you, though. Arrange for you to be taken downstate and put in a rehabilitation program. It will be hard," I continued. "There will be no freebies given. It's a chance. You might yet redeem yourself if you're willing to work for it." When Wixom's eyes landed on me, I knew there was no redemption in her future.
"Is that what you think is going to happen?"
"No, but I thought I would make the offer. If you tell me who you're working for, I won't have to hurt you. Either way, I'm getting a look inside that head of yours." She laughed so loudly, so hollowly, that my blood ran cold.
"You couldn't handle what you would find in this head."
"Wendy, you need to listen to her,"
Gunnar pleaded. He'd moved in close at my left, although not close enough to touch me. He seemed to sense things were about to take an ugly turn.
She's your only shot at getting out of this.
Oh, Gunnar!
The sob that escaped was guttural.
Poor, sweet, deluded, stupid Gunnar. You always wanted to believe the best about people, didn't you? You didn't even realize your mother was about to kill you when her hand was on your throat. She always lamented the fact that you were stupid. That was her greatest regret. Well, that, and not finishing the job the first time. She won't make that mistake twice. Mark my words.
Gunnar reacted as if he'd been slapped, and I swiftly moved to stand in front of him.
Wixom, you're going to want to be very careful about pushing me right now,
I warned in a deadly voice.
If you're not careful, your brain is going to look like a picnic in the park compared to those heads that were messed with at the state hospital. Was it you who did that, by the way? If so, you need to learn a bit of finesse. Oh, listen to you,
Wixom snapped.
Now you want to be my friend? My mentor?
I don't want to be either of those things, I countered. I will see that you don't die if you cooperate. That's all I'm willing to offer.
Yeah, I think I'll politely decline.
Wixom's eyes were vacant as she produced a dagger from her pocket. I was confused for a moment, convinced she was going to hurl it at me. Then she did the unthinkable and raised the dagger to her throat.
I think I'll let my secrets die with me.
No! I lurched toward her, but it was too late. Her hand was smooth as she drew it across her throat, and she collapsed before I even made it 2 steps. By the time I reached her, my hands were clenched into fists at my sides, and she was gone, her eyes lifeless as they stared at the sky unseeing. My heart pounded, blood roaring through my ears. All the while, only one thing rolled through my head. You failed. You should have done something different. This is on you.
You tried,
Gunnar said as he collected his breath.
You tried, baby. You can't do more than that.
I knew he wasn't wrong. Still, when I crawled into bed later, I would be plagued by what-ifs, and it wasn't a position I often found myself in.
Is that it?
Graham demanded when he arrived at my side.
Where is Yolanda? Why hasn't she shown herself?
Because she was never here, I replied. Wixom's only job was to irritate me and free her. Yolanda has been reunited with whoever else she's working with. They're the real threat. Wixom was just a distraction.
So what do we do?
That was a good question. I didn't have an answer. Prepare for another battle, I guess. We won this one, and fairly easily, but this was never the war. That's still to come. "29. Graham called his men to collect Wixom's body. He was grim throughout the entire process. I knew he had things he wanted to say. Once Monty and his men came out to see what was happening, the conversation was inevitably delayed. We would have it, but not that day.
Where do you think she is?
Monty asked me as we watched the body get hauled into the waiting ambulance.
You were so certain she would be part of this, and yet she didn't even show up.
She was part of this, I replied, my eyes on Gunnar as he prowled the tree line. She just wasn't part of this particular fight.
They sacrificed Wendy.
Monty almost looked sad at the prospect.
Do you think she saw it coming?
Definitely not. She thought she was an important member of the team. Finding out she wasn't pushed her to do what she did. I knew it would be a long time before I could close my eyes and not see the woman's face when she ended it all.
So what's next?
Monty asked.
I mean, Carla is dead. Do you think Wendy killed her own mother?
No. I'd given that a great deal of thought. I think Carla knew we would be coming for her. Rather than risk turning on her daughter, she decided to make sure there was no way we could see inside her mind. She did it to herself.
Do you think Wendy knew she was going to do it?
That was a fair question. I didn't have an answer. I'm not sure it matters now. Yolanda is the threat, and she's not alone. I guarantee she has others with her. We need to focus on them.
Do you think they're still in the area?
Maybe. If I were them, though, I would regroup somewhere safe for a bit. Maybe close, but not so close we could accidentally stumble across them. They're probably hashing out their plans right now. Sacrificing Wixom was a calculated move. Now they don't have to worry about her. Yolanda is free, and they can plot in secret, which is likely exactly what they wanted.
It's horrible to think about. I don't know what to tell my people.
I can't help you there. I don't know what to tell my people. Or person. I silently added, my gaze drifting to Gunnar. We're going to need to work together on this, I said, changing tactics. This threat is going to be pointed at all of us.
You'll have my support. You saved us today. That's twice now you've saved us. My people may not like it, but they're going to have to understand. We need to protect ourselves.
Yeah, I'm not sure how easy that's going to be. I shook Monty's hand, flashed a smile I didn't feel, and sent him back to his pack. He had some explaining to do, and I had other things to handle. You did good today, I told Tilly as I moved closer to her and Mama Moon. That spell is a doozy. I might want you to teach it to me one day. Sure. Tilly seemed airy, as if she didn't have a care in the world. I called Winnie. She's going to pick me up at the cauldron in an hour and bring Raisin back for an exchange of sorts at the same time. That sounds very Hollywood. That time the smile I managed was legitimate. Thank you for everything. You don't have to thank me. I believe you were integral to saving me a few weeks ago. It's not a question of if we're going to help one another now, but rather how we're going to do it. That was an interesting statement coming from her. You guys need to be prepared. I'm worried they're going to target you because of us. We can handle ourselves. Tilly patted my arm. You tried to save that girl, and you didn't have to put in the effort. You shouldn't feel guilt over what happened. I don't think it's guilt I feel. Fear? She arched an eyebrow. I hesitated, then nodded. Yolanda is way more dangerous than Wixom and her Ann Taylor Loft pants could ever be. She'll be coming. They always come. Get used to that. Slowly, I tracked my gaze to Mama Moon. I'm going to have some questions for you at a later date. I'm sure you will, she replied stoically. I need to take care of Gunnar now, I added. I'll deal with you later. I phrased it more ominously than I intended, but I didn't regret putting her on notice. I'll be looking forward to that conversation, Mama Moon said dryly. Yeah, I wouldn't get too comfortable with that assumption. I left her with Tilly. Rooster would handle transportation to town once he arrived on the scene and headed over to Gunnar. Are you okay? It was a lame question, but it was all I had. He glanced at me and grimaced.
Sure. Why wouldn't I be?
Well, your murderous mother has escaped from the loony bin. We just watched a woman you used to date kill herself, and it's entirely possible Whistler and Tilly got freaky last night. Something that's totally going to haunt our dreams. To my surprise, he barked out a laugh.
I really don't want to think too hard on that if you don't mind.
He wasn't the only one. I don't know what to say to you about your mother, I said. All I can promise is that I'll never let her hurt you. His fingers were gentle when they brushed my cheek.
That's funny. I was about to say the same thing to you. You're her target. You know that, right? It's not me.
It's us together, I countered firmly. She saw something in that vision that frightened her. It involves both of us.
I guess it's good to be wanted.
He slipped an arm around my waist and drew me close.
It's going to be okay.
It is, I agreed. Together we can do anything. We even have Tilly and Evan to serve as backup. That makes us like the Justice League.
I prefer thinking of myself as an Avenger. That Justice League movie was terrible.
True. I rested my cheek against his chest. I'm going to talk to Rooster about Evan officially joining the team tomorrow.
I think that's smart. He's a good fighter, and we're going to need him.
He's a good friend, too. He's slowly coming back.
Rooster will gladly take him on. Do you want to wait for Rooster to get here so you can ask him today?
Nope. I was solemn when I met his gaze. I want to be finished for today. I think we've done enough work to warrant a day in bed.
Oh, yeah?
His eyes gleamed with interest.
What did you have in mind?
I thought we could pick up chicken and cake and hide from the world until the morning.
And then what?
And then we reclaim our cat from your father and get to work tracing down your mother. He was quiet for a long time, and I almost thought he was going to shoot me down. Then he grinned.
That sounds like the perfect day.
What's your favorite part? Is it the chicken or the cake? I'm leaning toward the chicken.
You're my favorite part of that equation. You're always my favorite part. The chicken is just a bonus.
Oh, see? That was a really good answer. I rolled up on the balls of my feet and gave him a soft kiss. I feel the same way, although I'm still looking forward to the chicken.
You want potato salad too?
Are you kidding me? What's chicken without potato salad?
Nothing I want to think about.
I slipped my hand into his, and we started for Graham's truck. The world looked a little different thanks to Yolanda, but tomorrow was a new day, and there was no way I would let her escape a second time. The battle was on, and they wouldn't catch me off guard again. I would be the one finishing it. Fate had already declared me the victor. I had every intention of following through.